come on. Don't claim that I love you, never let me feel. I should've known, 'cause you brought nothing real. Come on, be a man about it, you won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know I'm out of love. Set me free and let me out this misery. Just show me the way to get my life again, 'cause you can't handle me. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Said how many times have I tried to turn this love around, but every time you just let me down. Come on, be a man about it, you won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know I'm out of love. Set me free and let me out this misery. Just show me the way to get my life again, 'cause you can't handle me. Said I'm out of love. Set me free and let me out this misery. Just show me the way to get my life again, 'cause you can't handle me. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Can you see, baby, that you gotta set me free? I'm out of love.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eye? Or would you walk away this time? Do you realize, do you recognize it's never over?
to our beautiful studio in Berlin, Germany. It is sunny and LEC summer keeps getting more exciting every second, and the stakes for our opening game could not be higher. Only one win separates SK Gaming and XL Esports going into today, and both of them are fighting to claw their way into the top 6 and stay in the race for playoffs. The absolute style with which they debark their van is really a sight to see.
It's stunning.
It is
Just
a
the
sight
casual
to behold.
step out.
Pro player mechanics. Yeah. I'm Shox, and we're here at the Analyst Desk with the boss and with Drakos. So yesterday you got to cast a few games. How was it?
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of fun, actually. Great games as well, so that made it even better.
Absolutely. I really enjoyed the trio, I have to say.
It was a blast. I did have to remind the boss here a few times not to just cheer for G2 shamelessly, but I understand where your loyalties lie now. We can work with that in the future. We just maybe, steer away from the G2 one.
Temper it a little bit. We already get told we're too G2 biased. So, and speaking of, with G2 continuing their climb towards the top of the standings, there is a very close race for playoffs. There are only 2 games between the 5 teams fighting for it. Now, it does look to me, Drakos, that it's starting to be a clearer picture, I think, in terms of the teams that will be in. But that being said, Mad Lions, if they drop a few more games, etc.
I have not given up all faith in Excel, which is a weird thing for me to say because I have historically given up all faith in Excel. But the addition of Markun and Adrian continues to impress me. I think this team has a lot going for it. And if anyone is going to contest for that last spot, for me, I'm looking at Excel.
I know that the boss was looking at Vitality yesterday. They did drop that game to G2. Are you still as confident?
For playoffs, I do still believe Vitality is going to... I was counting that they were going to lose versus G2.
Right.
So I do still believe they're making playoffs. Wouldn't say so much that they're an astonishing team. It's more everyone else is pretty bad.
Well, I think that's as good a reason as any to make it into the playoffs. Let's take a look also at the rest, the top of the table. Misfits, they bounce back and they look set for playoffs as well. It doesn't look like they're going to drop as many games needed for them to drop out of playoffs. So they can take the foot off the gas pedal a little bit, I guess.
Certainly, and I think ultimately the fact that they were so successful in the first half of the split is doing them a lot of favors here. This is one of their easier weeks. The schedules are going to get harder from here, but as long as they win their matchup today, in general, should be pretty smooth sailing for Misfits as we move later in. The question, are they a top team? I don't think so. Can they make top 4? Yes, very much a possibility with their current win record, but beating a team in best of 5 is very different to securing placing in the regular season.
Do you think Misfits deserves a top 4 spot, maybe even top 2?
I 100% agree with Drakos. They are a good team, but they aren't the best. And top 4, I'm looking at Fnatic, Rogue, G2. And I think it's going to be a battle between Mad and Misfits.
I think that's a great shout. And talking about Rogue and Fnatic now at the top of the table, I mean, 2 teams that have just played the best throughout the season so far. What have you thought about Rogue specifically and how they've come into this season?
Yeah, Rogue has been playing astonishing this season. And I think most coming, especially from Inspired, their youngler. He's completely insane. He does well every game. I know him from solo queue. He pops off every game. And he also has the special Fiddlesticks pick, which has completely 1v9 them won games.
I mean, it absolutely has, right?
Yeah, and that's always something to fear.
I mean, I like it. And I think, obviously, a lot of highlight moments when we look back at Rogue versus Schalke as well. And Inspired's Fiddlesticks was such a huge part of that win. So I think it's good that you call this guy out. Obviously, a lot of people, when they look at Inspired, they look at MVP, potential overall. But I think Rogue is a roster holistically so dominant in the early game. Inspired is a massive part of that. But even Larson stepping up yesterday is a good thing to see. And on the opposite side, Fnatic, similar early game strength, very different in how they build a lot of these leads, much more bloodthirsty as opposed to objective focus. But both these teams, incredible early game dominance, transitioned into a lot of very consistent wins.
And Drakos, what I really loved about both those teams, about Fnatic and Rogue, is that we've seen new picks come out even when not provoked, and even in high stakes games against some of the best in the standings. Rather, you have Whippo, who's pulling out a couple of different junglers. Rogue, who as a whole seems to experiment more. Also Hansama on mages, on the Ziggs, and and stuff like that. And I feel like that bodes well for them for those future best of five.
Oh, and it certainly does. And I think the development of both these teams is a pleasure to watch. You're getting a ton of creativity coming out of Bwipo, something he was always known for in top lane, and really from Fnatic as a whole. And additionally for Rogue, not only is it creative picks, you heard from Trimby in the interview as well, creative options, not just playbook League of Legends anymore, trying to branch out, trying to do crazier things. And that's what you need if you want to win in the best of fives.
Speaking of creativity, we did saw some spicy picks yesterday. It was our first day on 11.14, especially. Schalke's Aurelia comes to mind, of course. Treats' Dr. Mundo jungler. And then also one of the new top lane picks, Wonders Sejuani top. I'm really happy that we have the boss here for that. Because talk to me about top lane Sejuani. What does she do well and what does she bring to a team?
Right, Sejuani top lane. It's a tank. Not the greatest laner in my experience. As you saw Wunder, he needed help and he still went down. But you saw as well as he was getting towards the late game and he was scaling, he became this standard tank and he was even able to beat Set in the 1v1.
Do you think maybe it's a little bit of a band-aid solution? Because knowing that, well, then we don't really need to worry about Wonder necessarily because he's still going to offer what we need in the team, or is that too harsh?
Yeah, no, I do believe it's just a solid pick for the team, really. And it kind of stabilized the whole comp when you pick it. And that's the key thing.
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, you're holding back a little bit, and I respect that. You're trying to give us your best, most disciplined analytical opinion, because I know you think this champion is trash. I mean, you made it. You got through. You talked about all the strengths. You avoided it.
She's pretty bad, yeah.
But we'll see. We'll see how good it can work out. Obviously, as highlighted, the lane phase is a little bit weak, but another champion who did receive a ton of attention on this patch, almost mini rework level, to be completely honest, is Aurelia. Now, when you get camped and top lane dived by Rogue over and over again, no pick is going to look good, but I do think Aurelia is a champion in general. It's super strong. Her win rate is shot through the roof. She does a lot of work in solo queue, and we saw when she was popular in pro previously, she can be a massive pick. Niski's played her mid lane last season. There's a lot of players who would love to use this champion, leader amongst them, so I want to see more of that.
Oh yeah, I love seeing Aurelia in pro play, especially when it comes out with the shy levels of top laners. I don't know if we have those in Europe at this point in time. I'm sure we do, or in the mid lane. And then Dr. Mundo, we saw going into the jungle as well for Treats. What did you make of that?
Yep, Dr. Mundo. Reworked recently. Yeah, he got picked up. There's kind of a hidden rule in League of Legends. Any champion that has been reworked or released recently have to be OP for some reason. Riot rules, I guess. So Mundo reworked a month ago. And of course, his numbers are crazy high for some reason. And yeah, as you can see, he's kind of popping off.
Yes.
Yeah, his numbers are through the roof. I can't even debate that. Obviously, the champion is incredibly strong. You saw Treats with some of those bot lane dives. How is this champion tanking so much damage with effectively no items? I have no idea. But you can see why he's being picked up. The numbers are big. He may not have CC, but it doesn't matter.
A tank with no CC is OP. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure, man.
Yeah, right. In any case, nice to see a couple of new picks finding them way into the LEC meta. Now we're going to give the boss even more power. We already brought him onto the LEC, and we're going to look at some reportable plays from LEC Summer so far. If you can grab your button.
I got a magical button.
Yeah, you got a magical button. So basically, we're going to look at a play, and then the boss can decide if it is reportable or not. Let's take a look at the first one.
Oh, exciting.
Yes, let's see. Your judge, jury, and executioner. Okay, this is Kaiser. Oof.
He whiffed the flash completely. And then he goes in.
Yeah.
Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, and he just dies on the turret. Okay, yeah. That's a little bit in, but I do believe his team abandoned him there in the middle of that.
Okay.
I wouldn't put that one on Kaiser, to be honest.
Okay. He did say in the Kia mic check afterwards that it was just his Hex Flash coming off cooldown at a very unfortunate time.
I wouldn't report it.
Okay, no reported. All right. Next up, we have some stopwatch shenanigans, apparently. Let's take a look.
Oh, here we go. Ooh.
Oi, oi, oi.
Ooh.
It looks good, you know, shiny.
And that's it?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Is that, how do you feel?
Yeah. Is that reportable or not, knowing that, you know, a fight may ensue?
Everyone has fat-fingered in League of Legends. Everyone has been there. If it's Flash, if it's TP, now stopwatch, everyone has been there.
Okay, are you being completely honest here? Or?
I feel like you're holding. I feel like
you're
looking like the ref in the Euro finals here. There's like someone needs to literally get pulled down before you're going to give a yellow out or report anybody.
Is a good player. There's no report to.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Glad we got that squared. away. Let's take a look at our next one, and it is from SK Gaming versus Fnatic. Okay, they're just chasing.
Okay.
A lot of chasing.
Power diving.
Nice dive, no? Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Little sang.
so I guess.
We're going on a journey.
So is it reportable that SK didn't kill him? Is that it?
Auto Q.
Oh, I remember
auto.
this.
Oof.
Ooh.
Oh no, SK.
Are they gonna keep going?
Oh no.
Oh no, 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 no.
Oh no.
Ooh.
Ooh.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
Tristana reports supporting jungle here, by the way. That is unacceptable.
Really,
hit the report button.
Okay, it's reported. It's reported. I mean, really nice. But you can't, if there's a low health target, how can you not keep
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think what I deem to be acceptable behavior should be judged for pro players because I chase. I'm a greedy boy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think we should use my standards.
If anything, Pyke should be honored.
He baited. Yeah, wow. With that is some
Pike did
spin.
pretty well.
I like that.
Flip, all
Really,
right.
really
Okay, one
outsmarted
last
them.
one we have time for, apparently, and
You
it's
got
from
one-
a
you got
game
one-
yesterday. We have one more. We have one more.
One more.
It's from a game yesterday.
Sure.
Let's take a look. I'm just vibing to the music here. Okay. Oh, I remember this. I think leader
Oh.
channeling the
I mean,
teleport.
this is a 9x. This is where everyone agrees to report him,
Okay.
and probably into a ban
Okay.
from Riot.
Oh my God.
Unacceptable.
I mean, that's very
What-
topical
how
when
does
you're
that even
talking
happen?
about
Okay, I'm
leader.
just. All right, you gotta explain to me what's the difference between fat fingering Zanya's and fat fingering
No, but
TP on
that
the
is
tier 2.
unacceptable. Did you see? Nah.
Are you pressing the button?
Yes,
Okay,
obviously.
okay. Oh, I got that noise. Amazing. Thank you for that. A little bit of fun end games. We did talk to Leader yesterday, and he's totally fine with it. He explained, you know, he thought he was going to die bot lane, so it's all good. G2, though, they will have to avoid mistakes tonight as they go up against the stampeding Fnatic in our much anticipated match of the week. It's warm in here. Whew.
Exciting.
I mean, I already know I'm getting a lot of flack for whatever's going on in G2.
He will try to farm, and he won't be the reason his team loses, but he will neither be the reason that his team wins.
And I think that's one of the big questions on a lot of fans' minds. Is Reckless doing enough for this G2 lineup in these big games?
For sure, also my spot wouldn't be guaranteed by any means. If I'm failing this summer, I wouldn't be surprised if G2 considers having someone else in my place. And I know for sure if we don't make Worlds, that's going to be even worse. There's a lot of things on the line.
It feels like G2 is not very used to losing. You have two choices: to come back stronger out of it and learn a lot, or to crumble as a team, and I've experienced both. I hope they can turn it around, so we will have a good match.
The times when you come together as a team is when you're losing. I think when you're winning, it's easy to forget why you're winning in the first place.
Paranoia is absolutely, you have the chance to go wherever you please. It's going to be mid.
It is going to be mid indeed. Good knocker by some time.
It feels like we are really a team right now, and everyone is doing their part. We have a lot of creativity in our plays.
Now they're starting the Baron, they're so fast. They can actually deny vision with the Nocturne, and they're doing this right now. It's gone.
We had a new rising star in the top lane. Adam.
The thing with Adam is his willingness to die is what I love about this guy.
The showstopper's still available. He gets the dunk down. Adam is finally taken out. As now the rest of Fnatic have arrived. The knocker from Hylissang sends Vitality to the fountain.
I just really like the way that Fnatic is playing recently. Whatever Bwipo chooses to do, the whole of Fnatic will pile up and go with the same call. And that's probably what G2 is going to have to work around, because Bwipo is also very aggressive, and that can be heavily punished by the caliber of players in G2 that are so quick to punish mistakes.
He, alongside G2, can find their form again as he now finds the 1v1 against Hansama and a classic Happy B.
This Reckless jumps towards Larsen. That's a lot of damage. Reckless is dominating.
You've been here for so long, and you are still, you know, performing at such a high level. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I think I still got it.
Big arrows coming in, arrows finding kills. G2 taking the fight. They take out Jeskla. White Knight steals the form, but it's not enough. Wonder and Reckless versus the world.
G2 have now gone 2-0. The stories of their demise were greatly overblown.
It was a long time ago since I felt so happy in a team setting. Here in G2, it feels like the losses are kind of like pulling us together, which is a very different feeling.
After losing Spring Split, we were very desperate to prove ourselves, but that desperation kind of showed in our gameplay, and that's just not who we are, that's not who G2 is.
I mean, that's always the goal, of course, to become the Fnatic of old that was dominating the league, but it's still a long way ahead.
It would feel good for sure to kind of push G2 out of playoffs. I think G2 is one of the teams that can probably beat us on our way to win LEC, and it would be really good to get them just off.
No matter what form either of these teams are in, it is always a thrill to watch G2 and Fnatic go toe-to-toe.
Goosebumps all over. What an unreal match of the week video. And they are going to be both on stage. So Fireworks, Fnatic won last time in the summer season. What are you looking out for in this matchup, in the match of the week, G2 versus Fnatic, boss?
As you said, super excited for the game. I'm mostly I'm sorry. As a G2 fan, I'm mostly concerned about the top lane situation, all right? No offense to Wunder, but if, history has shown, Wunder last split, Sion tank Raga's duty, this split Sejuani Mundo. I'm gonna be real. If he picks a tank versus a player like Adam, who is so aggressive and plays these bruiser champions, I fear for G2, and I think Wunder can match the bruiser playstyle. It's just, they really need to think about what to do with the top lane. I don't think the tank situation is a good approach here.
Yeah.
And we'll have to see how they adjust there, right? Because you saw Odawamne on this patch was talking a lot about how top lane is getting more attention. It has been more the focus. And G2 has been putting Wunder on the back foot, letting him be the one to bear the brunt of a lot of pressure, give him a bad matchup. And we talked about it. Sejuani, yes, she'll stabilize, but falling behind against Adam, when Adam starts getting going, he is a very scary player to go up against.
That he is. Also leading the board in terms of solo kills and always getting himself out of sticky situations. I think for Adam, this would also be a great chance to just show what he can do if Wunder does pick a tank. We'll see what happens today. It is a huge matchup, but we're also going to listen to Upset, as he was a guest for Dracos on Euphoria, and he's going to tell us a bit more about this matchup. I'm lying. This is later. First, we're going to talk. No, I'm not lying. It's now.
Or is it?
Is it?
Or is it not?
Let's go.
When you said G2 2019 was like unbeatable in a sense in Scrim, just like they're a lot different, do you think actually you've gotten better as a team, like your team, the league itself, gotten better?
And they weren't unbeatable. I thought me and Igna were always doing like decent against the bot lane, but it was just what I termed 3 fakers topside.
The 3 faker topsides.
Yeah. And the game's just unplayable no matter what happens bot, because there's 3 fakers on topside, and it doesn't feel like they have 3 fakers right now.
Okay.
But they are still very good, of course, but I think a lot of topsides. Maybe the league has just improved. I think the gap between them just closed a lot, but I still think they're like top talent in Europe. So I think they're very good, but it's not like I'm particularly scared to play against them, like I said.
Yeah. Do you think that this is going to be a slow maybe climb back to the top for G2? I think a lot of people now, if they see them winning again, are kind of just expecting them to go back to being a top 2, top 3 team in the league. Or do you think that that people should still estimate them as, they're going to playoffs for sure, they're a solid team, but people shouldn't just assume that they're going to be back on top as soon as they start performing again?
To me, Europe, to me, the top 4, which is Rogue, us, Matt, and G2, I could see anyone winning the split, to be honest. I think there's outliers like Misfits and Wit or Excel, let's say. I don't think they're going to win the split, but the top 4, it's really hard to pick one. I mean, of course, I hope that we are going to be the one team, but I think all of these teams have huge upsides, and if the meta fits them right and they get into the right groove when playoffs hits, I think anyone can take it, to be honest. So pretty exciting.
It is exciting. It's nice, and it's also terrible for predictions, because that means who the hell do I actually predict? Who do I actually put faith in?
I can leak your scrims.
Ooh, okay.
I tell you who to pick.
All right, after
but
this.
Don't make it public.
Okay, I won't. Okay, all right.
Scrims can be fake data, though.
Scrims are always fake data.
Yeah.
I've literally never once been satisfied with the information I got from scrims, other than what champions may or may not get picked.
That's pretty accurate. Usually.
Yeah, I have always gotten this team is crushing it in scrims, and then we get here week 1, and whatever team it was, it's just instantly sprints.
Yes,
it's the usual.
It's not flex. I was speaking to to No-Tail yesterday about Dota scrims.
Oh, okay. Just sorry, just No-Tail. Just Dota 2 legend No-Tail. Yeah, I was talking to my boy No-Tail. We go way back. You know, we used to queue up for some pug games, you know, or Pudge games in my case. You know what I'm saying?
Pudge games, good one. Actually, good pun. But he was saying the exact same thing in Dota, where it's like when he was playing in TI, they would lose scrims to a team, for example. But when they play against him on stage, they just get the enemy team. He doesn't even have to do anything, but they get in their own heads. Where they're like
the thing is, I respect Kadril for coming in a completely different game and flexing. Shout out to No-Tail, by the way. But
no, I have more info. So basically, we saw him in rehearsal, and he sat somewhere, and then after he said, "Did you see who sat there? It was No-Tail." And then the next day, when the show is like done, he's like gone for a half hour, and I just walk by, and he's just like talking to No-Tail, and he was so excited. It was the cutest thing ever. Kadril, I'm so happy you get to meet your heroes. In any case, let's...
Wow.
That episode of Euphoria was amazing, by the way. We got so much insight into the match, and I think we need to talk about what will be very instrumental in that one as well, being Fnatic, who made one of the most shocking roster moves ever in EU history, and it could very well be the most successful one. Bwipo is playing in the jungle now, and we want to bring you in and have a bit of a controversial discussion. Do you think Bwipo could deserve the MVP of summer? Spam yes or no in chat now. High-level thoughts first, the boss. A top laner swap to the jungle and doing so well. Sorry, Dracos.
Well, Bwipo basically really good player, right? But I guess maybe top lane is just a useless role, and he role swapped, went into the jungle, and now he's carrying the whole team. Maybe that says something about the role. Maybe that says something about the player. I don't know.
Leave it in the middle.
But
I'm sorry, I can't trust solo queue players to tell me about their role because literally no one says their role is good.
That's true.
Everyone is like, my role is useless. So I'm going to take that part with a grain of salt, but I will say the Bwipo was hugely impactful, and you saw it in the game versus Astralis yesterday. He was a monster. Viego did not look fair in his hands. He got so many resets, so many skirmishes, but ultimately, MVP is a really, really big title, and I don't think Bwipo is there yet because while he has had this incredible game, and this one certainly felt like a bit of a pub stomp, there are a lot of games where he has fallen behind. Notably against the Mad Lions, where he played that Ghost Udyr game. Also similarly coming in against G2, and while they did win in the Xin game in a big way, his early game, he was getting absolutely destroyed by Jankos and Mickey roaming in, but he did have the cards as first inspired, so it's a mixed bag. That said, way more success than I thought I'd see.
And it also seems that Fnatic is just completely on the same page, and all the players that have accolades, or even the newer ones like Adam, seem to be playing out of their mind, and that's helping. What would you say it would take for Bwipo to win the summer MVP?
Sure, I can take it. I want to see good performances, obviously. No, but I also want to see good performances versus better teams, and where he can do more stuff alone and he doesn't have to rely that much on his team. That's what I want to see.
Makes sense.
I completely agree. I think this is the thing, is that when you look at against top teams, he's only played 3 of those games, right? He gets the chance in the second round robin to go back to play a lot of these teams again. If he can have another game against Rogue where he just bodies inspired like he did in that Karthus game, if he can show up in this G2 game today in a big way, that is massive for Bwipo and massive for Fnatic. That said, Fnatic to me is a team that is truly a team. No one player stands above the rest. Part of the reason Bwipo's been so successful in this role is because of how good he is at just playing with Hylissang regardless of role. So based on my criteria for MVP, it's hard to put Bwipo up there, but Fnatic as a team look like a top team and no one can stop them.
Yeah, there are so many people we haven't even mentioned here in the discussion. It's not what we're meaning to do. It seems like the opinion is kind of in the middle for the crowd as well. 55% saying yes, I believe. Let's take a look at the schedule though, because Bwipo and Fnatic, they're closing the day out and the week out in the match of the week versus Fnatic. But every single match is pivotal for the race in playoffs today, Dracos. Some teams can't even afford to lose 1 or 2 games anymore.
Yeah, let's just give it a quick TLDR of each one. XL versus SK, this is supposed to be one of the easy wins for XL. If they lose here against an SK that won yesterday, it is massive. Schalke really also can't afford to lose any more games. Misfits, this is one of the last easy wins they have. The rest of the table is a lot of teams that are in the middle pack fighting against each other. People count Astralis out, they can beat Rogue, suddenly they're right back in it. Vitality Mad, very crucial as they're neck and neck. And of course, G2 and Fnatic, always going to be a big game. Basically, if you are facing a team that is below you, you have to beat them. And if you're facing a team around you, it's doubly important because you move up 1 and you move them down.
And so incredibly important for SK as well. SK Gaming looking to get a comeback run started, and earlier Laura caught up with their rookie support.
Thank you, Shax and Lilith. Thank you so much for joining me on your very first LEC interview. How are you doing?
I'm feeling really good, thank you.
Fantastic. You joined the team not a while ago, but I mean, during difficult times for SK, how has it been working with them? Because they got a lot of wins since you joined the team.
Yeah, it's working pretty well. I felt really welcome already in the start when I joined them, and also scrims are looking pretty good. I feel like I found my place in the team, and yeah.
Yeah. I mean, have they been helping you? Because you're one of the rookies in the LEC, and I feel like coming to SK at such difficult times may be tricky for a rookie. So yeah, how have they been helping you?
I mean, for sure, the thing is, I have a support main in jungle, right? And a really good support on the coaching position. So they just help me like improve when to engage, and like after scrims, we just look over the place and check, okay, should I went in earlier or, yeah.
It's interesting like that you mentioned this because when we looked at stats for SK, we noticed that most of the laners usually stay in lane early on and they don't go a lot for roaming plays, helping other lanes. But yesterday in your game, I noticed that you roam mid lane, you went creating plays. Do you feel like you're getting more comfortable? And how would you describe your playstyle with SK?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Usually I was always kind of a lane player, like more for lane and going for these 2v2 outplays. But recently I felt like I have way more value if I move around the map and like create vision for my team. And yeah, that's why.
Amazing. And it starts to show in SK's performances. And I saw something earlier. You tweeted that you were looking forward to facing Markoon and Advien in Excel. Is there a reason why?
I mean, it's just because they are rookies as well. So I think it's just a great opportunity to show who's the better rookie.
What does it mean for you to be a rookie in the LEC, actually?
I mean, it's pretty insane. I don't even feel that nervous playing on stage. I feel like I'm playing even better than usual. But yeah, it's just really insane to play here.
Well, we're lucky to have you here, Lilip. Is there any words you would like to say for the fans or someone in particular?
Yeah, I want to greet Beryl.
Beryl, wow. Okay, that's a good one. But thank you, Lilip. Have fun against Excel today. And maybe we'll see you for a post-game interview. Back to you, Shucks.
Thank you so much. What a great interview. Aim for the stars. Just say hi to Beryl. I love it. And, you know, aptly called out there as well, the fact that SK is up versus XL. 2 rookie supports. And for either of these teams, it's really starting to count, especially for SK.
Oh, certainly the case. And I think the good news for SK fans is that you have a glimmer of hope to hold on to after that game yesterday. Massive performance from Treats and from the SK team as a whole, certainly making Mundo look incredibly powerful. But that said, it is an uphill battle. Look at the schedule ahead of them. Yeah, XL you go maybe that's possible, but then it's G2, it's Fnatic. Let's call it a little bit of a stress reliever on Astralis, maybe a better chance there. Instantly into Misfits and Rogue to close the season. So as good as Treats has been, as much as Lilip seems to be aware of the team issues and that they are progressing, it may be too little too late. It is so hard for SK to do anything this season.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at having to play G2, having to play Misfits, having to play Rogue, and every game possibly being the death of you when it comes to playoffs. I feel this is apt. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
It's the consequences of your actions, SK. You've lost so many games at the beginning of the season, and now you have to show up. But I won't let us detract that from the fact that Lilip is showing up, that SK was able to beat Mad. We know that the possibility is there, and we know that Treats has found the spot in the jungle.
Well, and we're also in the LEC, and as much as I'm going to get meme for narrative on this one, every time it feels like we count a team out, there's some mysterious miracle run, there's some crazy upset. So until they're out, they're not out, and that's ultimately the case. Treats was massive yesterday. Lilip is clearly getting better day by day with the lineup, so we just have to see what SK can do.
We do. Finally, I do want to touch on XL before we get over to the casters. Nukeduck in particular, such a big point of contention, I think, for XL and this lineup, but he is also finding his groove. We got to admit it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think obviously Markoon is going to be one of the big flashy players. He's getting his hands on the Lee Sin, hands on the Diana, so you're always going to look towards him. But Nukeduck, to me, when he gets ahead in the early game, we see the team take off. They had the Diana Yasuo combo. That game looked fantastic, even with a small deficit. But the LeBlanc game is what I look at for this guy. At the start of the season, it was the Akali, it was the Zir. He was a one-man army when all of Excel was struggling. But now that he has a bit more of a solid roster to surround him, I want to see more proactive champions. I want to see champions that can set up and can snowball. Because while Excel have had some scrappy moments, and certainly did yesterday versus Misfits, they have looked best when they can get an early lead on Nukeduck and snowball that to victory.
Markoon and Advien, I think, first stage game in the LEC today. So we'll see what happens. This is a must-win for both teams. So let's see who comes out on top as the race for playoffs continues with Hiprain and Jamada. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Hello and welcome to the caster desk as we're getting ready to go into our first game of the day. This is SK taking on XL, and it's an important one for both of these teams. They are currently at the bottom of those standings and looking for a spot in the playoffs. You know, there's only one game that separates these teams, and I think typically we get excited about kind of the top teams and watching these bigger teams, but when it's these playoff race teams, and, you know, for a team like XL as well, who've never made it to the playoffs, these games are very, very important. Jamada, both of these teams seem to be finding their form right now, though. So how do we feel going into this game?
I mean, definitely around XL, right? There's a lot of sort of hype around them, especially with Marco and Advian coming in. They look like a much better team. And like Drake was saying on the desk just now, especially Nuke Duck, he's looking even more solid than he was because of these additions to the roster. So hopefully for them, they can make their first playoffs. But for SK, we also just saw the strength of schedule is not great, right? That is a very tough way to round out the split. So, you know, yes, we do meme teams, or teams do get memed when they are at this stage of the split. This is the kind of game where you have to pick up the win, and then you just kind of have to pray and hope that you can go into these later games and pick up the wins against those stronger teams.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw with the addition of Markin and Advian as well to these rosters that, you know, XL looked unlocked. They looked so much better. Nuke Duck was able to play more proactive champions in the mid lane, like these TFs, these LeBlancs, the champions that he could sync up well with his jungler and make an impact on the map. But even with all these great performances, and I've seen so many people praising online about this new version of XL and how much better they look, they're struggling to actually translate these games into wins. They've only won 2 of their last 5 games. Exactly the same score here for SK Gaming as well. SK won versus Mad yesterday, though, and, you know, maybe a bit of a win we didn't see coming, as we are heading through into Champ Select.
We are indeed, and going to be very interesting to see how these teams prioritize what. Of course, we saw Treats on the Mundo yesterday, one of the champions that was kind of, you know, touched up a little bit, along with Lilia and Irelia too. We'll see if those champions will show their heads as well later throughout the day. But here we are going into draft XL versus SK.
I think when we go down into the ban phase, it's probably going to be more of the same, though. We see a lot of the similar kind of champions getting banned away. We'll see where the attention goes and kind of what these teams are looking to pick as their first priority. The Mundo getting denied. Treats obviously first picking that in the jungle in the last game versus Man, getting a double kill with it bot lane. So kind of a bit of an understandable ban there, followed up by a Diana. Pretty much standard bans across the board, though, so far.
Yeah, definitely. I think you can still say about SK Treats has been sort of one of the shining lights about this roster. Whenever SK do okay in the early game, it's normally off the back of Treats' early game performances. So definitely understandable bans, followed up by the Thresh, very standard, very typically. And SK, a lot of Marcoon focus by the bans. Diana, Xin Zhao, Tristana going to be removed away by XL as well. Wonder if SK want to just kind of throw down all the jungle bans, maybe toss out something like the Lee Sin or the Volibear as well. But it will leave things like the Gwen open, which, you know, there's just so many picks on this patch in general, which are just so ridiculously strong. It feels like you get sort of 6, 7, 8 champions that are consistently banned, and it's just this kind of mosh pit between all of these very strong champs being first picked. But it's actually going to be Kalista focus for Patrick, and there's the Gwen actually first picked as highlighted. So let's see how SK want to respond. You've got, of course, the Viego, you've got strong AD carries as well to pick up if you want that, and the Akali is available as well. Did get hit with the nerf, feels a little bit clunkier to play, but generally speaking, the champion is about as strong as it was before. A couple of others still going to go through. Jace will be the option for SK here.
I think you need to be a little bit worried, though, if you do just blind pick Akali, because we highlighted, it was highlighted on the desk, but Nuke Duck plays this LeBlanc, and LeBlanc has a fantastic matchup. Yeah. It's such a good matchup, so I feel like you don't want to be blind picking the Akali here, so they're just going to go for the Jace and Leona, kind of keeping that Jace a bit flexible, can get moved around the map a little bit here, but XL looking now towards their next rotation. Obviously, they've got this Gwen locked in, and again, it's still technically a flexible pick, so they might try and keep the flex alive as we head a little bit deeper into this champ select. Taking their time with it, thinking about what they want to lock in, but they are just going to go for the Viego here.
They will, and I like it. I think you've already got 2 strong topside champions. We did see the Varus hover. I wouldn't mind it, to be honest. You kind of set yourself up for potentially a strong bot side. You could round out by just taking all of your top side champs as well if you want another solo laner, but I think holding the flexibility of Gwen and Viego are really good. I think Varus definitely the right call here. And it does give SK the opportunity to lock in their AD carry here if they want it. I would imagine that would be the case, or the bottom laner in this case could be Ziggs. Something we've seen pretty sharp rise in priority kind of across the world, I feel like, and in some of the regional leagues too. Got a lot of buffs. Did get hit on this patch, but honestly, the nerf wasn't too big. And it's going to definitely spread out some of the damage profile here. So SK, if they want to, they're not too pressured into having to take, an AP jungler or anything like that. The Ziggs alone can be more than enough now. In terms of bans, I think probably moving away... okay, I was actually going to pull out maybe supports, but instead they want to remove away Nuke Duck's LeBlanc, which, honestly, pretty understandable if you saw his LeBlanc games recently. Could also have that followed up by Twisted Fate, I would imagine, if they're going to go down the full-on hammering onto Nuke Duck. And for XL, I suppose probably just junglers at this point. Anything you want to see Treats not on, maybe something like the Volibear, take away any early agency options for him would probably be the best shot for XL.
I would like to see a little bit more engage added to XL. Their big problem yesterday versus Misfits was they didn't have a engage, and they just couldn't find the fight. They were getting poked out too hard. Understandable, to pick themselves up the Varus. It obviously has that non-committal engage from the Chains of Corruption, and the TF, like you highlighted, was taken away. Kind of shuts down some of Nuke Duck's kind of roaming capabilities, because typically Blue has sat in lane, and that is pretty much all he's done during the laning phase for the side of SK. He doesn't seem to move that much, and Nuke Duck really likes to roam around the map, especially with Marcoon since the addition of him. So the Volibear going to get denied here, kind of an aggressive jungler. We'll see what the answer is going to be. It looks like it is going to be the Ziggs in the bot lane, and they're going to put the Lucian in the mid lane. So what is Nuke Duck going to fire back with here?
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an irritating champion to deal with in the mid lane. Of course, the Viego Gwen both still flexible. So we've got to wait to see exactly whether they potentially chuck the Viego in the mid lane into the Draven. I'm looking at the whole remedy, pardon, the Lucian. But Lucian in general, pretty strong pick here, just in the sense of they didn't really have great DPS, right? If you go towards a Baron, could definitely struggle, but really strong rotation here from XL. You get the set, potential engage, and then you also get the Rakan, which in lane, yes, can certainly struggle into the Leona, but when you think about Ziggs likely to kind of be left on an island, and we did see yesterday, got a lot of nice roams off, and I imagine that's maybe what SK could go for here. If they can find a nice junglist in the pool to pair up with the Leona, and it will be Gragas, actually, which I feel like we don't see too often, but Treats, no stranger to it, so that's going to be the compositions here. I'm liking what both teams have, in all honesty. I think for XL, you've got strong side lane presence, you've got a lot of re-engage potential as well between the Rakan and the set. So if SK do decide to try and get aggressive via the Leona, via the Gragas, they can have things turned back on them, but they do have SK a lot of range to play with between the Jace and the Ziggs, and a lot of non-committal engage too. So if SK want to sort of play in front of objectives, they get in front of objectives first. It can potentially be a little bit difficult for XL to approach if they can't find some nice flank angles.
My eyes are really going to be on Blue in this game. I need to see a good performance from him. I need to see him pair up with Treats, because if Marcoon is kind of just left to run around the map and do what he pleases, I feel this could get a little bit scary for them. But I do like what both teams have got. Like you said, I actually think this Gragas is really nice, just because it can scatter XL, and again, both teams have that non-committal engage, but the ability to kind of stop them from diving in is going to be really impactful there from the Gragas. We'll have to see how it's going to go. I've still got my eyes on Blue. I know I keep saying it, but I need to see it from Blue. I need to see a good performance here. He's on the Lucian versus the Set, so he should kind of get free roam of that lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, Set can, after a couple of levels, sometimes try and find priority, but I think realistically, for Nuke Duck here, it's going to be more about kind of surviving the laning phase and looking towards getting some CS under his belt, and then those team fights, getting those re-engages, going to be the thing for him working with Marcoon.
And we are on to the Rift for our first game of the day. This is SK versus XL. Currently, SK are tied in 9th place with Schalke. A loss here would drop them down into 10th, only momentarily, depending on the Schalke game after this. Yeah. XL trying to climb their way up, trying to find a way in to those playoffs. And remember, we talked about it quite a lot, but I think it is important. This is a very important game for SK just because the rest of their games coming up are very hard. They've got GT, they've got Fnatic, they've got Astralis, they've got Misfits, and they've got Rogue. They are the 5 final games for SK. Losing here is going to make climbing so hard and making all of those games incredibly important for SK.
It's almost an effective death sentence away from making it to playoffs if you do drop this game. Not to say that they can't go on to beat practically the entirety of the top half of the LEC, but working with probability here, likelihood isn't that high. So definitely need to pick up this win. For XL though, I mean, stakes really high for both these teams realistically, right? But I think for XL in particular, a team with a lot of hopes behind them now. Surprisingly, I don't feel like a lot of people would have been saying this at the start of the split, especially after the first 2 weeks or so. Picking up these wins, going into the back half of the split. I think it's XL and Vitality, the 2 teams in the bottom half of the table that everybody's looking at to probably snag up that final playoff spot. But it does start here for both these teams, in particular XL.
As expected, Blue is getting that kind of early pressure in the mid lane on the Lucian, so just going to go down, place some vision in Markun's jungle, who's done a full blue side clear. Markun actually looking to get a little bit aggressive. Coming in towards that mid lane, got level 3, so he's got the Spectral Maw, he's got everything available. The Flash Face Breaker thrown down by Nuke Duck. Markun misses out on the Spectral Maw, and Blue's able to flash away to safety.
Yeah, but that is still flash blown from Blue. If they can get back to the mid lane, maybe Advian could come up here as well at some point. Trying 3-man Blue could definitely yield some results. But for Markun, nice bit of aggression. It is 2 flashes for 1, so technically SK do trade up on the summoner spells, but nonetheless, it's not really going to affect Markun's pathing too much. Still going to pick up the red buff, the Raptors, and then go to get the chickens, where, see, Patrick Advian, they've got lane priority here. It's, of course, mid lane priority for Blue still, but they know where Treats is, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Unless he tries to get really aggressive without bottom lane priority, I doubt Treats is going to look for a double skull.
No, I don't think so. We can already see Markun's on his scuttle anyway, so not too much to be picked up in the blue side jungle. Markun, that has been fully cleared out by Treats. Same for Treats on Markun's blue side, so both of these junglers just going to be picking up all of their camps. Although it does look like Treats is sniffing around the top lane. Cry's obviously going for the flash, not for the flash, going for the ghost and the TP, so hasn't got that flash to kind of jump away from the belly bop. But Cry's will be a-okay for now. So we are seeing a small CS lead building up in the bottom side of the map. Patrick's got himself 30 CS to 23. We're only 4 minutes in, so it's a little bit nice just to get that early lead there.
Yeah, Varus still doing Varus things. Still one of the strongest lane bullies in the game at the moment, or at least in meta. And Jezu in general, you don't really want to try and contest until you get a couple of points in the bouncing bomb. That's when Q does kind of come online, you can trade back a little more hefty. But to be expected, the CS deficit. That's forced to use the satchel for the cannon, but that's okay. I think for SK though, still looking towards Treats, where exactly is he going to pounce first? You have, honestly, decent setup on the bottom side. And you've had mid lane priority the entire time, and Blue has now actually shoved in this wave. See what SK might want to do with the priority that they do consistently have in this mid lane for now.
Well, they know there's no vision now.
Yeah. Could lead to potentially early objective control here towards the Dragon. Nuke Duck is going to find this control ward, so we'll clear it out. A little less vision for SK to work with, but still have that Raptor ward to work with, so not going to feel too bad about it.
I want to talk a little bit about scaling then, because I might have to hold that because Jesse's actually getting jumped onto. Patrick flashes forward. Jesse's been ignited and he's going to be going down. First blood picked up in the bot lane for XL, but the double belly bop's going to land and Patrick is all on his lonesome trying to get a little bit of extra damage into Lilith, but not going to be able to find it. And Advian now being run down, stunned up by the Shield of Daybreak, and there's the final belly bop as Advian will be falling to Treats. That's 2 for SK in the bot lane.
Yeah, and we asked, what are SK going to do with the priority? They eventually get Blue to teleport down, and Treats also paths over to the bottom side skirmish. Jezu and Lilith do get 2v2 killed, but doesn't really matter. Patrick and Advian punished for it, and now immediate kind of cross-map play here. They've got a wave underneath the Tower of Genax. He does have flash, but 3 members against 1. I'm not sure he's going to make it out of this one.
It's going to be hard as Kryze has already thrown out the needlework. Showstopper use, Gen X has flashed. He's actually dodging away a lot of this damage and getting some fire off as Nukeduck has to put the shield up. Kryze is able to get the kill and Nukeduck just about survives. That was close.
Oh my goodness, very, very close, but still XL, they make the response work. Gen X gonna have to likely teleport back up here if he wants to pick up the wave. Lilip and Treats did try to get to the top side to respond, but not quite gonna make it. Oh, they might interrupt Kryze.
Ooh, Kryze, he's been caught! Kryze is down. He can skip, he can slash, but he can only go so far as Gen X will take him down.
Yeah, nice roam from Treats and Lilip as well. Are able to get onto that, and happy to see Lilip out of lane. Get to see Jezu kind of just sit in the bottom side, but it's more of what we saw yesterday from Lilip. So hopefully he continues this pairing up with Treats to try and attack some of these lanes of XL. The bottom side, like you said, it's definitely punishable, can be hard. They punished after the 2v2. With no more summoner spells available to Patrick and Advian, definitely could be an angle of attack. And immediately again, XL on the opposite side of the map to where SK just made their previous play, trying to find whatever resources they can take away. Really nice proactivity so far from them in the early game.
Yeah, and as you can see, being toggled here is the vision. It is completely dark for SK on this side of the map. There is that one ward which Patrick was just spotted out on, but I don't think Lilip's going to be able to stop Markoon from taking this blue buff. Places the ward down, and Markoon going to strip away a little bit of these jungle camps, starting up the Gromp as well. Treats is on the top side of the map though, and Kryze, remember, still doesn't have his ghost back up as he's being jumped onto. Treats may look to just chase in with one last belly pop, and Kryze will be going down, getting the snip off onto Gen X, but Gen X will secure the kill. Meanwhile, the bomb, everything lands onto Patrick. He's going low, gets taken down. Jesu's able to find the kill. It is just action across the board right now, Jamada.
Yes, the gank in the top side, and immediately SK also find 2v1 kill onto Patrick. Curious as to how Patrick found himself engaged onto. Had my eyes on that top gank, of course. Now XL, what are they going to do? Because they've been very quick to respond to a lot of these plays.
Oh, they have. They're looking for the knockoff on the blue. Blue is able to flash away for the moment. Nukeduck puts the shield down and secures the kills. Markoon will steal the form and jump to safety. Every time a play is made, the other team fires back, and we might not be done. Treats is looking for Nukeduck, although the charge is going to land. Actually hits him with the cast, gets the face break to interrupt the belly button at the moment. Nukeduck is just about able to survive. How the hell did he do that one? Lilip now, can he get close enough? I don't think he can. SK just about unable to find the kill onto the mid.
Nukeduck gets away with murder for that one. Treats does dodge out on the re-engage with the stopwatch, so that is something blown on his end. Man, set regen plus, I think Advian just about got the Battle Dance shield onto him. Enough to keep him healthy and alive. Gold up on our screens. Take a look at where any major differences lie. It's only a couple of hundred, just about everywhere across the board. Total gold lead does lie in SK's favor though. About 1,000 gold up, and with plays being so back and forth, I wonder who's actually going to look towards these first neutral objectives and who's going to prioritize what, because at the moment, it feels like SK, honestly, they kind of have three pretty decent lanes to work with right now. Gen X obviously just got a lot of attention, sort of back-to-back, picked up 2 kills. Lilip and Jezu basically kind of have, I'm not going to say priority, but Lilip knows that he can leave Jezu on the bottom side alone. And with that in mind, it seems like SK might just prioritize this Herald. What is Markoon and Advian going to do about it? What are XL going to do about it? Are they going to look to contest? Are they going to try and cross-map? It looks like they actually want to try and make a play onto Advian.
You have to be oh so careful. Advian's able to dodge away from everything. SK are able to throw over the wall. That's the solar flare, that's the culling down. And now they might look for some kind of a re-engage, although Advian's still not got level 6. He's been roaming so much. He is actually really lacking in the old experience department right now.
Yeah, he is, but at the end of the day, Lilip and Blue just blew their ultimates, so ult economy is definitely still in XL's favor, even if Advian isn't level 6 right now. I think he's in the mid lane, yeah, to try and tick over to level 6. There you go. And with that in mind, SK shouldn't be able to contest this Herald anymore. Looks like they're going to try and quickly respond with the Dragon on the bottom side, but nice win for XL, if you ask me. First Herald usually more worth than that first Dragon buy. It's to do with what pressure you can buy from a potential Dragon stack. However, SK now, instead of going for that Dragon, they want to try and dive Patrick.
Well, Advian is here. He's got himself the charm to try and get everybody knocked up with the quickness for now. As that's going to be one for Patrick already. It's just been turned straight back on its head as Lilip will go down and Patrick will secure a double kill.
XL went out on both sides of the map here. They get the Herald on the top side. Advian early rotates back down to the bottom side, expecting a cross map of some sorts, and reads the play correctly. Knocks up Treats underneath the tower. Doesn't have the stopwatch. Blew it earlier, so he didn't get engaged onto by Advian, actually, funnily enough. But didn't have it for this one. Dies to the tower. And then Lilip as well gets run down. Real nice read on the play from Advian and XL. Now let's see what they're going to do with the Herald. Also, the Dragon is still in play, so they technically got a trading tool up on SK if they also want to try and prioritize this Dragon too. Denying that one away from SK could potentially be big. Giving over most souls to Ziggs kind of feels bad. And in general, SK, because of the power of their composition when it comes to the range and non-committal engages, if they are in front of objectives first, it can get kind of tough. So if you can try and sneak those away, especially the first, you know, Dragon, maybe two, to avoid the potential pressure of an early soul, could be very nice. Though I say early soul, no Dragon's been picked up. We're almost 12 minutes into the game. Have a replay of the dive. As you see, quite frankly, it's just really nice from Advian, able to knock treats up. Patrick flashes away, cleanses immediately all of the CC. Lip has nowhere else to go either. Nukeduck does teleport down. I didn't quite get to see what credit he got, if any.
I don't think he got any, to be honest with you, mate. If I'm going to be completely honest.
Moral support. Either way,
yeah.
Jezu, hey, got the bottom lane tower with the satchel. So that's a nice sum of gold injected into his back pocket. And SK, they still end up getting the Dragon. And all things considered, still up 2,000 gold, give or take. So SK do sit pretty happily right now. Do have to still consider, however, the sitting gold in Marcoon's pocket with that Rift Herald.
Yeah, we've also got to keep in mind, let's take a look at the items, because our first few items are starting to come in. You've got the Liandry's, you've got the Divine Sundra, and the Eclipse onto SK for Genax. On the side of XL, got Divine Sundra finished up for Marcoon, Eclipse finished up for Patrick, but that's it as far as completed items go right now. So definitely down a little bit in the old gold department, but Shelly actually might get stopped here thanks to that one. The charge is going to go down. They are just about able to pick it up. That was almost way closer than it needed to be. Jezu almost saving the day of the tower. That means it's going to be chunked out a little bit, and that second Rift Herald could always result in the mid lane tower collapsing.
Yeah, definitely good value Herald. Very unfortunate for SK to not be able to take it down. I think 111 health was what it had when it crashed in.
Oof.
Pretty unfortunate, but definitely since the side lane tier 2 towers have been changed to have so much gold packed into them, been a little bit of a debate, as I might have to hold this point. Advian could get picked onto, but a lot of mobility, so gonna be pretty okay here. As maybe they switch targets to Nukeduck. Even he's got a lot of vision to work with, so I think they're just gonna drop into lane assignments here. Not much else, but yeah, with these side lane tier 2s, there's so much gold, there's a lot of debate around like where to put the Herald now. I think a lot of teams are starting to default towards the mid lane. I think in a game like this, where Ziggs is in it, taking down the tier 1 mid, a lot of extra value, just because Ziggs can kind of stalemate games just by existing.
He's one of those champions. It's you know, your Zeref, your Aziz, you know, champions that just sit really far back and clear the wave, and they're just super hard to deal with.
Yeah, very, very obnoxious.
Now, Dragon spawning up in 2 minutes 44. It's going to be that Mountain Dragon, second Dragon of the game. SK were able to pick up the first one. We'll see if XL can fire back, or if it's going to be the beginning of a stack here. As you can see, match of the week, GT versus Fnatic, a real classic here in Europe. Make sure you tune in for that. It's game 5 of the day.
You do not want to miss it. Always
I think
delivers.
it's a very different G2 and Fnatic though, from like days gone by.
It's a different tone for sure. It's definitely a different tone. Obviously a lot of debate around G2 overall strength, how they're doing. Obviously Fnatic looking very, very strong. Perhaps one of the few times in the last couple of years where, you know, I feel like you wouldn't be judged for saying Fnatic just outright look stronger right now.
Yeah,
but we'll have to see, because that's how the games always work out. Expectations.
Flashes away. The quickness was actually popped by Advian there, but Genax is able to get away. And that's the ultimate down, but it does give Cry some time just to give the tower a quick haircut.
Yeah. SK all here to respond though, so play won't be long-lived.
Only a couple of auto attacks, but you know, still one tower to none, so there's lots of gold on the map for XL, because they are currently down, and gold is trying to do something about that as Lilith is forced to flash over the wall. Okay. Not going to get caught out by the grand entrance. Lilip able to survive for now, as Marcoon's just going to try and take away a few chicken nuggets from the treats.
Not bad though for XL. They get Genax's flash and they get Lilip's flash. So for Lilip, it's going to limit some of the engage options. Of course, he's still got Hex flash, so it might not be too much harm. But for Genax, going to have to be a little more careful especially with some of the versatility, the instant snap engage that XL have and re-engage. I should be still playing at range with the accelerated shock blast, so can definitely be safe, but without that flash. One wrong step can definitely get him punished with this dragon spawning in 40 seconds. We'll see actually if XL even want to contest it. As they are technically kind of behind on the completed items front. Cry's still searching for the Rift Maker, the rest of XL, except for Advian, do have their mythics on board. But SK, just take a look at the inventory, is kind of just objectively stronger right now. Genax has 2 items with the Eclipse and the Manamune finished up. So it looks like XL instead, they want to try and put their focus on this Herald. However, SK, they're here because the dragon isn't going to spawn yet for another 15 seconds.
We might have a big old scrap here. As Patrick is being pretty heavily zoned away. Lilith just hex flashes over the wall just to threaten. Patrick is just completely zoned from even entering into the river because of all of the Ziggs, bombs, and the casks. But the fight is looking to break on. Marcoon's getting jumped into. There's the quickness onto 2 members as the Chains of Corruption comes down. Nuke looks to jump in, but he's unable to do so. Marcoon will lose his life, and SK will find the kill and take the Herald. It'll be a dragon as well for them as well. SK just completely stopped there.
Yeah. Totally went out on the fight. XL weren't all in sync. Cry's was in base. He did have teleport, but he wanted to finish up that Rift Maker, and because of it, basically Nub's advantage. It starts off with Marcoon getting picked off, and he's the only one that dies, but there's just not enough immediate follow-up on the engage of Advian. Nuke isn't there to find a face breaker or a nice suplex on top of it, and the punish will be SK. They pick up the Herald. They're going to get this mid-tier 1. I imagine they should even get this dragon off the back of it, so that was a really big fight for XL to lose at a time like that.
That was the power of what SK's comp does. That is the power of how Ziggs plays. You can't walk into areas when you can get poked. As we are in the top lane. New Duck's actually found Genax, gets him with a quick haymaker and chunking him out very heavily here as he flashes away. The Battle Dance shield is enough for them to find the killers. Nuke Duck will cash in on the shutdown.
Yeah, Genax trying to find a pick onto Nuke Duck. Hands over his shutdown. That's a nice tidy sum of gold to pick up 500 in total going into Nuke Duck's back pocket. Marcoon again, trying to cross-map on some of these jungle camps, something he's definitely been doing very consistently. As Mega Inferno Bomb going to clear out the top wave, and it will actually stop Nuke Duck from clearing out this top side, so nice usage of the Ulma there. But still, XL, they find themselves behind around 3,000 gold. SK doing a pretty good job. Really good job so far around these neutrals, punishing XL where appropriate.
It's one of those things where everyone's really been praising, you know, the current form of XL.
Yeah.
But I don't think enough people have really been praising SK. They also had a rough start to the split, and, you know, they're starting to find wins pretty consistently.
They're picking them up here and there, yeah. I think for SK, right, it's more about they don't always look like a 5-man unit, a team.
Yes,
when it all comes together, it looks great. I think when it comes together, it looks great. Obviously, you had the early iteration of the roster as well, but it looks like Marcoon maybe looking for a long flank here.
I think that
potentially
Everfrost was actually just enough to shut them down from getting any close. Handed on to Advian, he can't get close, and that's going to be all she wrote in the mid lane. They looked for the fight, they were unable to find the fight, and it's kind of back to just dealing with the waves. But like you said, this is now the Ziggs kind of just stalling out the waves. He's got himself the Leandries, he's got the Oblivion Orb, so he's got enough AP just to be able to trip through these waves nice and easily. And with that tier as well, got a bunch of mana to work with. So mid lane's going to be very hard to take down, and they really needed that Herald to do so.
Yep.
Weren't able to use it and convert that into that mid lane tower. Now, Nuke Duck did pick up the tower on the top side of the map, so he has at least got that. And the gold lead is still 2,000. Well, it's 2,700. Actually, it's less than that. Maths, my math's no good right now, but
it's not your strength.
It's not. Counting. I don't do numbers. I do yelling. Treats might be in for a little bit of trouble here. Is Advian, you got to land those. The Everfrost once again separates him, and he actually gets caught out by the casters. Here comes Lilith, able to dash away with a battle dance to get to safety, but again, it's just a little bit of a fail, a bit of a fumble, a little bit of a failed play is costing XL. They've now not got their quickness to work with.
Yeah, it's not going to be available for the next couple of minutes, but I think in general, if you look at the next couple of minutes, what this game could potentially look like, as I don't think SK, I'm going to look to go on to Marcoon here. I think if you're SK, you're very happy kind of just playing out this game state, the map state, as long as you try and find prior in the mid lane when necessary to pick up vision control around this dragon in particular and the next. Infernal Soul, pretty big deal. Loads of great appliers of it.
I will say this though,
Jezu, yeah.
The Infernal Soul is a blessing for the side of XL, just because of the terrain destruction. We saw at the Rift Herald how powerful Ziggs and Gragas are at controlling the entrances into the river. You've now lost a whole bunch of walls, so it's very easy just to get to the next entrance in a very short amount of time. So a bit of a blessing there for XL. Obviously a curse if SK pick it up, because Ziggs plus Jace with Infernal Soul is just giga doomed. There's no other way to describe it, but we'll have to keep our eyes on that.
Even Treats is going AP at the moment, so
true. Yes,
it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a lot. I think if I'm looking at XL, what they need to potentially do, only 90 seconds till this dragon, but I think you try and create small pockets of fog, like we saw earlier with Advian trying to find that pick onto Treats, and you try and go onto whoever's trying to secure vision around these objectives. Set some shallow vision, try and bait SK into small areas where they want to try and secure some control, and you sort of break up the run of play for them. Try and find that numbers advantage. I mean, even playing around the Gwen at the moment, level 14, got a level advantage over Genax. Might not have the IM advantage, but Gwen is still Gwen at the end of the day. So powerful on the side lane. Could definitely be an in for XL at the moment, but I do feel at these 5-on-5 team fights, XL, there's so many powerful tools for them to work with in terms of agency engage. That can be very good.
Being able to take that turret as well is really nice there for XL, because it means they can now push the waves up higher as Lilith forces Patrick to flash away. That's now flashless Varus. 30 seconds until the dragon spawns means Patrick is going to have to play very cautiously. Does still have his cleanse, but if we look over on this side of SK, it's only Lilith who doesn't have flash. Treats, Genax, Blue, Jezu all got their flashes available and ready to fire. Nukeduck will have his back by the time this dragon spawns up, but he's headed back to base, looking to spend some gold and then teleport into this play, because it's going to be a very important fight here for XL. And SK, they're in the area first. They're the ones who've set up first for the dragon, and they're going to start it.
Yeah, and they've got the IM advantage right now. If they can find an... Okay, I was going to say, if they can somehow find a nice flank, it could be good. We've got a double teleport coming in from Kryze and Nukeduck, but SK, they can respond.
Get the slam off for the moment. Nukeduck stand, but he's got a lot of damage off. Flashes away to safety as Kryze is buying time for the rest of the team. A massive arrow comes through from Patrick, and the needlework is starting to put in some work. XL are just getting absolutely squashed, though, as the turnaround's coming in. I can't tell who's winning this fight. It's so back and forth. At the end of the day, SK have more members, but lower health bars, and I think XL won't be able to stick around for Dragon.
Jezu's stopwatch might have just won that fight for SK, because if he didn't get that off and we see Markoon get the resets on all of those low HP targets, that could be lights out for SK in this fight. Despite the IM advantage, honestly, just a nice angle, but again, XL not entirely all here for the immediate snapping age. Advian wasn't here to follow up on the ultimate, but just all of the AoE damage onto the backline of SK is so much, and it's the stopwatch here. I mean, Markoon, honestly, kind of ignores Jezu anyway. Dives forward, but if he could have gotten that reset, that is almost certainly reset after reset, heartbreaker after heartbreaker. Not going to be the case though. SK walk out of that fight, and they return back to the pit, pick up the dragon. Oh, the damage return from SK was massive across the board from everybody.
It was a lot of damage, and it's getting worse because they just got their third dragon. It's the Infernal Soul picked up for them. Well, not Soul, Soul Point. 4 minutes until that Soul spawns up. So, XL, they need to be cautious from now on, because every dragon is a real threat to them. And it'll be a pretty early Soul as well. We'll be looking at around... Actually, it's a little late. About 28 minutes. 29 minutes. A little late.
Oh my god.
Oh, right. Yeah. Patrick has to just go away
Go
now.
back to Fountain.
Go back and heal. Yeah, right. There's not much you can do.
See you on the next wave, Patrick. That's... Jace is such an obnoxious champion like that sometimes, but...
I mean, so Ziggs. I mean, look at the CDR on Ziggs ult.
Yeah,
it's like, it's like four waves. It's like four waves and he gets it back.
Yeah. XL... Okay, they kind of looked angry that they lost Patrick a bit. They maybe wanted to move forward, but again, a lot of the power of the range in this SK composition. You know, XL, they're engaged. Obviously, you can kind of just walk through the front of these fights, try and front to back. It's not going to be the easiest thing in the world with Gragas and Leona, but it's certainly doable. 600 gold into Blue's pocket off that bottom tier 2. But it's not always going to be the best way to find these fights. We've spoken about it enough. It is really going to be just trying to find those off angles, try and catch, you know, Jezu Blue off guard. Even Genax, honestly, we just saw how much damage he did to Patrick. Finding him wouldn't be a bad idea either.
And it's an interesting thing because we were talking a lot about the game before, you know, the show started, and the way that both of these teams are playing, because they're very close in the standings. It's very easy to draw a comparison between these two teams. But, you know, we really felt that XL were the team that had been looking better, because even in their wins, SK's wins have been very close games when XL, when they found their wins, were pretty decent. As might have to hold that fort as Lilip's getting jumped onto here. Chains are going to spread and Treats is locked down as Nukeduck makes his way forward. They're looking for the knock up a great solar flare into the stop, which an Avian is caught out for the moment. Jumps away, caught out by the belly bot, flashes away to safety, and Blue comes in with a culling. Avian is just obliterated, and Lilip is able to survive.
Yeah, Everfrost from Treats actually interrupted, if I call that correctly, Advian's grand entrance with his Ulma up. Stopped XL's advance entirely, turned around in their face too. XL lose their support. Great response from SK all around. And again, XL, you can tell, they know where their head is at right now. They have to try and find picks like this to try and sort of turn the tables, give control over, or buy control back from SK rather, in these kind of areas around the Baron. Because again, when SK get control like this around these neutrals, it just gets so difficult.
Oh, good dodge there, but he's still caught out by the belly bot. Nukeduck jumps in, they get the Spectral more off, and Blue gets chunked heavily. Yeah. Haymaker's balanced, man. Haymaker's so balanced.
What you mean to say is it's not. It's all right. You don't have to lie to the viewers. It's cool.
Here's a public service announcement. Set's kind of broken. Haymaker is so ridiculous.
Look,
ridiculous.
If you think that one ability potentially dealing, you know, what, like 3,000 through 5,000 damage potentially in one button click isn't balanced, I don't know what to tell you.
It's true damage as well. It's crazy.
It is. But
I'm going to get very passionate about that. I'm going to shut up talking about Set.
Yeah.
28 minutes on the clock. We've got the Dragon spawning up in 1 minute 20 seconds. And gold lead now growing for SK. Items are coming in as well. You've got the Serpent's Fang finished up onto Genax. Kind of deal with Nukeduck in his shielding. He's got, obviously, the Avian shields as well. 3 items on Patrick. Also has himself the Grudge. He's just finished that one up. So this is going to be a very important fight for XL, and I honestly think this is the defining moment of whether or not XL can buy the time they need to get back into this game, or if this game's just going to be over for them.
Yeah, absolutely. When you kind of take a look at the value of the items that XL have in comparison to SK as well, this is the fight that they have to win. If they don't win this fight, they give over the soul. Life just gets so much harder for them from this point on. Marku potentially a little too aggressive.
Heartbreaker's away. The cask actually saves him. The shield from the Battle Dance is enough as Treats comes in forward, and Marku goes down. That's the end of the jungler, and SK can just force everybody away. Nice chains come out, and a bit of damage on the arrow as Patrick's just pops Lilith. It's a 1-for-1 support for jungler, however, and Marku's not going to be up in time for the Dragon with the health bars low. I think XL are just going to have to concede this one, but I'm not sure if they're willing to. Trying to jump away, trying to buy some space. Patrick's trying to sustain up a little bit here. He has got the Eclipse for the lifesteal.
I mean, it's the soul. You have to try your best to sort of contest this in one way or another. Can't just give this one up. Marku is going to spawn a couple of seconds after the Dragon respawns. We've got a teleport here coming out from Cries. I think just finished up the Zhonya's. Maybe just went back for a pot or something like that. But you can see, I mean, SK, they're kind of just on the objective first.
Chains are always up for Patrick. This is the one. Cries making his way forward. Nukeduck. No flash available, the Dragon's going low, and that's going to be smited away. Soul is picked up, and XL are going to be squashed. Advian's trying to buy some space, but this is the damage. Genex able to find the kill as the bomb comes down. It's a shutdown, it's a double kill, it's a whitewash for the side of SK. And XL are wiped from the Rift.
And this is such a big game for SK to be pulling out a performance like this so far. They can probably pick up the Baron off the back of this. It's only Marku alive. And remember, 3-9 is where SK stand. The strength schedule, it's not great. And of course, we still got the rest of the game to play out. But with the Soul, the Baron in pocket, XL, the only way that they can really come back into this game is going to be a lot of these kind of miracle wombo combo fights from this point. Though the tool's really good, SK have just done such a good job of shutting all of it down. Marku, we've praised him for his aggression and the life he brings to XL. This is one of those moments where it kind of backfires, unfortunately, for him. And you kind of understand XL, they don't want to give over, you know, area control here in front of the Dragon. If SK are here as a 5 in front of the Dragon, it's just going to be so tough to get on top of the Ziggs, on top of the Jace. The return damage from Patrick is so bonkers.
He does do a lot of damage. He does do a lot of damage. But again, just why was Marku in there? It's a Leona. It's so easy for her to land the CC on you. You might be a slippery customer, but you're not that slippery. And 0-3 now for Markoon. It's got the Stereo, it's got the Divine Sunderer, but into the fact that now the stopwatches are starting to come in. The Zhonyas, there's 3 Zhonyas on the side of SK, so finding these kills, finding these opportunistic picks that XL need, just becoming harder and harder with the Soul and the damage from those accelerated shot blasts onto a tanky member. Probably sets the tone, but this is going to be incredibly rough for XL.
Okay, tanky with HP, yes, he doesn't have a lot of armor, but if that hits Patrick, yeah, Patrick's going to have to go back to base. So
yeah,
let's avoid that if you are the Varus. But I mean, Genax, he's got so much freedom to kind of just sit at this range.
Oh, nice little dodge there. Actually get the damage off. Lilip able to stopwatch it for now, but the satchel's down, so nobody can get close.
He's
Patrick?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
He's gone.
He's gone.
All right, well, SK, with Varus gone, that's a majority of the return poke just removed from XL, so this should just be straight up 2 inhibitors. SK, they could maybe even force. Yeah, they could just force the Nexus Towers if they really wanted to.
I think the death timers are too long. Advian jumps in, he gets a big old knockup. This has to be the moment. This has to be the turnaround. They find the kill already. 2 kills picked up on the Cries, but he is way too low, and the Soul doing too much work. SK take out XL once again in convincing fashion. And they're going to be able to take the win here. The towers go down, the Nexus will crumble, and SK just obliterate XL.
Yes, they do, and what time to pick up a 2-0 week. I mean, look, miracles have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
And even if you take into consideration strength schedule, not a bad win against an XL team that a lot of people are hyping up. Really good looks from them overall. Definitely unfortunate for XL to be on a 4-loss streak, but I think here today against SK just were the better team. I think SK understood their win conditions a little bit better. And in general, XL just a little bit out of sorts with one another when it came to those team fights. They were never really truly in sync with one another, and I think that was the big difference maker here.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. SK looked so together, so just on form. And this is something that they've been lacking for a long time. You said it in the game. They've been scattered. But you can vote for your Kia player of the game. Head over to LEC on Twitter, and you can vote for Genax, Treats, or Lilip. I'm going to ask you, Jamada, which one of those do you think you would vote for?
It's a tough one. I think Treats was a really big impact, impact reason as to why SK got ahead in the early game. But Genax, man. The damage that he was putting out was kind of bonkers. The Lips engage as well. I'm probably going to lean into Genax for this one. I think Genax was...
Yeah.
It's just too much. Too many times that the damage was followed up as well by the Ziggs. He was a really big reason as to why XL was kind of forced out of a lot of these fights.
For me, it's Treats. I actually think that Gragas did such a good job of stopping any engage coming in. Every time Advian on the Rakan would try to jump in, you get caught by the Everfrost, you get caught by the casks. He'd just shut down any opportunity that XL would try and set up for themselves. And, for me, it was definitely Treats. But anyway, we're going to pass it over for an interview. I didn't see who it was with because I'm an idiot, but we're going to pass it over to the interviewer, Law.
Thank you very much. The interview is with Jesus. Actually, thank you very much for joining me, Jesus. First 2-0 week. Any words on that?
I mean, it feels really good.
I'm really happy that we can manage to win again. We played better. So
yeah, I can imagine. I mean, Miracle Run feeling a bit more real with this win, but we'll touch on that a bit later because I have your schedule here and it's going to be interesting. Before that, I noticed that during this game, the ability from SK to win team fights and play around team fights, even though XL tried to turn things around, you were always on top. So there's a replay I want to show you because I want you to explain who calls the shot, who decides, and how do you organize team fights, actually? If we can watch the replay here. Yeah, it's coming. We don't have it. Okay, well, it was the 23 minutes team fight around the third Drake. They go around you in your jungle, you're in a choke point, and you manage to turn things around. So how did you do it?
So basically, it's when they TP behind us, right? Yeah. So we just see the TP, then we just went on them, obviously, because for them, the only way to win is to look for flank, like with Rakan, with Set. So as soon as we see the TP, I think Blue spotted it, then we went on them. And we just play range, and I mean, I got a bit lucky in this fight, I should get one shot. But yeah, then obviously we just need to play the range, and I think it was a bit drafty this game.
Drafty this game.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
Tell me about the Ziggs pick, because we're starting to see it a bit more lately. It comes a lot in prior picks, and I'm wondering, I had a discussion with Lily before the game, and I was telling him that we don't see him often go for this roaming play, but it feels like it's something you have to do with the Ziggs. You're going to be left in a situation where you're alone in lane, so what do you think about the pick, how you play it, and how it changes your play style?
I really like the pick in general. I think it's really strong because I mean it's good against a lot of ADs right now, I feel like, and it makes the draft a bit more flexible. And the thing is that I think it's working kind of well for us because we are a good team front to back, I think, and Ziggs is really good to make the game stable and to play fights really slow. And it allows Lilip to move on the map, and I think he's doing great. Like this week, he has been finding a lot of good moves around mid. So yeah, it worked great.
The whole team is working together, actually, and it's amazing to see. But yeah, about this miracle run we were talking about, the upcoming schedule is G2, Fnatic, Misfits.
Yep.
I know usually players say that they don't care about the opponents, but I mean, right now with SK, if you want to make playoffs, you have to win against these top teams. So a few words on the schedule ahead.
I mean, obviously, they are really good teams. They've proven more than us, for sure, but I think we're playing really well right now. I don't think we're playing on stage next week, so we have to, because I feel like we have the stage boost, honestly, and we need to find a way to keep it when we're playing in the office. It's going to be tough, but I think it's doable if we keep playing like this, and I start to, believe.
Yeah, believe, that's the word, and everything looks so great for SK for now. But Jesus, merci beaucoup for l'interview.
No problem, thanks.
And we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes to hear more about this game before Schalke 04 and SK. No, not SK. We'll see about the second game.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, and some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
The systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up!
Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back, everyone, to LEC Summer, where SK took a massive win in the race for playoffs, and I'm joined by Drakos and the Boss to break it down. SK with their backs against the wall. They pull out the win versus XL. We have the composition here behind us. A couple of things I want to touch on. Maybe first up, Gwen, who's been so incredibly oppressive in a lot of games we've seen, Boss. What do you think about Jace as the pick for the lane matchup there?
Right. Well, first of all, I just want to say, XL drafted Gwen and Viego and still ended up losing. That is impressive. Those two champs are so OP. But yeah, versus Gwen, you basically have to draft a range champion. Any melee champion gets completely destroyed by Gwen. So they pick up the ace and it ended up working out.
Yeah, it seems that here we have a high index on very strong champions. I think a new pick for Nukeduck in the mid lane that can completely turn a team fight around. But at the end of the day, it seemed like SK Gaming knew what to do more with their team fight comps when push came to shove.
Ultimately, yeah, I think that you're completely right. And at the end of the day, Rakan kind of being in the middle, but otherwise it's essentially 4 melee champions here, and it's going to be pretty hard. You heard Jesu say in the interview, you're always going to need to look for a flank if you're on the side of XL, and while there are these dream situations in Worlds where it can happen, I think it took a degree of patience that XL just did not show today, and inversely, when you're running face first into a Gragas, a Ziggs, a Jace, a Lucian who's going to cull you down, who's going to bomb you down, who's going to blow you up with shock blasts, if you're not finding those flanks, if you are sloppy in your play whatsoever, this is a fantastic comp to punish you.
Boss, can you tell us when we get into a team fight situation, what is the ideal setup for SK Gaming? Who is the engager? What has to go right for them to get the maximum out of a team fight?
So SK's gaming game plan is pretty obvious when you have Ziggs and Jace and even Lucian. Poke them down. Poke them as much as you can until they're too weak to fight you back. And honestly, the real stars when this happens is Leona and Gragas. They have to peel the team, and versus a champion like Sett, they can't go forward too much, because then we see the typical Sett combo, ult, E, W, kills the whole team. So the true stars, undercover stars, are Leona and Gragas. They have to play well, they have to peel for the team, and yeah.
Wonderful. We're going to take a look at a few replays to look at that. First, you wanted to look at some bot lane action, specifically how both teams were thinking about the bot lane and how they needed it to get ahead.
Yeah, and I think that I really like this. Now, we're going into the second play here. Initially, we're going to start with the first play here. So XL, obviously finding these initial plays, getting these initial advantages for themselves, but I really love the heads-up play to TP, to force an advantage. And the big thing here, and one of the big differences about this play, is notice Jesu's TP. Now, Jesu's not consequential in the remainder here of this rollout. Blue's going to TP in, and that will cost them later, but Jesu being able to TP down means the pressure can stay on, means SK can grab a few plates, and while it does cost them a lot in form of TP, SK are going to continue to kind of build and snowball what could have been a disastrous situation into a decent advantage. This compounds a little bit later, though, when Blue no longer has the TP, when Nukeduck's able to teleport bot side and support a further follow-up dive, but overall, both these teams, excellent use of their early game resources. The fact SK were a team that looked so lost on the map for so much of the season, but are now ready to punish, ready to fire back, ready to adapt, is massive for the team overall.
Second replay.
Yes, we have the second replay, Drakos, where you wanted to highlight also how this plays out in cascades for SK.
I mean, and this is actually more than anything an excellent heads-up play from Advi. He's roaming down now. In the meantime, SK see what they believe to be a small window to make this happen, but know that Nukeduck has the teleport advantage, which makes it really hard to follow up any more than they already have. But this here is less about heads-up play and more about incredible individual performances. Patrick and Advian playing together as a duo that has spent so little time together to perform that well in a clutch scenario is massive.
Yeah, that is the silver lining indeed.
Yeah, earlier in the game, they also solo killed the Ziggs. It was just a team difference that the TPs came through. So this XL bot lane, not looking bad.
No, not looking bad indeed, and they invested the right things in to get them ahead. But then, as we said, it is in the team fights that SK found the upper hand. Now, with the information you gave us about the real stars being the Gragas and the Leona, I'd like to take a look at the Soul fight at 29 minutes into the game and look at exactly what they are doing in this.
Now, of course, as you look at this one, you can see how easy it is for space for the backline for SK. It does require a flash out, but Nukeduck's here, but he's all on his own because the fight is split. Patrick, this Ziggs ult is the bane of his existence, because if his team is not the one starting the fight, if his team is not the one forcing the enemy back, Jesu just gets to ult him every single time. And no matter how strong your Varus is, center on that Ziggs ult is always just about going to one-shot you.
Maybe not the best example, because Lilith was not actually in the fight, but he came strutting around later.
No, but Markun was not there either. I felt like XL played up pretty well, but they ended up losing anyways. Happens.
And sadly, I think for the side of XL, while they were able to fire back. It was in Markoon's initial very aggressive trade. We were talking about it behind the scenes. He goes all in on this Leona and has really no reason to do so. And if you look back at the few of the different team fights that happen, Markoon is clearly trying to do too much. He is playing Viego like it's Diana, like he has this giant AoE ultimate to go in. And while there are some highlight moments, and maybe, you know, 100 health difference here, he gets a reset, he gets to pop off, he gets his time in the sun. I think a little too over-eager to make these plays happen, and it does cost Excel.
Unfortunate for Excel, because I think even last week they didn't win a single game, and we thought they should be in the position to win a couple of them, but it's not enough, and it's SK that comes out on top and keeps their hopes of the playoffs alive. And after the break, Misfits are looking to take on another huge team and a step towards playoffs as they face off against the Schalke 04 on an unfortunate 4-game losing streak. Get out your memes.
Everybody, and welcome back to the LEC. I'm HitBrain, and once again I am joined by Tomatoes. We're on the other sides of the stage. Hello. We're going into game number 2 of the day. This is going to be Schalke taking on Misfits. This is another team who are tied in 9th place, but after that win we just saw from SK, a very needed win for Schalke if they want to try and keep pace with the other bottom of the table teams. And Misfits, who are currently 3rd in the standings, but last week was a pretty rough week for them. They suffered 2 losses, and yesterday versus XL, they won. But let's be fair, that was a pretty close game.
Yes, it was a incredibly close game. I think here today against Schalke, however, we might see a bit of a faster one. Schalke did kind of just get rolled over yesterday. Rogue could have realistically had the fastest game of 2021. I don't even think just summer so far. But they snap-had it a little bit, and that's okay. But for Schalke, yeah, it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle here. I think Misfits, despite the 0-2 week last week, still going to be coming in looking pretty strong. It was a very competitive game against XL, but I think it was XL also playing it incredibly well. Misfits with the poke composition that they did have yesterday, which one of the components of that already removed away by Schalke in the Varus. They played around it so well. They very rarely allowed XL to get on top of them. Gwen also going to be removed away, so we're not going to see it 2 games back-to-back, with Xin Zhao also being taken off the board from Kirei.
I really need to check the ban rate on Xin Zhao, because he's just perma-banned.
It's got to be high. It's got to be pretty high.
Understandable ban there on the Lee Sin. It is Razork's most played champion this split so far. Followed up by the Viego and the Fresh from the side of Misfits. Kind of thinking, racking my brain through what's been left open here in the first rotation, and it looks like we might be seeing, you know, the Lucian getting locked in here. So quickly locking something in for Nuclear in the bot lane, in the mid lane. Can technically flex down towards Neon if they want to. Just a quick update, Xin Zhao has a 69.4% ban rate, so he is very heavily banned right now.
Yeah, and there you go. And Razork hovering over this Volibear. Of course, like you said, Lee Sin the most played champion. And when it comes to Razork, this guy, he's the one that gets things going for Misfits. So early agency is always really good on him. So likely to see Razork piloting this Volibear. Curious to see whether they want to lock in something super aggressive like this Tristana. Of course, Vito and Kobe both can play this one. Have to see where exactly it gets flexed as over to Schalke. Now, yesterday, I was pretty intrigued by the Schalke draft because they're one of the only teams yesterday that pulled out the Lilia and new Irelia, respectively. Didn't have a great performance, obviously, as we saw, but they're going to do it again.
Well, one of them at least.
One of them is here. AP jungle. It's definitely an interesting one because as far as Lilia goes, clear speed, slow down a little bit, but obviously got a whole bunch of utility added to her kit. In terms of, you know, healing, etc. VTO going to be piloting the Syndra, which is pretty interesting. Into that, Lucian, of course, can neutralize the lane. And, of course, Aphelios as well, picked up for Neon. So, pretty comfort picks across the board, IO, for Schalke. We'll have to see where exactly the bans are going to go now, as it seems like both teams heavily focusing on the support role.
I kind of expected to see the supports getting banned away here. We'll see what the final rotation is. The Nautilus is still open if they want to deny that, or if they want to try and first pick it. Now that Braum is gone, there are things that can handle that Nautilus pretty effectively in lane. Been trimmed somewhat here. I've still got things like the Lulu open if they wanted to, you know, kind of pick an Enchanter to go alongside the Aphelios here. But, you know, I'm expecting some aggression from Misfits. I want to see them play fast in this game. I want to see them play aggressive because it's felt like Schalke, you know, aren't capable of keeping pace with teams that do play aggressive early. So Camille going to be the final ban here from Misfits, and the final ban from Schalke.
It's got to be Nautilus.
It's got to be Naut, right? Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, you still do have a couple of other engage options left, but having to deal with the point and click of depth charge while you're playing the Aphelios, it's too obnoxious. We'll have to see what they want to do, though. There you go. Yeah, I think with Leona and Braum out, it just stuck out a little too heavily. Now, what does Misfits want to do when it comes to the support role now?
There's you've got 5 supports banned this game.
Yeah. So you've got, you know, the Rakan still up, the Alistar still there. Both not terrible options. It looks like it will be the Alistar locked in. Now over to Schalke. What does it mean for them with the Alistar locked in now? If you've got the Aphelios, you could go, like you highlighted, down the more utility-based route, something like Lulu. To pair up with the Aphelios, you still have a couple of the engage supports up that can disengage also the Alistar. Something like Gragas wouldn't be too terrible here.
Yeah.
If you're talking strictly for the matchup. But Schalke still got to pick up their top laner as well. Let's see what they are going to blind here as the timer ticks. I read it. There you go. So they're going to run it back again. And, you know, I think it was Broken Blade that played this one as... Ooh. Poppy would be fun. Actually, I don't think it's going to be Poppy. We saw it in our native league the other day. So I know you're getting pretty happy. But I think Gragas would make the most sense. It gives you an extra layer of engage, which you also need. And some disengage options, the 2v2 in the bottom lane as well, heavily aided. I mean, you can interrupt the headbutt pole combo too.
They are kind of lacking engage outside of this Gragas. Obviously, you've got things like, you know, a Moonlight Vigil Gravitum or like a Flash Lilting Lullaby from Kirei, but they're actually going to go for the Rakan, so something that also pretty snappy on the engage, but also fairly safe as well in that sense. I like this. I think they were needing some engage, and that Rakan should make up for that. Now, you have to be careful because you can just get headbutted out. You can get scattered the wheat out. There's a lot of tools to stop Limit from actually getting into range. And Misfits looking to add the Renekton to this comp to kind of give himself a little bit of front line here. Talk to me about this top lane matchup, because obviously this is the new kind of slightly reworked, slightly kind of refreshed Aurelia versus the Renekton here.
Yeah, so as far as Irelia goes, I don't really have a read on her this patch. I feel like the consensus I've been given or heard is that she scales ridiculously, some of her laning power has been stripped away from her, and that's kind of as far as it goes. Other than that, almost the same champion. Renekton typically has kind of been one of those champs that will bully out an Irelia in lane. I wonder if the scaling aspect of things has changed now, though. Ooh, last second stop over. So it's actually going to be Irelia in the mid lane. If I recall correctly, W did get changed. It has magic damage reduction now.
Yes, so it does.
Potentially a big deal when it comes to dealing with the absolute power. But in general, I think Misfits, they've got loads of great options to attack lanes. They've got the Volley Bear, and they've got plenty of setup just about everywhere. I'm struggling to see where Schalke can exactly, put their resources with all of the agency that they are working against. We'll have to see. It is definitely a tough task. Misfits, not necessarily the best run of form in the last 3 games, but nonetheless, we've seen them pull out some pretty big performances.
Well, it's time for us to get into game for our second game of the day. This is Schalke taking on Misfits. And we are on to the Rift for our second game of the day. Even though the teams are further apart in the standings, I still feel the stakes are fairly high in this game. Remember, after that loss of XL, Schalke need this win here to kind of keep pace with the rest of the bottom of the table. You can see the standings on your screen. After that win, SK are tied with XL, and I believe they actually have the head-to-head, which they do.
Yes,
they won 2 games versus them, so they have the head-to-head. Schalke, if they lose this, they are locked into 10th. Not permanently, but at least coming out of this week, they are locked into 10th. There's no way for them to catch up, so it's a tall task for them. Misfits trying to catch up with the teams at the top. They're 1 behind Rogue and Fnatic right now, and pending their games, they could look to climb the ladder by the end of today.
Yep.
And yesterday was a tight game versus XL. There's, we said it a lot in last game, but XL, are looking better. They are looking refreshed. But remember, this is Misfits. This is the team who, at the beginning of the split, had an absolute corker of a performance.
They did. It was almost very surprising, but at the same time, we talk about the history of the first half of the split for Misfits. You take that into context, maybe a little less. But certainly, we want to see them hold up that standard throughout the remainder of the split. Playoffs is a pretty big likelihood as Nuclear in. Really nice trade. You can still see, right? Irelia, she's still Irelia. Almost 100 damage off of no attack because she's got the stack passive.
Yeah,
still
that
pretty
is,
obnoxious. Reminder, nerfed in lane, by the way. It's what I've been heard. That's what I've heard. Doesn't look like it so far. Nuclear in showing me that.
Oh, Kobe actually been knocked up here. There's not really much Manda can do other than headbutt Neon away. And both AD carry is going to kind of feel the brunt there a little bit.
Yeah, and Kobe starting out with the longsword 3 pots, so he's going to have more sustain from the pots. Neon, of course, starts off with the red gun, gets a little bit of life still. And of course, got the Doran's Blade and his own pot. So all in all, health pretty much neutralized out. But right now, Prior on the bottom side, curious as to how exactly it happened. Of course, Alistar not the strongest level 1 champion, so likely the answer.
I think you've just given your answer there, mate.
I've answered myself. But Misfits, definitely think after the first couple of clears of Razork, so many options across the board for setup. It's every lane. Renekton, Syndra, Tristana, Alistar, they should be winning out on a majority of these 2v2s, 3v3s. So I do look towards Schalke and say, how exactly are you going to play around this?
Yes. And, kind of going back a little bit towards the mid lane, VTO has been the standout player for me on Misfits. He's got a 7.2 KDA right now. He's had an absolutely incredible performance. And he's someone who they rely heavily on when it comes to the team fighting, and the Syndra is going to enable that.
Yep. Especially as a champion, Syndra, she likes dealing with low range compositions. This is, for the most part, exactly what that is. And in general, so good at sort of disrupting those engages where you know, just the Scat of the Week alone can just make or break a fight. And then you've got quite a few decent targets to kind of just press your Archeon. Lucian, Aphelios, even the Rakan, to be totally honest with you. As, oh, looks like Neon actually had to blow his flash. And so did Kobe. Both AD carries flashless.
Yeah, they did try to turn it around, got a Graviton onto 2 people there from Neon, but gonna be A-okay now. Actually, looks like they're just trying to hold the wave here. That's gonna force Misfits to hang around for another wave. They can't reset yet.
Yeah.
And puts them in a spot where they could be under fire a little bit, as you can see Kirei making his way down towards the bot side. Double teleports are being used by Misfits as well, so they're not going to be able to teleport in and help this bot lane, but the flash engage did break out in the bot side. That's actually the replay. I'm an idiot. I'm play-by-play in the replay.
Yeah, it's okay. Now, one thing I do want to note, because Schalke held the bot wave, Kirei's actually pathed immediately down. Does have Predator, but it seems like because he gave over both Skull Crabs, worried that Razork could be on the bottom side because of the timer. Not willing to take the skirmish right now. As you can see, mid lane priority also secured for VTO, so certainly with the pressure of Fog of War, not looking to actually make the play. However, Misfits,
well, they do find
looks like they want it.
They get the head by the pole, and that is going to be one dead Neon. First blood picked up for Kobe as VTO a little bit too late to the party.
Yeah, VTO not going to be able to come and assist his team, but either way, the pressure still very much nice to have there. Kirei did say potentially he could be looking for the play, but just because of the timing of everything, Razork ended up on the bottom side. There was no flash earlier because of what happened with the trade of Neon. Easy first blood pickup. And again, Razork maintains his first blood record in terms of participation.
All right, well, 5 minutes on the clock. Dragon is a Cloud Dragon, so neither team highly prioritizing it yet. But definitely, you know, not an incredible pace like we did see versus Schalke earlier on in this week. As VTO obviously did rotate down, so now has to kind of fix his lane state a little bit. And Kobe and Vander have both come through as well. VTO has the ultimate available, so can find that Scatter the Weak as Limit tries to jump in, and VTO trying to dodge away, flashes in, throws out the stun, and Kobe launches into everyone. That was a little bit questionable, and now Vander also in a little bit of danger as VTO gets flashed onto, but they do find a quick interrupt. A great stun by Razork and almost finds the kill. Nuclear Edge jumping in, and he's sprinted down. He's taken out.
Yep, namesake play. That's all I'm going to say about that one, unfortunately. Isn't quite able to find VTO. Of that final war attack. I'm not even sure if he would have had the damage, to be entirely honest with you. It was definitely cutting it close now. Schalke on the bottom side. They are going to get that wave crashed in. I believe Neon should get that play as we get the replay of what exactly happened. And it's Limit going back in off the nuclear in. VTO dodges out from the knock-up, but still gets by the Vanguard's edge. But you can see the power of the re-engage of Sky Week is great. Kobe, however, yeah, he's feeling a little bit too hypey, unfortunately, for himself. Gonna drop as, honestly, same can kind of be said for Kirei. They really wanted to kill VTO.
I mean, he's low and Nuclearin's got his passive stacked, so he felt confident, but he couldn't get in range to find that final auto.
Okay. I will take my statement back. He definitely would have killed VTO with an attack.
Oh, he absolutely would have killed him.
But is it worth it to flip the one view? I mean, like, I don't know.
How do you get through a Volibear and an Alistair to get the Syndra under her tower?
You just don't answer on your screen. You don't. Exactly. So definitely curious over-aggression from Schalke. Misfit's gonna reap some of the rewards there. As neutral objective, the Herald spawning in 30 seconds. Curious to see, like usual, what team is going to prioritize what when it comes to the Dragon also being up. It's just the Cloud. And definitely got a lot more stronger skirmishing, in my opinion, when it comes to Misfits here. This one, Renekton, Volibear, Syndra, the ability to lock down one person and just kind of remove them from Summoner's Rift. Take away the option to play League of Legends. It's a pretty big deal. I think when it comes to Schalke, there's a little more setup required. Irelia, you know, you can just kind of walk at Misfits if you're Nuclearin and try and just go frontal, but again, you're dealing with Scat of the Week and any of the point and click CC, so it's going to be a little more difficult for Schalke in that regard. So I imagine Misfits will have their eyes on it. For now though, Razork on the bottom side, taking away the chickens, see if we eventually see that rotation, as right now, lane priority pretty much across the board.
Yeah, he got red buff as well, so he is really taking a lot from Kirei here. It's been a pretty quiet top lane for Hyrit and Broken Blade right now. Lucian versus Renekton kind of means Hyrit plays pretty uninteractive. He's typically known for these kind of more aggressive champions as well, but no teleport available to him, so he won't be able to help out on the bot side of the map either. And Kire, I think you might be in a little bit of trouble. Does have the lilting lullaby, but the slam comes down from Razork to cancel out the animation. And the Maul secure the kill. Now VTO stunned up by the flawless duet as he throws out the Vanguard's edge. And Great Scout of the Week comes in, but he's just going to continue the onslaught as Nuclear Int will fall to the tower. It's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
That was a surprising amount of burst damage before we saw Nuclear Int underneath the tower. Broken, yeah, casting the color.
Oh! Beautiful little flash there from Hyra as he chases in with a slice and that dice and gets the kill the Miko for a heal. Woo!
All right. Here it didn't feel like losing his health bar to that culling. And it's actually going to push Broken Blade off because, as you can see, Broken Blade doesn't really have much vision except for that ward he just placed. So, unaware of whether Razork could be up here. Of course, information that VTO did just die in the mid lane, so likely to not be on the top side. But still, threat almost pushed him off the wave. Gave Hero a plate worth of gold.
Oh, they find the headbutt, they find the pole. Limit jumps in and gets the knockup, means Kobe can't chase anymore. That's just going to be that there. But Limit took a lot of damage. The Ignite was burnt by Vander, though, crucially.
Yeah. One of the nice things about Rakan in this lane can be hard to play around as the Alistar in terms of like interrupt and engage, actually getting a lockdown with the trample stun. Very, very irritating. As Misfits kind of expected, they would eventually put their priority onto this Herald. Razork's going to get this one started up. I don't expect Xiao to contest. Broken Blade, no teleport basing right now. As VTO also has priority and bottom side of Misfits coming out of base, so Vander likely to just go and cover this one for now. Give it a little bit of shadow. Kiri does potentially have the option to try and find the dragon or some counter jungling in the bottom side of Misfits' jungle, but doesn't really have the backup to do it, so going to be very slow on this play. Yeah.
That is the problem. Now, the gold lead is pretty much tied between both of these teams. A very marginal amount, kind of unconsequential amount. And with that Rift Herald, that could, you know, start to swing the scales a little bit for the side of Misfits. They're definitely playing a little bit more reserve versus Schalke, considering yesterday was a pretty close game, and Dragon's going to get started up here for Schalke. So neutral objective for neutral objective, but the Dragon's stacking is going to be started, but Misfits not quite willing to give this up yet as the Swirl Seed gets dodged out, and that's the Dragon picked up. It's only a cloud, so it's not the end of the world for Misfits as Nuclear has to flash the wall as a big scary bear.
Yeah, and that's Misfits get something at least, and Nuclear is pretty aggressive in the mid lane, so not having flash for the next 5 minutes could give Misfits a window of opportunity to actually go and pick on him a little bit. As it seems like, however, they want to ignore him. They want to go and put this Herald likely into the bottom lane, try and funnel some more gold into Corbe's pocket.
Oh, hold on.
Vander.
They spotted him out, found the knock-up. He does have the ultimate, though, so he can cleanse anything that gets thrown on him, so he's going to be A-OK. So a little bit of poke damage, and Razork hasn't revealed his position. I don't think he's been spotted out because of the vision line, although he will be seen now by that ward there. Yeah. But even so, you can just turn this tower off. It might just be a 3v3 in the mid lane, in the bot lane, as Neon's being forced away. Razork's been seen, and Limit's doing a great job of just interrupting for the moment as the Swirl Seed goes through the goalpost and they get the Graviton. Vander has to pop himself the Unbreakable Will to survive. And a Sky Splitter will slow down Kire from going any further forward. And again, tempered aggression here by Misfits.
Yeah, definitely so. Recognizing when to kind of just pull the plug. Not entirely sure how Vander ended up taking tower aggro. I did miss that, but either way, they just walk out with only blowing his ultimate. Nice little read on the play from Schalke though. Definitely understood with the amount of vision that they don't really have on the bottom side, or the very limited information that they had, that Razork was likely still down here. So Kire continued the shadow. Herald won't be placed, and it's a lot of time wasted considering it hasn't been placed. However, Misfits seem very adamant.
Oh, already have no flash, so Kire just going to go a little bit low there, but he's going to be able to survive. Obviously got the Ninja Tabby, definitely playing dividends in this lane, as Broken Blade might look for the solo kill onto him. Nope, just auto-attacks him. Just scares him off.
Quick bop. Nothing more. As Kire is on this side of the map. Well, I don't think with Broken Blade having so little mana, he'll go for it. And yeah, here it will just go for the reset. And again, Misfits really adamant on putting this Herald into the bottom side. Looks like Razork will just place it this time. No one from Schalke is here. A lot of respect on the amount of control Misfits have on this side of the map, and this will just be first tower going over to Kobe. 610 gold. Likely will finish up his first item on this base. 2,400. Yeah, certainly, plus a component also. So the Tristana very, very far ahead. And in a game where, you know, expecting to be dove by the Aurelia, by the Rakan, some of the pressure as well that Lilia can put down, being accelerated, being able to self-kill and have a lot of damage in return, a really big deal for Kobe.
It's interesting actually that Razork is down in CS to Kirei, considering how much time he spent in Kirei's jungle.
Yeah, I think it's to do with the amount of time he just invested trying to get that Herald down into Kobe's lane.
Yes, that'll probably do it.
Whilst he was sat in the bottom side, Kirei went on and pretty much did a full clear from bot to top. So does make a little bit of sense. Kobe now back up onto the top side and seeing a bit of a map split. However, the plates aren't here anymore, so it's not as lucrative a play for Schalke. However, if they find here...
Oh, that's a scary Crocodile. He's going to get himself caught off, has to pop the Dominus as the lilting Lullaby will put him to sleep, and Neon will send him back to the grey screen. A flash forward and Kirei will secure the kill.
Yeah. I'm going to say greedy on the flash, but flash earlier. Definitely a good shot that you make it out of that one. But he will be a sacrifice.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Nuclear doesn't have flash still.
Oh, nice flawless duet into the back guy's edge already. VTO already chunked out pretty heavily, but the unleashed power should just about seal the deal. The slam comes in from Razork, and he's able to find the kill.
Definitely a nice attempt from Nuclear to try and get out of that play, but not quite enough. As, Scout of the Week, if that connects.
They're not done. They are not done. Limit is here. They find the headbutt, they find the pole with the Limit. Able to jump away with a battle dance, but whew, this is getting a little hypey as Kobe seeing away some buffs. Got the Kraken Slayer. I think Limit's dead.
Yeah, Limit's maybe dead.
Oh, no,
never mind.
Don't worry.
Didn't press the buttons. Just auto attacked him a couple of times. Schalke, though, should be pushed out from this dragon. Nuclear and dead, even though he's got teleport. Positional advantage is a little big, though. The dragon. Oh, okay, I'll take.
Oh, that's a dead deer. Oh,
yeah, that's
dear.
A dead deer.
Down he goes.
Dead
Limit next up as well.
Yeah, and Nuclear blew his teleport, trying to find a flank. Not going to be successful, and he's just going to walk away sad. And, you know, I was about to take back my point. I felt like maybe, because a lot of ultimates were blown from the Misfit side of things on that mid lane play onto the Grin, there was potential for Schalke to maybe look for a contest. Items were in. But Misfits say no, we're going to keep on going on the aggression. And that will just be the first dragon picked up for Misfits, second of the game. Either in for a mountain or an ocean. Either one going to be pretty irritating for Schalke to deal with. In particular, in my opinion, the mountain, making some of these champions a bit more tanky, a little bit harder to take down. Going to be really, really irritating. In particular for the Aurelia. The additional shield resistances. Yeah, he's okay.
He's okay. But I mean, you know, a couple minutes ago, we were talking about how the gold lead was very close. It's now just ballooned. It's closing in on a 4,000 gold lead for the side of Misfits. And Phantom Dancer, Kraken Slayer finished up onto Kobe. You got the Luden's Echo was finished up onto VTO. He's building towards, which I assume will be his Archangels as his next item. So, you know, the people who need to do damage, they're starting to get their items. It's only one item on the side of Schalke's kind of top 4 that aren't support, unfortunately, but that is support life.
Exactly. I mean, if you're Schalke at the moment, you have kind of one or two options. Because Kobe is so fed, as you can see, gold highlight on our screen by the observers, you would try and pick Kobe off on a rotation when he's kind of isolated, or you do your best to try and fight away from him for now. You do have a couple of strong options in terms of the skirmishing. Nuclear in, definitely very strong. We've seen a lot of damage come out of him. In 2v2s, now that he's got that Blade of the Ruined King in his pocket, he certainly can be useful, but the amount of lockdown available to Misfits is so difficult to play around because so much of it is point and click. So options are certainly limited, but I think playing away from Kobe or specifically trying to pick him off the kind of big options at this moment, because I think if you try and 5v5 into Misfits at this point in the game, you're just going to get slapped.
Almost saw a little bit of a scrap there, but 2 versus 2, I think Schalke went, you know what? Don't feel we win this one, actually. That's a 4-0 volley bear.
No.
So they're going to call it there. And this is, like you said, like you highlighted, you know, there's so much kind of anti-dive available to Misfits, and that's making Schalke's life so hard when they're engaged is pretty much reliant on someone getting into melee range. And this is exactly what XL suffered in the last game.
Yes, and that's the irritating thing about this composition for Misfits. It's relatively easy to engage onto the people they want to because they're relatively immobile. And Schalke realistically, just like you just highlighted, can't engage properly onto many of these champions just because the point and click CC is too much. And in general, the chain CC that can come out of the initial lockdown is absolutely insane. The Herald went through and even charged onto the base. So Misfits, if they have control of the top side and they win a skirmish there,
I mean,
and they've
they
got the
have
wave in their
control of the
favor,
top side.
they've got
Let's
control
just
of the
zoom
map. I'll
out
take it
and
back.
see this.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. That's a lot of red.
Yeah, that is a lot of red. Schalke, they are reclaiming some of the territory, clearing out some of the vision, but realistically now, Misfits going to back away from this side of the map. Next couple of minutes, the Mountain Dragon spawning in 2. And I just don't think Schalke are going to be ready for it. I think by the time this dragon is spawned up, Misfits still going to feel more than comfortable to skirmish. And I feel the only way that Schalke can really find something is, again, it's going to be a flanker. It's much like last game, right? You've got the Rakan, you've got Irelia. You've got to try and find a flank angle. If you can't find a key target,
absolutely,
it's just going to be too difficult.
I guess the silver lining for the side of Schalke is they got that first dragon. So Soul's not 2 dragons away, it's 3 dragons away. That's an extra 5 minutes of time you can buy for yourself. You've got an Aurelia. You've got a Aphelios. I completely forgot his name for a moment. You got champions, but you know, once they get a couple of items under their belt,
look at this.
Can do some real work and bit of a like you said.
Do you think they know? They're actually pinging. They're actually pinging. They're actually pinging.
Oh, they know.
They do know.
Oh, they know. Here comes the Mukau. Van. Oh no! Oh, he's found Nuclear in as VTO going to dodge away on the flawless Stuart and Nuclear in. I think you might regret your life choices here. Throws out the Vanguard's edge, but he is scattered. He is taken out as he's sustaining up a lot actually. And Vanda, he flashes over, but the Nuclear getting pops back, and Kobe should just be able to get the kill. The satchel will go pop. The Nuclear screen will go grey.
Yes, and oh, would you look at this? A big purple worm just spawned. 2 item AD carry, mid laner dead, the biggest threat on Schalke at the moment, in my opinion. Even though he's 1-4, still Nuclear in. Kiri is alive, and a sleep could be called onto Viteo, but yeah, I mean, this Baron burning fast. Tristan have really fed.
Yeah, it's going down very, very quick, and they got Hyra on the end to get the knock off, and that is going to be Kire falling down. Able to stop watch for a little bit of time as Broken Blades, but the culling down, Kire flashes away as Hyra is chasing him for a little bit more. He jumps into the midst of everyone, and the damage coming out from Neon's pretty big, but Kobe has entered into the fray, and Neon being hunted down somehow. Schalke don't lose a single member there.
How on earth did Schalke walk out of that attempt to disrupt the Baron without losing a member? I wouldn't be able to tell you. Misfits, however, gonna feel pretty sore about it. Everyone's still up on Schalke, and Misfits probably want to reset. You can see on the screen minimap. So this should actually be Dragon going over to Schalke. Unless Misfits commit double TPs, which would be kind of surprising. Okay, never mind. They want to scrap.
They want to scrap. They want to fight.
They want to fight. They're on their way. Schalke should secure this Dragon, but I feel like Misfits, if they want to collapse for this fight, they will do it.
At what cost will they secure this Dragon, or even will they? Razor's jumped in with a flash. He's in the middle of everyone. The Dragon is secured by the side of Misfits, and Kobe able to free fire off, finds himself a couple of kills. Just the one, actually. As Nuclear now being chased down, but has that Blade Surge to put some distance between him and Razor. But that is one scary bear. The Sky Splitter will slow him down as he throws out the Vanguard's edge and launches in. Tries to jump away, but the stuns are too much, and Kobe finds his 4th kill of the game.
Yeah. Nice stuff there from Misfits to punish. I mean, Schalke a little bit too slow. Neon feels pressured away from the Dragon, so he's not there to burst it. Kiri actually also smites this very, very early because he's about to be bursted down. And that's what allows for Razor to secure this Dragon away. CC as well from Vanda was great before he gave over his life. And immediately we're out of the replay because Misfits there on the Baron. Schalke, last ditch effort here for me.
Good Moonlight Vigil comes through, only hits onto that front line though as the Baron's already low. It's going down. Schalke can't do anything but watch as the big purple worm falls. That gold lead I was talking about, what, 4 minutes ago?
Oh my lord. Continues to balloon. Misfits now with this Baron buff. There's not even that many towers in terms of like HP to deal with. You've got that tier 2 in the mid lane, which is practically half HP. Tier 2 on the bottom side, and you've got the inhibitor on the top side almost open because of the Herald charge earlier. It would have regened, but Schalke trying to maybe catch Misfits off guard. If Misfits opened out onto the top side of the map, made that mistake, they definitely would have found a pick here. But Neon isolated alone.
He flashes, he gale forces, and Razor just continues to chase him down as the tower's turned off, and Neon gonna be going oh so low as Razor unstoppable on the volley bear, able to find that kill, and they don't even need Baron minions. They're just gonna take your mid lane tower with the bear.
Yeah, super minion apparently with a lot of extra damage. Turns off the towers, makes them easy to take down as well. Neon isolated in the mid lane because Schalke wanted to try and make that sort of off-tempo play, I suppose, trying to catch Misfits out of the base. Means they leave him in the mid lane, and now it's going to cost them the mid lane inhibitor. Fortunately, Misfits don't have a top wave to work with, but they do have a bot wave to work with. And that should just be the rotation coming out here. Tier 2 already gone, so they're just going to immediately start the siege onto this inhibitor tower. Schalke, I don't even know what you can do. The control is firmly in Misfits' favor, though. Oh, look at the minimap. Limit, I don't think he's been caught on vision just yet. If you can find a flank, you can definitely see a fight working, but it's got to be a full-on wombo combo. Everybody has to get caught out by this.
And he's been spotted by Razork, who's just checking around the jungle as well. So really heads-up play there from Razork. And now Limit's going to get chased down. I think he might be losing his life, as Broken Blade's going to try to make his way to save him, and he will be able to do so. But again, everything Schalke do comes at a cost. They take a dragon, doesn't matter. They don't take the dragon, and they get wiped in the pit.
Yeah, and it's great heads-up play from Razork as well. He understands the only way that Schalke can get back into this game, or at least halt the Baron siege, is a nice flank like that. So he goes and checks, even though he's got shallow vision around this lane, doesn't matter. Goes and turns himself into a human ward, finds Limit. And with that, that's 2 inhibitors down. Baron soon to dissipate off Misfits. And they can just go and focus on the top side if they want to. This next Dragon Spawn, kind of irrelevant to the game at this point. They're almost 10,000 gold up. Limit gonna get run down again.
Yeah, I think he's going to be just about able to jump away from Razork. But actually, Razork's not done. He's chasing in for a little bit more. Curate trying to get the speed stacked up and find the space as Vander slides in. They've used the quickness already, but that is going to be the bounce house given over to Curate. Shielding is on, and he's able to just about get out, but Lilting Lullaby burnt for an escape for Curate.
And not only that, the ultimate of Limit. The ultimate of Rakan, such a big team fighting tool here to at least give Schalke a hope at trying to win a fight. Without that, Misfits should be able to kind of just bulldoze through the top side here, and that's going to be the third inhibitor, most likely Neon.
Ooh, little scat of the week. Not going to follow it up with anything as Nuclear Mint looks for the flawless duet. Only stuns up Vander. And they've got to deal with these minions in the mid lane while their inhibitors getting sieged in the top side. And Schalke being a little scattered, a little lost right now as VTO looks for the scat of the week. The Unleashed Power and Broken Blade. He's taken down. This is a 5 versus 4 right now. And again, a flawless duet goes wide as Here It has to pop the ultimate, just try and jump under the tower. They get the lock, they get the stun, they get everything they need. It's a double kill. Gonna be picked up onto the Tristana. Limit getting jumped onto, and Kobe looking for that triple. Isn't gonna be able to pick it up, however. And they're just waiting for the minions to make their way in so they can close this game out. Misfits in dominant fashion take out Schalke. Schalke looking lost, frankly.
Yeah, Schalke, I think Kobe is 1 kill away from 1,000 kills. I wonder if they want to try and give him the one.
Oh, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do, I think, but no, Nexus gonna go down to 9. He's at 999.
Better luck next week, mate. Better luck next week.
First kill next week, Kobe. But yeah, Misfits, honestly, looking very, very strong here against Schalke. And with that loss for Schalke, they are now the sole holders of 10th place, unfortunately. And definitely interesting to see the Lilia and the Irelia come out again, but quite frankly, weren't able to pilot it to any success whatsoever. Misfits shut them down at every opportunity they were handed. And I think it just comes back to the draft with the amount of agency Misfits gave themselves. Yeah. Razork on the volley bear, and just had every lane to walk towards for setup. It just meant that once the neutral objectives as well came around, because of the power of all these champions at level 6, it made fighting a near impossible task for Schalke.
That was a very dominant game. That was a very dominant game from Misfits, and Schalke, that's 2 incredibly rough losses here in the in this week. You know, they lost to Rogue in a very, very quick fashion, and they lost here to Misfits in a very quick fashion. But for you guys at home, I want to hear who your key player of the game is. Head over to Twitter on LEC. You can vote for Razork, VTO, or Kobe. Jamada, who you giving this to?
Ooh, probably Razork. I'm a jungler, so look, I've got a little bit of bias going. So I'm probably going to say Razork. I think Kobe also had a pretty stellar game too.
Well, we're gonna throw it to a break, and when we're back, Laurie is going to actually be having a chat with Razork. So that's your player of the game. We'll see you in a moment.
The planet and us are connected. We share its veins. we can continue to clog them, or do something about it. By using millions of recycled plastic bottles in our new generation of durable washer and washer-dryer tubs, we reduce plastic waste from leaking into nature's veins. Discover Beko Eco Tub washers and washer-dryers for healthy living on a healthy planet.
Welcome back to the LEC Misfits Go 2-0 here in week 6. And Razork, you were coming back from an 0-2 week and you knew that you were facing opponents below you in the standings. So tell me about the mindset going into this week.
I mean, this week we actually had to win these 2 games to actually secure playoffs low-key. So the mindset was still like pretty try-hard. And also yesterday we played stage. And I feel like we are a bit shaky still playing in stage. So I think these wins are giving us like more confidence to play in stage and looking forward to playoffs.
It's funny because Vitio was saying something similar about the stage effect. How do you explain this stage, I mean, this difference in result when you play on stage and at home?
Well, I think right now we don't play the best when we are in stage. I mean, including myself, I feel a bit uncomfortable, so I just need to get more used to, and my whole team, we need to get more used to it, and hopefully we can play better when we play in stage in playoffs.
All right, okay, I have something to cheer you up. You got the player of the game here, and I have a quick stat for you. I noticed that you got first blood during the last 10 games for Misfits, which is huge. So tell me about the impact you have in the early game for your laners, and do you feel like you refined your playstyle to get there?
I mean, I think it's partly the champs I'm playing. I think the champs I'm playing are mostly aggressive, and you have to be proactive in the early game. So it's also part of my personality as a player. I like to be aggressive and impact the lanes a lot. So I mean, I think that's why I'm having a lot of kill participations in the first blood. And yeah, I think I'm a huge part of my team early game, but everyone's doing their job, right? And my job is to make sure that everything's going good in the early game, and I'm actually trying my best to do so.
Right. Well, tell me, I want to hear your insights on how to play jungle the best right now when you play as a team. Do you feel like it's more useful to impact your lanes, maybe invade the other jungler? Yeah, how do you see things?
I think it depends on the team, honestly. Like, and the jungler too. Like me personally, I like to invade, but there's some other junglers that likes to be efficient, farm a lot, and like be strong, but not so too much. It depends on the personality.
Okay. All right. Well, another question for you more about the game. I want to talk about Nashor and Baron control for Misfits, because I noticed that it's something you maybe need to work on. Did you address this issue, and how do you plan on tackling it?
Yeah, I think our Nash calls are not the greatest. Like I feel like we have so much chaos in the like stressful moments. We don't usually make the right decision, but I feel like we are slowly working on it and slowly getting better at it.
It is getting there, yeah, indeed. Last question for you, Razork. You're so close to reaching playoffs, and I know that every player thinks about it and talks about it. It's also something we see on Misfits social media. How do you plan on keeping your head cool to get these last wins you need?
Well, I feel like we are like not the greatest team in the LEC, but we are also not like really boosted. So I feel if like we keep practicing together and like doing what we're doing, we'll for sure make playoffs. Like I think it's pretty hard to not make playoffs with the position that we are right now. And when we secure playoffs, then everything will be easier, because then we can work towards the best of 5. Yeah, that's how I have the mindset right now.
Yeah, that's it. Things are looking good for Misfits. I agree with you. But for now, Razork, thank you so much for the interview, and good luck next week in the end.
Thank you, Lo.
And we're going to take a last break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for an on-stage game. Mad Lions, Vitality getting ready on stage right now. See you in a few.
Baby, come on, don't claim that I love you, never let me feel I should've known, 'cause you brought nothing real. Come on, be a man about it, you won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know I'm out of love. Set me free and let me out this misery. Just show me the way to get my life again, 'cause you can't handle me. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Said I'm out of love. Said how many times have I tried to turn this love around, but every time you just let me down. Come on, be a man about it, you won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know I'm out of love. Set me free and let me
back to our coverage of the LEC, where Vitality are looking for a much-needed win in the race for playoffs as they take on the reigning champions, the Mad Lions, who come off a surprising loss to SK just yesterday. But SK could very well be the surging team. I want to pull up the standings as we are getting closer to the playoffs, and each of these matches is impacting, of course, the chances of each team and also kind of the top of the table and who is in pole position for that number 1 and 2 spot. Dracos, when I look at today, we need to talk about SK picking up a win once again, a 2-0 week. And I think also the fact that Excel now drops down below, which gives this match of Vitality even more importance than it already had.
I mean, it certainly does. And the race at the bottom of the standings is getting tighter and tighter. Time is running out for so many different teams. The stakes are getting higher and higher. So for Vitality, who's kind of sitting safely in the middle of the pack, finding these wins right now is crucial. And honestly, more than anything, I'm just impressed by Misfits. Again, just to step back to the previous game for a brief moment, if Rogue, let's say, lose today through some miracle upset, if Fnatic lose today, then Misfits are tied for second coming into this week. And again, while we're looking at that team, we're pretty sure at this point. It's not 100% confirmed. Crazy things can happen. They're making playoffs. But again, when we look at them, when we set the expectation, can they break into the top 4? Looking at the standings, things look pretty good.
No, absolutely. I know you were pretty hypey on Razor coming into this weekend as well, boss. Can you kind of sketch to us how difficult it is for him to perform at this high of a level in every match? Because it doesn't matter, it seems to be, if he's up against the number 1 in the standings or number 10. He's always getting early game advantages. From your experience, how difficult is that?
Yeah, Lore said it herself, a lot of first bloods, and Razork, he's just a smart player, and he always finds these ganks happen for some reason, even though they shouldn't. He still finds them, and he ends up getting kills, and it's just huge.
Is it something you can't teach, this game sense?
I mean, I certainly haven't learned it, and I've been playing for a long time. So, I mean, I'm always impressed by players who can use creative pathing, players who can find different angles, because you get used to kind of the stock standard jungle clears. Okay, 3 camps, now you're on top side, 3 camps, now you're here, you're going to fight for a crab a little bit. So the players who can mix it up, still find success without falling behind, that's huge, that's massive, and I think that's the difference between a average jungler and a good or great jungler.
And Misfits, fantastic job once again. A 2-0 week. The race for playoffs is heating up definitely. So let's talk about Vitality versus the Mad Lions. Vitality is the team on everyone's lips saying they should get it. They have the mechanical prowess to make it work, but they have to get the wins consistently. They lost to G2 yesterday, boss, but were there any positives you took away from that game from Vid?
I saw some great individual skills from Sugenda and especially Labrov. Take a look at this. He completely outplays Mickey, and it turns into a double kill, right? This guy is a really good player, and see him in solo queue all the time, always top 10. Always top 10, and he's just smurfing on everyone in solo queue.
Yeah, I completely agree, and it's a pleasure, especially when we normally look at the 3 other members of this Vitality lineup, to see top lane and Sugenda, a guy who is just coming right back into the lineup alongside Lebrov, who's been kind of a quiet rising star. We always knew that his Thresh was very good. He had some standout games when he was playing with Comp, but a little bit quieter this time around. To see him step up, to see him outplay a player as good, as renowned as Mickey X in those games yesterday was fantastic.
Yeah, the guy's 19 years old, by the way. When he joined in spring of 2020, he was only 18, and I've quietly kept my eye on him for a very long time. I'm very excited to see how it keeps developing. Hopefully they get a chance to play in the playoffs. But when we look at kind of the team play from both teams, this goes for Matt as well. They've been dropping a couple of games here and there. Just yesterday versus SK, Dracos. What can you tell me about both these teams, and what seems to be going wrong when it comes to some of the important team fights in the middle and the late game?
I mean, the one thing, they're kind of different issues, but at the end of the day, both of these teams feel like they have a really big problem with consistency. Now here, it's Vitality getting split up, Vitality taking fights maybe not as a full 5-man, but making kind of these split calls. And for Mad Lions on the opposite side, you have games where they make every right decision, they snowball an early lead, they find these big team fight moments, and they win the game. And you have games where they make mistakes, where Carzzy goes from, God tier to running it at a moment's notice. And while both teams, how this inconsistency represents itself is very different, both of these teams are teams that have struggled to consistently put together a win streak, because when they step on stage, it's really feast or famine.
TLDR, as the players on stage are ready. Mechanical prowess on both sides. High stakes going in to the playoffs, and we want to see a clean game all the way through. Both teams, they have so much to prove after their showing yesterday, so we'll see who bounces back in Game 3 with Medivedi.
Yep.
It's on the screen.
Yeah,
that's so cool.
Wow, okay.
There's no hyphen, though.
Soon we'll be replaced by robots, and then it'll be Robomedi and Robovedi.
How do you know we're not already replaced by robots?
Dun, dun, dun.
Identify all the flamingos in that picture.
Ah!
He can't, he's a robot. He can't do it, he's a robot, guys. That's exactly what's happened. Anyway, we are here for Vitality versus Mad, and for the other two games that round out today. I'm looking forward to it, Veddy. It's going to be a good one. Already seen some strong League of Legends today as we round out week 6.
Strong League of Legends.
Yeah. Didn't want to call
I saw them bench press like 100. It was incredible. I was really impressed.
100 what, Vedius?
I don't know. You said they look strong. Anyway, Vitality versus Mad. Some strong teams will be making their way onto the ring.
Would you say they play strong League of Legends?
No, I wouldn't, Medic. I would say that they play entertaining League of Legends. Both these teams are in much need of a win, and they're going to be seeing if they can get it today. We're going to be jumping into the draft very, very soon, as we are on patch 11.14. The meta has shifted ever so slightly. Akali, not quite the same priority as she had last patch. We're still seeing a high presence of the Viego. LeBlanc has been rising in popularity as well, alongside the Lee Sin. And Kalista, still very strong, but yesterday SK did have an answer to Kazi's Kalista with their Jungle Mundo. After the early game lead that SK found, Mad struggled to come back into the game, so let's see how they adapt going up against Vitality today.
And there's the LeBlanc band, the Callisto as well. Viego taken away by the Mad Lions, and now we'll see if something like the Thresh is still on the ban menu for these teams. Gwen as well, we've seen get through once and been banned out all of the other times. There's the Varus, so 2 strong AD carries already removed from both of these players' pools, and both these AD carries always key focus points for these teams. Crown Shot, the carry for Vitality when the game goes later. Kazi, a little bit crazy from time to time. We heard on the Euphoria podcast just how Upset thinks sometimes Kazi is padding his damage numbers by how aggressive he is.
Yeah, well, I think that Kazi as a player has been very inconsistent this split. Couple games, he has just kind of ran it down. Other games, he's been a massive carry. I think that is just kind of typical Kazi, though, during the regular season. Playoffs is where we really start to see him ramp up, but we are getting ever closer to playoffs, so we'll see how things shift. Now, as the bans have rounded out, you'll notice that Xin Zhao and Gwen have both been left up and available. So both teams looking to make a trade here. Vitality have decided to give Selfmade the Xin. Typically, we do see this removed from any player's pools, but it's going to be in the hands of Selfmade, who does typically like to play towards the top side of the map, largely through leader. So already they're setting themselves up for a strong mid-jungle duo that they are very confident on. It is likely that we'll see an AP champion come out from leader, which does suggest that he is leaning a little more towards the Rise, but that is not confirmed. So we'll wait and see what direction he goes in as Mad Lions get themselves the ever-powerful Gwen.
As you said, with the Akali being nerfed, it's not always a focus. And there's the Sylas, actually, another AP carry in the mid lane for leader. Quite early pickup here for the Sylas. We used to talk about Sylas as a later option in drafts because you wanted to see what ultimates your opponents had, but he's got good sustain in the lane. He skirmishes well. Most ultimates in the game work pretty well on him as well. So picking him up this early isn't too much of a detriment.
I think it's very much just a leader thing. When leader knows he's going to have to play an AP champion, when you look at his choices, Sylas and Rise are usually his go-to. And I think that he's just sitting here saying, well, you know, we already see the Gwen. Just give me something that I know I'm comfortable on and something that I can have an impact on as well. So it doesn't really surprise me. It is a very strong 2 versus 2 in the early game. Sylas has a lot of setup. Xin Zhao has a lot of damage. Rounding their first half out with the Tristana, they should have push in the bot side of the map, and this is looking right now like a top-side focus game for Mad Lions. So we'll see how that contrasts when Vitality is expecting to play heavily through mids. We can see further mids being banned away from the side of Vitality. Rise was a big champion that was very impactful the last time that they met, with Humanoid really popping off on the champion, even though they ended up losing that game. Humanoid's Rise is definitely something that Vitality still want to respect and don't actually want to give over.
I wonder where Mad Lions will go with that mid lane pick. Humanoid can fall back to something like the Orianna, maybe even a Twisted Fate, a possibility for him if you want to get a lot of time into Elyoya on the top side on that Gwen. Of course, we've also seen Gwen mid a couple of times from G2. Caps has been piloting that both effectively and ineffectively, depending on which game you watch him play it. So there's always an option here for Mad Lions. Alistair, their next ban. Obviously, you don't really want to pick that yourself when you're playing into a Sylas, and they didn't want to give Vitality, or Lebrov especially, that engage potential. His Alistair feared throughout the LEC.
Mad Lions, right now, I imagine that they're looking at something like a Leona or a Nautilus. And then whatever gets picked, I imagine the other side will then immediately respond with the same champion. Nautilus Kai'Sa is a very common AD carry support duo, but instead, Mad, seeing the enemy mid laner, have decided to lock in the Orianna. So they have a very controlled mid lane. They should be able to get prio in terms of early push, but in terms of straight up 2 versus 2, heavily favorable towards Team Vitality. Xin and Sylas is very strong in that matchup. We are going to get to see the Lulu come out from Vitality in the bot lane, so offering a little bit more.
It's the bot lane?
That's a good point. Could be in top lane as well. We have seen Vitality run this many times throughout this split. And if they pair it up with the Braum, they're going for a very utility-focused comp with a lot of damage. In the form of Tristana, Sylas, and Xin. Xin plus Lulu can be a very devastating combo. The amount of damage that you can soak up, the engage is relatively strong as well. And the Braum is going to act as a strong disengage tool for a lot of the dive that Mad want to go for. When you have things like Gwen that want to jump on your face, you also have the Kai'Sa that wants to try and close the gap against you. Braum is just going to dissuade and disrupt a lot of that playmaking potential.
Yeah, Shigenda was actually, SLT was one of the stronger Lulu top players in the LEC, so it's interesting to see Shigenda now be put on that supportive pick. It will, of course, as you say, work very well with the Xin Zhao. There's the Rakan final pick for the Mad Lions. I was actually shouting to Mac before this started, if you pick Rakan, I'll cheer for you. So apologies, but go Mad Lions, go. I love seeing a good Rakan play, especially when you team him up with things like the Kai'Sa Killer Instinct, with the Orianna Shockwave, with the Lee Sin diving onto the backline. Rakan works best when someone else is doing that initial engage for him, and he can just follow up afterwards.
Well, I will say my initial assessment of the comps would be that I prefer Vitality's a little more, just because of the Braum Lulu combo. I don't think that their engage is the strongest. It can be, because you can use the Sylas ultimate to steal things like the Ori ultimate away. You also have the Xin Zhao engaging, and I suppose you can use Braum as a front line, but I just think their range is going to continue to scale. Both Sylas and Tristana are going to be difficult for champions like Orianna to deal with in the later game. I think Kai'Sa is going to have a real difficult time diving in and following up, particularly against a Lulu and a Braum. So I think that, yeah, I think that Vitality do have really good scaling options, and I think that Mad Lions are going to have to find ways to get advantages in early. I think they're primarily going to look to play through top, but we'll see how things play out. Mad versus Team Vitality for Game 3 of the day.
Hi everyone, before we jump onto the Rift, I have Vitality's head coach Tash with me to talk about the team. Actually, thank you for joining me. You decided to switch player 2 weeks ago. How are things going between players and how are they adapting to that?
I would say it's going well. Generally speaking, we have both teams, Academy and the main team, in the same house. They're practicing right next to each other. Only a glass wall is separating us. So it was very easy to make this transition. Obviously, the decision was difficult to make because both players are really, really good. But I believe that we as a team believe that Matthias Shigenda is providing what we needed a bit more currently, at least.
All right. Well, let's see if you can bounce back from the loss you got yesterday. Thank you for joining me. And back to you guys onto the Rifts.
Thank you very much, Law. As we've heard, Vitality practicing it in close proximity with their Academy team, so pretty easy swaps for them to make, and Shigenda seems to have fit into the lineup relatively well, although they only sit at 5 and 7 all round at the moment. Vedius, 9 wins, kind of that cutoff that you usually look for. We only have 6 games left to play, so you need to win 2/3 of those if you are going to almost guarantee yourself a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, this is where things get very tense for many teams. Games in week 6, they don't feel impactful, but then you move into week 7 and you realize, oh, we really don't have many games left, and there are not that many opportunities left, and many teams really are reaching that point in the split where they will be ramping up and performing at their peak in preparation for playoffs. So in light of that, let's have a look at how these teams are approaching this early game, because we can see that Selfmade is doing a bit of a full clear from bot side towards top. Started red, going to do his Krugs and then make his way up towards the top side of the map. May also look for a play through mid, depending on what his choices are. Humanoid with a bit of priority is looking to assist Elyoya, who will start on red, path towards bot, bot and is looking for that early bot side scuttle as Mad. And both Vitality are actually contesting this bot wave. Curious as to who will get that early prio as Kaiser goes in.
Gets the knockup. Lebrov will have Guardian here though, and Kaiser can battle dance away, means that concussive blows does not connect. One of the strengths of Rakan is, as an engaged support, he can get in and out against a Braum pretty easily. Otherwise, it can be a bit tricky to get away from that Braum passive. Does look like Elyoya will get that blue, and now still has a little while before these Scuttle Crabs start to spawn. So he's going to work his way down towards the Krugs, perhaps see if that has been cleared out. Instead, decides that the Gromp is his target. Humanoid and Leader trading in the mid lane. Humanoid using that command shield just to keep himself a little bit healthier than Leader, but Leader does have a total biscuit of rejuvenation to work through. Command attack onto Leader, gets him down to about 200 HP. Elyoya is in the area. Will he find an engage here? Looks like Leader's just going to hover the top side, knows his jungler is up there, knows he's a little bit safer because Selfmade is in the vicinity.
Many Mad players getting low across the board. Armut being forced to use his Ghost because he knows that his jungler is not in the vicinity. He's taken a lot of damage, and he is very paranoid about a potential dive, and rightly so. Look at where Selfmade is, stealing away Elyoya's Krugs. Means that Armut could have been in some very serious danger. So he's going to respect that back away. Will he use the TP, or will he decide to walk back? I think walking back is the smarter choice.
Oh.
Well, we'll see how this pans out, because Xin Zhao is still in the top side of the map. So I'm just keeping my eyes on Selfmade. What does he decide to do here? It looks like for now he's just going to choose to back away. So I think there was an opportunity for a gank up towards top, try and punish Armut for using his TP very early on in the laning phase, but Vitality choosing not to take advantage of it. Instead, Selfmade going to steal the enemy Krugs, going to do his own Gromp, so he's going to be a little bit ahead in terms of the jungle clear. Let's have a look here. TP in bot lane.
They're looking for Kazi first. Guy's going to be able to get away. Kaiser jumps back onto him as well. And even with Crown Shot flashing forward, they just can't get the damage down. Concussive blows was not procced, and Mad Lions are able to walk away.
But overall, very beneficial trade for Vitality, because Leader, he just reset on the map. He could see that the wave was underneath Humanoid's tower. You can see that Selfmade is also holding and hovering around mid as well. So Leader's not going to lose anything for this. But what they were able to get was double summoners off of Kazi. So overall, a good use of the teleport, and even though they didn't look like they got a lot out of it, I think that Vitality really benefited off a proactive play like that.
Yeah, Kazi nowhere near that level 6 either, so doesn't even have the killer instinct escape at all. Now very vulnerable to a gank. Humanoid TPing here down towards these Razorbeaks. Looks like he and Elyoya are going to team up to try and steal away that camp. We saw Selfmade taking away the Krugs earlier on. This will even out that camp score as Elyoya gets the Razorbeaks. However, Selfmade is still on the bottom side of the map, and he is looking for the Mad Jungler. Leader going in, Elyoya in the area. He's going to be able to jump onto Leader here, but Leader does still have the flash. Selfmade on his way as well. Elyoya flashes forward. Sonic Wave goes wide. Selfmade dives in with Wind Becomes Lightning. Humanoid has to flash away. Elyoya does still have a flash of his own. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, there's trading to be had. Humanoid down to 150 HP. Will keep himself alive, but the important thing is, Vedi, Humanoid no longer has TP, no longer has flash, and Leader is very healthy in this lane. It looks like Humanoid's going to have to reset. Kaiser trading with Lebrov and Crown Shot in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a lot of trading all across the boards, except top lane, where nothing is happening.
What's new?
In mid, I liked how Elyoya used that brief window to steal away the Raptors. Armut getting very low here, actually. He needs to be careful. I think that... Hang on, no, yeah, this is dangerous.
Yeah,
oh, okay, he just got level 6 though, so that was the turning point where Jigen is like, yeah, okay, not going to risk it. Selfmade now pathing his way towards bot. I think this is smart from Selfmade. He's just covering his bot side. He knows that Wolves are up towards top. Oh, they're just going to go in.
No, it's warded as well. Lebrov diving in with the Unbreakable. Will be able to keep himself healthy enough. The Plasma not quite going to proc there on the Braum. Vitality will push out the bottom lane, and it's all even across the board here, Vedius.
Interesting that Mad maybe even looking for a bit of a freeze here towards the bot side of the map, not looking to reset themselves. Notice that they're sitting at about 54 CS, and they still haven't gone back to base yet, so you know they're sitting on a lot of gold. The Noon Quiver also going to be picked up. Oh, okay, so what he's created here is a bit of a slow push. So in theory, by the time he gets back to the lane, this wave will be equalized out. So it's not actually pushing towards. The fact that that tower hit that minion might mess that up just a little bit. But I think that overall, in terms of where the wave is, you saw the question mark ping come down as well. They were like, why did that minion do that? But I think that the wave state should still be fine for Mad Lions. And if we could quickly have another look at the wave. Yeah, so now the problem here is that it will start to slow push in favor of Vitality is going to start slow pushing towards them because their minions are hitting that wave earlier, but then Crown Shot's just going to start clearing.
Yeah, it's also Tristana, right? So it's very difficult to last hit without re-pushing the lane back towards your opponent, so Crown Shot just wanted to clear it out as quickly as possible. Means that if he wanted to now, he could team up with Lebrov in this bot side river and gain control towards the first dragon.
Yeah, the main point that I wanted to make is that Mad set up the wave nicely, and you can see Kazi's not going to lose much off the back of it. But let's see if this flashless Orianna is punished. Good sidestep there from Humanoid. And for now, nothing coming off the back of it. So Vitality have been very proactive in this early game. They've been hyper-aggressive in bot lane. Selfmade has been covering mid, who has constantly been looking for skirmishes. And Mad Lions, who, with this Lee Sin, haven't really been able to find that much in the early game. A couple stolen camps here and there, but overall, very even across the board. The only real discrepancy sitting up towards the top side of the map, with Armut continuously being bullied by the Lulu. But I'm pretty confident that at a certain point, this matchup will start to swing in the favor of the Gwen.
Yeah, you can see it's about 200 gold difference up there right now. Selfmade steals away the blue buff. A little bit more consequential than something like a Razorbeak. Lebrov does still have the stand behind me here to jump back to Selfmade if he wishes. Leader with a stolen shockwave could have looked for an engage, but instead does not go for it. And I want to come back a little bit to that sort of trading that we've seen between Vitality and Mad Lions, because Selfmade has... I'm going to wait for it just as a second here. Needlework coming out from Armut. He will heal up a lot from that, but Shigenda's still very healthy, has the wild growth. Should be able to force Armut back away. But coming back to my point about Selfmade, he has so often been the catalyst for Vitality. Whenever he is able to get ahead in the early game, he is really what Vitality rely on to get themselves these early leads. You can see that 100% team first blood participation. Whenever this team gets a first blood, it is because Selfmade is there. He is high in kills and assists early on, but he does it without actually spending too much time around his laners. Second last in terms of jungle proximity. Just very efficient at finding ganks, Vedius.
Well, I think what's interesting is Ultimate comes through. What I think is interesting is the amount of criticism that Selfmade has been receiving this. Of course, Leader now getting very low here.
Commander, oh, he's just dead. He didn't have flash. That's still on cooldown.
Yeah, but doesn't matter if he didn't have flash. He didn't have to die there. Can we get a replay of that, please, observers? If there's a window for that, because I need to understand what happened there. Because initially, I'm just like, Leader just made a huge mistake. That is not what I expected from him, and I'm sure that Humanoid was not expecting the same. Let's have a look here. So, he used the shockwave to clear out the wave. Fine. The ultimate was probably about to run out anyway. There's nothing wrong with that. So then, the shockwave comes down from Humanoid, and he's just doing this to clear out the wave. So at this point, he probably wants to reset. And now he's looking to fight.
Oh, Leader's looking to fight Armut as well. As Armut very low, no flash on this Gwen. Remember, tries to jump across the wall, but snip, snip, snip. Selfmade gets his first kill of the game.
So a lot of flashes were burnt there. They do get a return kill onto Armut, which is much needed for Vitality, but big blunder in the mid lane for Leader. There was no reason for him to try and go for that re-engage. Oh, we're getting a bit of a pip here. So like, it's this movement that he makes where after he ease on the minion, which is fine, he can back off, but then he's walking forward. I think he tries to W the Orianna, and he's thinking if I can get the W off, but Orianna's full HP. No, I don't agree. I don't agree. Big mistake there, I think, from Leader. Good news for him is that he was able to get that assist onto Armut. But yeah, he's going to be a little bit behind in this 1v1. His team, though, is still a little bit ahead in terms of early gold. And Humanoid is now going to leverage his advantage. Of course, he now has a fully completed item, so he's going to bully Leader as much as he wants.
Yeah, that Luden's absolutely bursting through Leader. You can see Leader not even going for the Merc Treads first. Instead, Ionian Boots of Lucidity for that extra cooldown reduction, or ability haste, I guess it is now. Definitely helps you out on the Silas, being able to get more Abscond Abducts, more Kingslayers, more heals. Works out really well for you, but it does mean you're just that little bit more squishy. And we did say it was going to be a difficult lane for a Silas. Melee into range, never the easiest matchups, but Humanoid is bullying Leader right now. And with the Rift Herald going down, Humanoid is only going to extend this lead. Already 30 CS. Up Kaiser in the perfect position here to strike, has the quickness, has the flash. And I don't think Leader's going to be alive for much longer if he stays around. Elioya stepping forward, and Leader respects it and backs away.
Yeah, there's nothing that the rest of Vitality can even do about it. They're trying to cross-map in the bot lane. They're trying to push towards this tier 1 tower. Mad may very well even be able to secure this first tower of the game. It is going down very slowly, but what can Leader do? He's 2 levels down, he's an item down, and now he's a tower down. That is a 2k gold difference in the mid lane, and that is how detrimental a solo death like that can be. Like, the fact that Humanoid completed that first item just swung this matchup so heavily in Humanoid's favor, and he is a player that I think is, our best performing mid in the LEC so far this split. He's had a very solid split. He is very active on the map. He's been roaming a lot this season. He has a very wide champion pool, as he's shown his proficiency on champions like Akali and Orianna. Victor last split in the final was monstrous. I think he had a really good MSI as well. And I really do think the Humanoid has grown into becoming one of the best mids. Let's see if he can make a play with Elyoya down in the bot lane.
So Crownshot has flash and heal here. Humanoid goes the long way round. Good buster shot. Knocks away Elyoya. Flash forward. Shockwave just short. Flash for... just a flash burnt there for Crownshot. No summoners burnt apart from the TP for Humanoid. Selfmade will try and make another cross map, but Armut respects it. Now Crownshot and Lebrov perhaps being a little bit greedy here underneath the tower. TP coming in. Shigenda's going to join this with the Wild Growth, but because of that TP, that frees up top lane space as Selfmade now finds himself in a 1v2. Kaiser and Armut strike as soon as Shigenda is gone. And Selfmade should fall here. Trying to trade onto Kaiser, but Kaiser can just dodge around. Leader steals away the quickness, though, and Vitality have turned it around. Selfmade and Leader able to find a kill from nowhere.
I was just about to say that this is a problem that we have been seeing for Selfmade this split, where he'd be sitting in a part of the map that does not belong to him, and he ends up getting punished as a result. But really good response there from Leader, roaming up from the mid lane, knowing that Humanoid was in bot. Quickly stealing away the Rakan ultimate to then CC Armut so that he can do nothing about it was very nicely played. So Vitality is able to get themselves a kill. Their bot side of the map stays relatively healthy, and now Leader should be able to get himself a play up towards top lane. And notice that he's been able to close that experience gap just a little bit. So much needed play for Vitality, that's for sure.
You can see the goal even overall now, even though Humanoid has picked up 6 plates altogether, I believe, alongside the extra gold you get for the first tower. And he has a 30 CS lead. That is even out by the rest of Vitality. Shigenda 0-0-1 on this Lulu. Of course, support Lulu only really needs the first 2 items. You know, Shirelli is into Moonstone or Shirelli is into Ardent. Perhaps if you're playing with the Xin Zhao could work well. But still getting extra gold there, getting those supportive items early can help Vitality here. And it would be a big win for them as well. They haven't had the most successful of last couple of weeks. You know, a couple of losses here and there really starting to bite them. As we said at the start of the game, they really need to get 4 wins out of the remaining 6 games if they're going to stand a chance of making it to playoffs.
Yeah, definitely true. And I think that this is definitely a much-needed win for them if they can beat Mad Lions, especially considering how close they are in the standings. You can see the score lines at the top of your screen. But what does surprise me is how late this first Drake is. We're getting to the 15-minute mark, and no Drake has actually died yet. Mad Lions are now going to start this one off, given that they do have 4 members bot. No TP on Armut. Shockwave comes through.
I do love this idea of just using the Shockwave as a chunk tool. It's not about getting kills as Kaiser gets jumped on here. The quickness coming out, but Kaiser can dodge back to Humanoid. Elyoya is behind the play. Dragon's already been taken, and Mad Lions will be able to walk out of this one. But as I was saying, like, using the Shockwave just to get people low before a fight really starts. You don't have to use it to execute. You don't have to use it in the middle of a fight. If you can just chunk out Lebrov, then who's going to face check for Vitality?
Kaiser did almost lose his life at the very beginning of that play, though. So while the Shockwave did act as a deterrent, it wasn't quite enough to stop Vitality from deciding to fight. While all that was happening, Armut was able to get a little bit more control as he pushed out the top wave, looking to try and secure this objective, but Crownshot will be there to help secure the tower and the wave, which means that he's still going to continue to scale up and ramp up. You can see he's completed his first item. Pretty common for Kaisers to be a little bit behind in terms of itemization, because they do get that early Dirk, so they can get that early Q upgrade, or the Q evolve, I should rather say. But you can see that the Kraken Slayer now being completed for Kazi as well. And first items are now starting to be completed across the board, which means the Armor should definitely start to feel a lot more comfortable in a side lane, especially once he gets that level 11 mark and has 2 points in his ultimate. Leader now could be in some danger.
There's a Shockwave. Leader does have a Shockwave of his own. Elyoya's looking for him, flashes away from the Sonic Wave. There's the knockup from Rakan. Leader tries to survive, but won't be able to. Humanoid gets the kill. Top lane tower falls as Crownshot is able to take it, but Mad will get a kill and at least some damage on this bot tier 2.
So a typical cross map, Mad invests 3 members bot, but now Vitality are on the response on the top side. With the Herald, they should be able to secure a tower in the mid lane. Let's see if they can get a kill off the back of it. Kazi showcasing that respect. Armut's not in any real danger himself, so it looks like Vitality just going to do the tower for tower trade for now. I think overall, Mad still come out on top.
It's a bit of a tricky one to do the maths on, because I was trying to work it out. They got top tier 1, mid tier 1 for a tier 2, which gives you more gold now, of course. So,
but it's the kill as well.
The kill as well, yeah. So overall, you're right.
But let's have a look at the gold. Let's see how much Humanoid actually has right now, because it is 8.5k, Medic. So that kind of comes back to what I was talking about. When you do get those tier 2s that are so much more valuable now, especially when you funnel it all onto one of your carries, Humanoid becomes an even bigger carry. 3k gold ahead now of Silas. And what item has that resulted in? Let's have a quick look. He has upgraded that into the Archangel Staff, which means that once that is fully stacked, he will be a 2-item Orianna pre-20 minutes, which is quite scary.
That is quite scary. 2.5, because he's got an Oblivion Orb as well for that Grievous Wounds, for that healing reduction, which against a Silas is so strong. And as you say, it's not only about the fact that he is at 2 items, it's about the fact that Leader is at 1. And now Lebrov is not in the best of shapes. Leader TPing in here, but he's only going to go towards the top lane. Crownshot, they're trading. Humanoid very low, and if you can kill off the 8,000 gold, you can take it off the map, and perhaps you can take a trade. Vitality able to kill off Humanoid. Who did that gold go to? I think it was Crownshot.
Tristana, Crownshot did get the shutdown. He's now going to be 1k gold ahead of Kazi, and this is a really good collapse coming out from Vitality. The trap was laid in the enemy jungle, and the Blast Cone made it look like that it was actually a big blunder from Vitality. But look at the position of the map. Tristana has the push in mid, and the Lulu is in the river, which means that it's very easy for the rest of Vitality to collapse on this play. And when Mad think that they're actually getting the collapse off and they're punishing Lebrov, he's actually just buying time. He uses the ultimate, the flash over from Selfmade. While the exhaust does come through, it's Crownshot that really dishes out the damage. So good response there from Vitality to get that much needed shutdown onto Humanoid.
Huge response by them. You will see what Crownshot is able to pick up with that extra gold. Vitality striking back. Still 400 gold in Mad's advantage, but it's been a rocky road for Mad so far this season, and it seems to continue to be one, though. We do know how strong they can be in team fights. Probably one of the best, if not the best, team fighting team in the league if they can get towards that point. Having picked up the first Drake, perhaps they'll be looking towards a soul point as well. However, very delayed. We're only going to get towards our second Dragon of the game at around the 20-minute mark.
It seems that Mad is just choosing to take the cross map right now. Humanoid going to be sitting in top lane as he secures that tower, and in exchange, Vitality are going to take full control over the bot side of the map in preparation for the Dragon that will soon be spawning. They don't want to commit to that bot tier 1. It's not worth it right now when they need to get their resets through. But Mad actually may look towards that tier 2. You can see pings coming through from Jigenda saying that we need to respond to it. I think he does have his teleport up. He does. Let's see what happens, because now 3 members, wow, a lot of members actually converging on this. Vitality realized that the Drake doesn't spawn early enough.
Wild Growth has to be used on Crownshot, but he can jump in here. Humanoid's all on his lonesome, no one there to follow up, and the Killer Instinct does nothing. Crownshot takes the kill after being chunked out, and Crownshot's not done yet. Jumps forward, Lebrov gets the second of the fight. Meanwhile, Leader, very happy in bot lane, just soloing out a tower. Vitality now turn their eyes to the Baron as it spawns at the 20-minute mark, and Mad Lions thought they found a catch, but it was Vitality who did the catching.
Crownshot coming up clutch once again. Right place, right time with the Lulu support there. He was able to mitigate a lot of the damage dropped by Humanoid, and immediately Vitality go on the attack. They get themselves 2 quick kills, one of them being the jungler, and now they convert it into a Baron. Clean stuff for Vitality, and they're going to get a Drake to boot.
Superb stuff there by Crownshot. That second item, Phantom Dancer, helping out as he traded in. Vitality now turn their eyes towards the Dragon, and they have the gold lead for the first time really in the game. 2,000 gold ahead now. Crownshot funneled. Basically a 3-item Tristana now with the Ardent Sensor buffing him up, assuming that Shigenda is in the area. And we'll see this because Humanoid feels that he's safe. Kazi is there, Elioya is there. He's chunked out Crownshot.
He is not expecting this many members, and he's expecting the support to come through from Kazi and Elioya, and it just isn't there. Kazi tries to heal him. It's too little, too late. The 4-man collapse onto Elioya as well. There's nowhere for him to go. He doesn't even bother flashing because he knows he's dead. And that results in a quick Baron. And again, it was one of those situations where Mad Lions read the map and they were saying, hey, we can take this top tower and we can probably poke out tier 2 because they're going to go for Drake. But Vitality said, no, let's not bother with the Drake. We actually have to defend our tier 2 top, and that's actually contest. The fact that they were able to find such a favorable fight is probably not part of their plan as the shockwave comes through, and now Vitality once again on the attack.
Selfmade diving in, Humanoid low as well, down to half HP. Leader going in with the quickness. They're just looking to CC Humanoid. All of Mad Lion's gold sits on the Orianna, and the Orianna is dead. Kazi dead for the follow-up. Self-made with a double. Armor getting chased out by Leader and Lebrov off towards the top side. He should fall as well. Armor trying to show just what Gwen can do, but Leader shuts him down. A triple kill for Self-made. A clean 4-0 for Vitality.
Another great fight for Vitality, and you're starting to see the power of this composition. It is very difficult for Mad to play the way that they want to, because every time Kazi tries to dive in, all of his damage immediately gets mitigated. Self-made, with this composition built almost around him, just soaks up so much damage, and when we get the replay, you're just going to see him basically tank 3 people and take no damage. Very well played fight for Vitality, giving them a firm control over the game.
You can see 2 of the Vitality players sitting above 9,000 gold now. Humanoid still the wealthiest player in the game, but wealth doesn't matter much if you are dead before you can use it.
So the Shockwave barely dents Self-made, but the fact that he lands his W allows him to get the engage. And then look, Kazi can't do any damage, Humanoid can't do any damage, and then the Braum is there as well. Algoria joins the fray, but Kazi has to use his ultimate out, which means that he's not offering anything else to the fight, and then Self-made catches him off guard. Kazi then gets collapsed, Armor TP's in, but he's separated from the rest of the pack. And while he does almost actually get a kill onto Lebrov here, a good stopwatch actually keeps him alive, and all Kaiser can do is run to the hills. Very well played fight for Vitality, and again, it comes back to this comp conversation. Like Mad, yesterday they didn't have the strongest comp when dealing with SK's Mundo, and now they're in a similar position where they're struggling to find ways to find the successful fights that have made them win last split.
And the huge thing there is, Crownshot was the most fed player. He had the most gold for Vitality, and he did 0 damage. He wasn't needed.
0 damage.
This Xin Lulu combo is disgusting. I remember we talked about it a lot at the start of summer, and then it kind of fell out mostly because Xin was banned every single game. But here it got through. Shigenda was very willing to pick up the Lulu as well. Of course, works well with things like a Karma as well. If you want a duo queue and just destroy your solo queue, Xin Karma, Xin Lulu, very powerful combination. And now Mad Lions are staring into the jaws of defeat right here as Vitality look for this third tier 2. Mad Lions trying to defend. Leader looking for a flank position. Can steal away the quickness here from Kaiser. But there's no minion wave for Vitality right now. So you can see Mad Lions just willing to defend, willing to step back. They don't really care about their tier 2s too much. The tier 3 perhaps more of a focus for them. Self-made with the wind becomes lightning is a bit separated from the rest of the team, but Crownshot with the explosive charge can just chunk away at that inhibitor tower. Vitality playing it slowly, playing it patiently, as they have firm control of this game.
Vitality, they just need to take their time. I think that Mad they're going to have to do something pretty incredible if they want to find a good fight. It's one of those things where I've called them one of the best, if not the best team fighting team, but I feel like that they haven't really built comps to really enable their strong team fighting. You can kind of see on paper how it works, you know, Orianna Shockwave, the dive in with the Rakan and the Kaiser, but Lulu Braum then immediately just mitigates that. The last 2 lock-ins from Vitality were just such a good response that it really just mitigated any sort of dive threat, and you can see now how difficult it is for Mad to find the fight that they're looking for. Kaiser is 2 levels behind Lebrov right now, who has been involved in 6 of the 9 team's kills. Similar for Self-made, 7 of the 9 kills. Overall, very solid performance from Vitality, and they're looking for a much-needed win here. If they get this, it was even Leader yesterday on PGL talking about how he thinks that he is in a really good position, and maybe they could even take down Mad today, and how crazy that middle of the pack really is here in Europe.
Oh, it puts them in such a good position. If you look at the standings overall as well, actually draws them very close to Mad Lions, would be sitting just 1 win behind them. And importantly as well, gets them ahead of XL and SK, gets that 2-win buffer. We always talk about 9 wins, but of course, if XL, SK, and Schalke and Astralis don't pick up any more wins, 6 wins is enough for the rest of the season, right?
Exactly. And I think creating that gap is much more important, because at the end of the day, I think that this team's main goal is just getting to playoffs, getting a chance in those best of 5s. Now fight kicks off.
Oh, Kazi dives in with the killer instinct. That was actually genius. Shockwave killer instinct combo to kill off Crownshot, but can you kill Self-made? He's the key carry for Vitality now. Has already used the Crescent Guard. Leader diving in with the quickness. There goes Self-made onto Kazi, but Self-made just can't get the damage down, and Leader's gonna fall. The charm still coming out. Leader with the second stopwatch there, goes back in with the Kingslayer. Self-made now in the midst of 5 members of Mad Lions, but Self-made cannot survive. Lebrov will die. Self-made will die. And Mad Lions with a stroke of genius.
Yeah, they have a habit of doing that when it comes to team fights, and it's part of the reason why we do give them this praise. Let's have a look at this combo, and our observers, they're going to give us the slow-mo. So the W applies, the ball goes on, the ult comes through, Oh, and it's just a piece of art. Oh, and the Shockwave is timed just right to bring Crown Shot back as well. The Lulu ultimate comes through, and a pick like that is exactly how Mad want to start the fight. Selfmade is here very, very late. Shigenda's now not doing anything. He's offering very little to the fight. He puts a shield onto Selfmade, but he's not contributing anything else. And Vitality are just playing at a numbers disadvantage, which means that Mad can take their time at selecting their target and look at the picture-in-picture in your bottom left. That is a Baron that went into their back pocket, and just like that, Mad flipped the game.
What a performance by Mad. You can see last time Crown Shot did 0 damage on a fight because he wasn't there. This time, lowest damage of any of the carries because he was nuked before he had a chance to do anything. Mad Lions once again showing their pedigree, showing why they can never be counted out of these games, but it is still a very difficult road for them to climb, because even with Baron, they're 1,000 gold behind, and the scaling on the side of Vitality is so strong. The range that they have with Tristana, with the Ludo backing her up as well, makes it very difficult for Mad Lions to find a proactive engage like that again.
Yeah, you're quite right. That Infinity Edge being completed on Crown Shot really is terrifying, and you can see the Vitality haven't really slowed down. Leader hitting level 15 now, secures that bot tier 2. Orianna split pushing in the top lane, does have the teleport. I think that Vitality, yeah, they don't want to overcommit to this. They're going to reset. It's just going to be a trade of towers for now. The gold is basically dead even. Oh, but Elioya could be in trouble.
When becomes lightning, goes wide. Crown Shot jumping forward, knocked back. Elioya's already used the jump here, has to flash away. Humanoid hasn't been pushing bot lane while this was happening. Importantly, he'd started up on the Wolves while that fight began, so now he's going back and looking for that inhibitor tower.
It's a big overcommitment here from Vitality. Now the re-engage from Selfmade.
Selfmade going forward. Armor lands the needlework. Selfmade chunked out.
Yeah, you're mad. Just let that Humanoid split push Orianna, I guess. Leader is now going to go back to base, but the inhibitor is now gone. And Vitality, it felt like a bit of a sunk cost fallacy there. They were trying to find a 4v5 fight, which they could then collapse onto Mad, turn that into an inhibitor of their own, but Mad made the right call. They just kept disengaging, kept peeling back and preventing Vitality from finding anything successful. And while they do get Elioya's flash, they end up losing an inhibitor as a result.
A little bit of a roller coaster there in terms of gold. You can see Vitality were very much in command of this game until recently, where Mad Lions have been able to strike back. The question is, can Mad Lions continue this form? TP here by Humanoid down towards this bottom lane minion wave. Super minions still only where the tier 1 would be for Mad Lions, so a long way before those can walk their way into the base. Kaiser going in with the quickness. There's a Crescent Guard. Selfmade still alive. Gwen on the front line. Selfmade down to half HP. Humanoid still has the Shockwave here, Veddy. You got to watch out for that. Watch where that beach ball is. The little clownfish that could hit for Humanoid. Oh! Doesn't even need the Shockwave. Does it for good measure. That clownfish found Nemo, and Nemo was a Lebrob. It takes him down. Not sure where I was going with that
Lebrob
one.
is now swimming with the fishes. That's what you're trying to say, Medic. Mad Lions now with 5 members strong, looking to secure themselves another inhibitor, and with the Baron buff still remaining, they may look to end the game right here, right now.
Looked pretty much down and out for Mad Lions, but they've been able to find a way back into it. And now it's on Vitality in a 4v5 situation to somehow defend this. Selfmade, no Crescent Guard up for him, does have the flash. And Mad Lions will just retreat. They found Nemo, they sent him to sleep with the fishes.
Okay, Medic, you can stop now. You can just disengage, just get out. All right, so Mad, they played that very well. They grouped up as 5, they pushed their advantage, and they felt like that they could take a really good fight there. And I think that one of the biggest things is Vitality actually tried to commit to the engage. They used a lot of ultimates, and they actually just couldn't take Armut down. He was just soaking up so much damage. With his use of the W, I think he also threw out the stopwatch there as well. And they were able to disengage. So now the gold is actually dead even. Mad, though, have secured themselves 2 inhibitor towers. And this is where I think things can get a little bit hard for Mad, because they need to keep their foot on the gas, I feel. They need to now start threatening the mid-tier 1. They need to use the fact that they have super minions pushing in the side. And they have to try and spread Vitality thin, because I still think that in a straight front-to-back 5v5, Vitality should have the edge. But at the same time, as this Gwen continues to get stronger, perhaps Armut can be one of the big discerning factors. And of course, Humanoid, 4 items also, you know, can't afford to underestimate him as well.
Importantly for Vitality, they do have the teleport advantage right now. Armut's is about to come off cooldown, but both Shigenda and Leader have theirs. So answering these side lanes, catching these side waves is a little bit easier for them, knowing that they can TP into a fight. However, Humanoid and Mad have shown us just how quickly they can burst someone down if they're out of position. So the teleport might be a little bit too late. There goes Selfmade, jumping in, looking for Elioya, look at the Humanoid, but Humanoid is able to flash away from the back of it, and now Selfmade is caught in the midst of 4 members of Mad. Kazi is not here. Selfmade steps on the gas as he dives in. Leader going in as well. The Shockwave can catch that too, but it's only LeBron and Leader. Selfmade kills off Humanoid. Selfmade kills off one more, and now Vitality are looking for the fight, but Armut opens up with Gwen. Elioya stepping in. Leader, Shigendo, and LeBron have to try and fight back against Elioya. The concussive blows will stun him up, and I'm not sure Elioya can do this. Leader will take him, and Vitality found the accelerator.
Just barely were Vitality able to come out ahead because Crown Shot really just gave away his life as Kazi just barely able to pick up that kill as well, and they'll be able to get a tower off the back of it too. Showcasing that Vitality in these fights, they are so difficult to kill, but look at Selfmade. So much confidence. Flash W. He knows the support from his team is very easy to follow up. Good flash from Leader, I like it, but a good kick in response from Elioya. Kazi cannot get involved in the fight just yet. He's not doing any damage, but neither is Crown Shot. Then when you think Selfmade is overcommitted, he utilizes his stopwatch, and then the rest of the team can join. Good flash from Crown Shot to dodge away from the Shockwave, and you think at this point, Vitality can clean up the fight, but look at the damage from Kazi. Able to just one-shot alongside the Gwen, the Tristana. But then once Kazi was out of the fight, there was no way for them to win this one. And wow, what a close fight between the two teams. This game is now on a knife's edge, and just look at the damage. 6K, 5K, 4K. Everyone just hitting as hard as they can, except for the supports, because supports.
That is as hard as they can, Vedius. Okay, let's not insult them. Some of us have got weaker arms than the rest of you. Vitality, no flashes available. Only Lebrov has his as they look for the engaged Mad Lions. Have already got the Baron, and now they've killed off Lebrov as well. Selfmade in the midst of all members of Mad Lions. Crownshot looking for Elioya. Armor pops the stopwatch. Humanoid, do you have Shockwave? No, you've already used it. And Vitality will disengage. However, Mad Lions get the Baron and a 1-for-1 trade.
As you rightly said, 1-for-1. Baron. Everything going in the favor of Mad Lions off the back of that. The inhibs should be respawning. And there's the top one. Bot one going to be a little bit later, but it just means more farm for Crownshot, who's just going to tick over to that level 17. He does have the GA completed. Stopwatch also picked up for Kazi. And it's just a bloodbath between these two teams. It's interesting how Mad, they just individually play fights so well. You know, they're really patient, they're smart about how they use their abilities, and like in the chaos of a team fight, it can be difficult to know when to use what. But it's something that I think Mad, well, as we mentioned, it helped them win spring splits, the way in which they approach fights. But Vitality, their comp is just better when it comes to team fighting. So that's what's making it so close. Selfmade now might get caught out.
We're spotted out with the Scryer's Bloom there. We'll be able to back away. Had to pop the Crescent Guard, but that's not on the longest of cooldowns. Can't be more than 45 seconds or so before that one is back out. And all credit to Selfmade. After a slower start in this game, he has been the rock that Vitality have relied on in these team fights to try and catch up Humanoid, to try and kill off Kazi. Yeah. And he continues to do so, though. Kazi now willing to step forward, that aggressive AD carry that we all know and love. Diving in with the supercharge, looking for the damage. Vitality will continue to defend their mid lane inhibitor tower. 2 inhibitors are down, looking for the spawn on that. Top is about to respawn, just has 6 seconds on the bot lane. 4, 3, 2, 1, and all inhibitors will be back up. Now no super minions pushing in. Vitality, they have to wait out this Baron. It's about a minute away, and you can see that counter minion just slowly chipping away.
Nemo, look at him. He's hunting for Crown Shot. That is going to be the prime target. Selfmade looking for a fight.
Goes for Kazi. There's the knockup, but there's the Shockwave! And I'm sorry, Vitality, but there's no way you live through that. Selfmade dives back in, but that's a triple kill for Humanoid. And where was Nemo? Well, he was right in the faces of Vitality. And that is it done. Mad Lions will take this game. Vitality, only Crown Shot and Shigenda left alive.
That is not a fish that Vitality wanted to find. A beautiful kick coming out from Elioya into the 3-man Shockwave should cement the game for Mad, and they get themselves a much-needed win.
A huge win for Mad Lions, gets them only 1 win away from pretty much playoffs. Vitality, though, need to find some wins in the rest of the split if they're going to make it to playoffs. Great stuff from Mad Lions and from Vitality in a close sport game.
Crazy game. And an insane play in the bot lane from Humanoid and Kazi. That combo is not something you often see. The Kai'Sa plus Orianna duo finding the pick on the Crown Shot, converting it into a 1-team fight, converting it into a Baron. Even then with the Baron, losing a team fight, but then getting another Baron and then coming back into the game. Just beautiful stuff, and so much praise needs to go into the back pocket of Humanoid. He has been the rock for this team all split throughout their ups and downs. He has been so consistent. And for me, he's been a player that is in the conversation for MVP with so many talented players that we've had this split. Players like Upset, players like Inspired and Han Summer. I think that Humanoid, if Mad is going to cement themselves in playoffs and make themselves a threat, he is the player that is the reason why.
Had an absolutely stellar performance once again for Mad Lions. And you can vote for him in your Kia Player of the Game if you're on Twitter at LEC. Humanoid, Kazi, and Kaiser are your options. I would say give it to the support, but Humanoid actually had a really good game. You can't look over him. He had a stellar performance.
He certainly did. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy one. I mean, Vitality now kind of at the very edge. They haven't separated themselves from the pack. They look very close to do it, and this was a very strong game from them. Unfortunately, fell just short to the Mad Lions team fighting.
We've got some tough games coming up as well, but after the break, Humanoid joins Shox and Dracos on the analyst desk to break down their win. But first, we're going to check in with Law and Armand.
Thank you, Medic. And Armor, thank you so much for joining me after this game. How should I describe this game, actually? I'll let you do it.
It was really hard game to play. Yeah. I don't know how we won this, actually. Because in the game, I was just running around looking for some CS, but I wasn't finding any. It was really hard game.
Well, the casters were telling that through this chaotic team fight, it feels like you had the edge. And I'm thinking that it's something that made Mad Lions strong in spring, the fact that yeah, through chaos, you were able to navigate really well. So did you feel like today was kind of this?
No. I think at bot lane fight, we just did some really good combination and stuff, I guess. And we won 5v5. And we won the game from that snowball. We got the Nash and stuff. But I don't think it was coming from the, Mad Lions team fighting. I don't think it was about that, to be honest.
I'll have a follow-up about how you regain your form at the end of the interview. Actually, you know, let's talk about this now, because this split has been difficult for you. You explained many times you had the quarantine issues, you had the coming back from MSI also being difficult. But yeah, how has it been for you, this split, and how do you get back on this spring champions form that we've been used to seeing from you?
I mean, I want to talk about myself because I don't know how is my teammates are feeling because, so in the first, especially for 5 weeks, I wasn't feeling so motivated because I was really tired of the schedule. It was really tiring for me. So I was just chilling a bit, but like I'm coming back slowly. In playoffs, I will be ready to show my real power.
Tell me about this motivation though, because I had no idea. How did you find it again first?
Yeah. I kind of feel like playing League, loving League. I mean, because when you play for so long, when you like work so hard on something, you are just bored. You don't want to see League of Legends anymore, for example. I mean, it's everything. It's same with everything, probably. Sure. So this is what happened to me, and I wanted to take off before, so in playoffs I can be myself again. So yeah, I'm fine with my decisions. Yeah, I'm happy that I took that decision. Yeah.
And I'm happy that you're motivated again, Arnold.
But like playing against Lulu every game is so like hard for me. Everyone is picking Lulu against me. It's so boring.
How do you find the meta actually?
I think meta is really fun actually. Like the top lane champions are like there are like so many top lane champions that are really good. Lulu is really good in the Gwen, but I just don't like the champion. But I think this game is my bad because in second phase I think we should have banned Lulu because they had already Zinzao Tristana. It was really good for them. So I think it's my bad that I should have told my team that we had to ban Lulu this game. Yeah.
All right, maybe Lulu must be seen as a must ban for the Mad Lions. Okay, last question for you, Armand. What can we expect from the team in the weeks to come, in the games you have left to reach playoffs and be
I don't know, to be honest. Like this week, we struggle a lot, even in scrims. I think we need to like wake up. This was too much for us. I think we are playing really bad. Like this shouldn't happen to us. I think the Mad Lions players and the organization, we already know our like true powers, but like right now, what we are doing is like not even close to that. So we will work hard to go back into that shape.
Yeah, you know what you need to do. So in no time you'll get there, I'm sure of that. Well, thanks for sharing everything, Armut. Feels nice as always, and we're gonna take a quick break. We'll hear more about this game in a few minutes before Rogue and Astralis join us for Game 4.
Thank you.
Not even the stare? Come on.
gonna be a man about it. You won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know I'm out of love. Set me free and let me out this misery. Just show me the way to get my life again.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC studio where Mad Lions bounce back with a huge win in this game. And I'm joined by Dracos and Humanoid for a closer look. That was nuts. Unbelievable, Humanoid. Let's take a look at the draft then. It's here behind us. Do you think that you gained an edge, that you outdrafted them in some ways, or did you think it was pretty even?
I think top lane and bot lane were pretty even. I think mid lane is probably winning for us, since I think Sylas as a blind pick, especially since we didn't really have that many like OP ults. I mean, probably no OP ults. It's not that useful when playing against like longer range mages. So with the Orianna, I think that's a winning matchup. But yeah, they had the first pick Xin Zhao, which is a pretty OP champion. So I mean, overall, I would say the drafts were pretty even, but we had a slight edge.
I want to fast forward a little bit. The early game went pretty well in your favor. You actually were up like insane amounts over leader in the mid lane specifically, but the game really did get decided in the team fights. I want to talk specifically about the first push that you guys made up to the top lane versus Vitality. We're going to get the replay up on screen. Tell me what you were thinking.
So I mean, here I'm thinking that Orianna, I'm really fat. usually when I can hit my full combo on an ADC, he should die. But yeah, and a mid-top laner with the Lulu. Is a bit of an OP champion.
Yeah, there's a reason that Lulu's been banned so many times every time she goes into a solo lane, because when she's allowed to have golden items, she's just a no-fun champion.
No, indeed. Luckily, though, that's not where it ends for you guys. Let's also take a look at the bot lane, because the same thing kind of happens. Vitality, they get a bit overconfident, and they get confident in that Lulu Xin Zhao combination, but you guys repel the attack here.
Yeah, so I mean, here I see Karzi just hitting her W on Tristana, and I'm screaming at him, I can shockwave him. And I don't necessarily know how to time this ult, to be honest. I kind of flipped it, and it worked. So from that point, we should be able to win the teamfight, even though it was pretty close, since Xin Zhao kind of 1v5 almost. But yeah, if you one-shot enemy ADC, it should be a pretty free teamfight, yeah.
Just to be clear, did you say you don't really know how to time the Orianna ultimate?
Yeah, I mean, you have to kind of time it pretty well for her to not be able to flash it with the Kai'Sa ult. So it's kind of a flip. If she flashes it, then Karzi probably just dies. But yeah, it's pretty hard to react if you time it properly.
Okay, just to make sure, it wasn't this situation. Humanoid definitely knows how to hit an Orianna ult, and we're going to see that in this final replay.
Did you set yourself up for your own transition?
Yeah. Anyway, talk me through this one. It's a Pharrell and Lord.
Yeah, so in this one, we have Baron. We can basically just group as 5. Enemy has no choice than just to run at us from mid lane, basically, because they cannot flank. And yeah, I can just hit the shockwave. They can't really dodge it because they have a lot of melee champions and they just have to run straight in. So at that point, I think it's a pretty easy fight for us.
Do you feel pressure at all in a game like this where you get a solo kill initially, you're the guy with the big lead, the whole team is coming bot lane, you know, to make sure that you can kill leader again, and then you're coming into these team fights as the big source of damage, you're the one who wants to solo kill the AD carry. Does that put a lot more pressure on you when it comes to comms, when it comes to deciding what fights are good, when you're the player with basically all the money on your team?
For sure, it takes a lot of pressure since, yeah, basically if I die first, there's no way we can win because I'm the only one who has gold. And that also happened on top lane, and that kind of threw the game. But yeah, like as long as it doesn't happen twice, then it should be fine.
Yeah, you were the Kia player of the game with 82% of the votes. I have not often seen a number like that. Congratulations, Humanoid. Vedius was also saying that you have been really the backbone of the Mad Lions and very consistent, even though you guys haven't been winning as much as maybe has been expected. How do you feel you've done if you look at the season overall so far?
I mean, I would say that we are struggling a lot. So right now, in the past few weeks, I think at the start we were playing pretty decent. But I think right now we are not on the same page at all. And yeah, it kind of shows in our games. A lot of them are sloppy and we throw a lot of leads, or sometimes we just get behind in the early game a lot, which should not happen that much. But yeah. We just need to get back to where we were at the start or last split, and then it's going to be fine.
Is this something that you guys have like a clear path into how to get back to where you were? Because I know that you got outside of just the performance angle and trying to play the game competitively on the LEC stage, I know you guys have had to go through quarantines. You came back from MSI. You had one of the shortest breaks of any of the teams playing on stage. So what does that path forward look like for you guys now that you are, you know, happily glad that you can be in the studio out of this quarantine after so long, finally maybe being able to get back into shape?
I mean, I think it comes a lot with motivation. I think a lot of players don't really, in the middle of the split, it's not really that important, let's say, to play at your best. So I think at least me, I'm trying to peak out at playoffs. So that's when I'm going to be playing the game the most. I'm not really playing that much right now, since, yeah, it's really hard to play for so long when you didn't really have that much of a break. And I think most of the guys feel the same. So yeah, we are just trying to peak at playoffs, and that's what we are going to do.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for that context, and congratulations, Marek. And we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, Rogue look to keep their spot in the LEC, their top spot rather, as they take on Astralis in Game 4.
And welcome back to the LEC. Do you guys want to hear a joke?
Why 2.0? When were we replaced?
No, this is the robot uprising.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys want to hear a joke that our producer just told us?
Tell me.
You ready?
I still don't understand.
I'm really worried about the countdown, Mehdi and Betty.
Why?
Its time is numbered. Yeah, that's the response we had as well, guys.
I don't get it.
Because you know how... Okay, so do I actually need to explain the joke to you?
No,
it's not funny,
instead
but
I
can
want to talk about Astralis versus
Let's
Rogue.
do it, okay.
We don't do comedy here, Medic.
We don't do comedy, it's
We're
true.
not fun, okay? Let's focus. Rogue, right now, are statistically the best team in the league. They are tied alongside Fnatic, sitting at the top of the table. And they're going up against Astralis, who are fighting desperately for that 6th place playoff
Statistically,
spot.
a middling team.
Statistically, a middling team.
Actually, statistically quite a bad team.
They're really bad.
Their win expectancy is like 24%. So
statistically, so we have a stats guy. He he does all our stats for us, and he looks at the he looks into the research and investigates teams, gives us information, all that cool stuff. And when he looks at Astralis, he's like, by all metrics, this team should not have the win record that they have. But somehow they keep doing it. And players like White Knight are a large part of why they do it. Players like the Magi Felix backdoor are why they're able to do it. And we'll see if Astralis can make magic happen today, because it's going to be a tough challenge as they go up against Rogue. We're going to be jumping into draft ahead of our 4th game of the day. And as a reminder, G2 versus Fnatic will be rounding out our Week 6, and we'll be following this. But ahead of that, let's talk about the draft and see what gets locked in.
Let's have a look at it. Immediately, Astralis going to ban out the Draven. Has been more of a powerful pick, even though not played by every AD carrier.
Hans Sama.
I mean, yeah, but my point is less that they're not only banning it because it's Hans Sama, they're also banning it because Draven was buffed on 11-13 and has a bit more lane presence than he used to, because you didn't used to see Hans Sama's Draven banned in every game.
It's also just a good answer into Kalista as well. But if they then ban Kalista, then I really do think it's personal. And I think that they are definitely target banning Hans Sama. There we go. It looks like that Astralis' clear focus is to put Hans Sama on something that is not a lane-dominant AD carry. But I will say that Hans Sama has been happy to play some Ziggs. With the Varus now coming through, this is literally his 3 most played this split that have just been banned away. So Astralis' game plan is clearly make sure that Hans Sama is not on a strong side champion and force Rogue to try and play through Odo Omne. So let's see what direction they take, as you imagine that Gwen will be the final ban.
I will say, playing through Odo Omne hasn't been an issue for Rogue over the last couple of weeks. They have had a few games that they played through Odo Omne. It's worked very well for them.
But their mid game is nowhere near as dominant
that is true.
with Odo Omne. And that's not to say that Odo Omne is a bad player, but when Hans Sama got leads, the way in which they took towers, the way in which they snowballed games, it was just very one-sided and very dominating. When they play through Odo Omne and Hans Sama is on something like a Ziggs, just a little bit more scaling, or when he's fallen behind, the team doesn't look as dominant or as aggressive. And on paper, you'd think that that makes sense, but they still find ways to come out ahead.
You know what you could do?
Tell me.
Instead of playing through Odo Omne?
Play through Inspired.
Play through Inspired, and I love this Xin Zhao pick. Viego immediately locked in for Astralis, but there is Xin Zhao, and we've already seen how strong Xin Zhao can be with a supportive top laner in Vitality's game earlier on. Ziggs hover comes in. Good prediction there, Ved. Yes, Ziggs locked in for Hans Sama with his 3 strongest AD carries being banned away.
Okay, so how will Astralis now respond? They already have the Viego. They know what jungle matchup they're going into. Zanzara could get himself something like the Trundle if he really wants to. Very strong skirmisher in the early game, something that he's very comfortable on. We even saw Fnatic banning it yesterday.
I mean, obviously Viego is still a jungle possibility as well. Astralis had played it once and it did go up to White Knight, but we have seen Bwipo play that Viego in the jungle a few times.
Inspired played in the jungle as well, so you're definitely right. It can be considered a jungle pick with the Tristana and the Mundo now locked in. Astralis keeping their flex options open. Viego could go in any of the top side roles, and we've recently learnt that Mundo can do the same.
He goes where he pleases, you might say.
Mundo does indeed go where he pleases. Let's see how Rogue round out their first half, because Astralis, they've got a pretty solid, well-rounded comp so far. They can go in a bunch of different directions. They have a little bit of dive, but ultimately they have a solid front line, good team fighting. Okay. That
Okay.
looks like an Odo Omne Camille Medic. This is where you're going to have to get onto your little boop-de-boop.
Oh, boop-de-boop.
Tell me the last time he played Camille, because to my memory, Odo Omne has not played Camille in a long time. When I think of carry top lane champions for Odo, I always think of things like Cannon. I think of Jace, those kind of long-range carry champs.
How long are you going for a long time here, Betty? Give me a guess.
He played it last year,
He
didn't
did,
he?
yeah, he did. 2020, the 28th of the 8th, so 28th of August, he played it against Mad Lions for Schalke, and he lost. He then also played it a couple of weeks before that and a couple of weeks before that. However, before those 3 games, it was all the way back in 2018. So apart from the recent times he played it, it has been a really long time.
It has been.
Since Odo Omne played that Camille. I will say I'm interested in the Camille pick, of course. We are getting through the second stage of bans, but we'll talk a little bit more about that when we know the top matchups, because of course, we've seen how strong Mundo can be when he gets into a position where people can't DPS him down, and Camille has pretty consistent true damage DPS.
Do you know what this combo is, Medic?
Okay.
Camille ult. Then when they try to peel the target that Camille has ulted,
when they peel the Camille.
Zhao ult,
okay,
and then Ziggs ult.
Oh!
Now you put a Nautilus ultimate in there as well.
We need AoE, Bard. Start it off with a Bard.
No!
Start it off with a Bard.
This is why you don't draft, okay? No.
Well,
Nautilus,
Orianna?
Nautilus Leona is what you're thinking. That should be, yeah.
Okay,
Orianna also
I'll
good.
give you Leona. Like, Leona Bard, I think Nautilus isn't the AoE that you want from it.
Orianna's banned, so we're not going to see any
Okay,
Orianna.
so we'll go for Leona.
Yeah.
And alongside it...
Nautilus can also be good.
I mean, Nautilus can be good.
Nautilus
could be
Leona.
good.
Nautilus Leona.
And then we just need a mid laner with AoE.
A mid laner with AoE.
You could just pick Ryze.
You could do Victor. No,
do
Ryze is
Victor.
banned.
Oh, Ryze is banned, that's true. I'm not... honestly, Betty, I stopped looking at the bans. I'm just thinking about all the champions I know
Alright, so
now.
we got the Leona. We got the Leona.
Vigar mid.
No, what?
You put them in the cage,
Stop
and then the
Medic.
solar player comes down as another
Stop
cage.
it.
Another cage.
You're not drafting anymore. No, you're not drafting.
You kind of want some AD, though. Actually, I guess you could
no,
go
you're
AP,
fine.
right? Yeah.
You can do either. Okay, so the main reason why you would want AP is because you want that mixed damage profile with mid and jungle. I think that Alistar is really good here because we already talked about this combo a lot, but both Tristana and Alistar have great disengage tools. So when the Camille tries to dive on top of you, what do? You knock her out of her Hextech Ultimatum. When Xin tries to dive onto you, you knock them back.
That's why you need a Vigo as well to add another cage into the
Yeah,
mix.
totally. That makes sense. Okay, so they're going to go for the Sylas here. We do know that Magifelix is very comfortable and confident on this pick. Still yet unknown where this Mundo will be going. But I think that Astralis, they have a pretty solid teamfight comp. You know, Sylas also always very flexible in the 5 versus 5. Has a lot of ultimates to be able to steal as well. Both Ziggs, Leona, really good choices. Tristan is going to scale well. Viego is going to scale very well. So overall, Astralis pretty solid in the 5 versus 5. Let's see how Rogue now responded. Larson on Irelia? Okay, I am down. Larson, when we think of him as a player, mages is normally what we think. He is a very powerful Ryze, Orianna, Azia. We called him the Emperor last split. Like, he is very good at control mages. And when we saw him on things like the Akali this split, he didn't have the best of performances. So now that we're getting to see him on the Irelia is very exciting. How will he perform? The very big skill matchup in the mid lane, Sylas versus Irelia, as many mid lane matchups often are. And I think that it's important when playing an Irelia that you try and get her ahead, because against champions like Trist, like Alistar, it can be very difficult to play her in the late game fights. But with the amount of crowd control that she has around her, I think that she does have good setup, and it'll be interesting to see how well it is executed. Astralis versus Rogue. Rogue going for something a little bit different here, something that we don't normally see from them, but definitely an exciting one as they go up against Astralis in our 4th game of the day.
I really like this composition that kind of dive bombs onto the opposition. We saw it against Cobby a while ago as well. We'll see if a Rogue can use it well. Rogue versus Astralis up next. Let's jump on into the action. Hey, Vedi.
Jump on in? Sure you don't want to slide on in?
I think we can dive bomb in.
Groove on in.
How long do you think it's been since Larson played? Do you think it's been a long time since Larson played Aurelia?
Did he play it last split?
No, he played it 2020 as well. Okay. It was in May. It's a little bit longer.
Win?
He didn't. He played it against Origin. He went 1-7-1.
Okay, so what you're telling me is, so Larson, the last time he played Aurelia, he lost.
Yep.
Last time Odoamne played Camille, he lost.
Yeah.
Inspired, has he ever played Xin Zhao on LEC?
You have to give me a second. Like, I can't.
You're the king of the boopty boop. You're not kinging right now.
Hey, I'm boopty booping. Okay, it's difficult. Yes, he has played Xin Zhao. He lost last time he played. That wasn't on the LEC stage though. That was Ultra League.
Okay, that was Ultra League. So not on the LEC stage. He hasn't played it, but he has played it. Looks like he's played a lot of it actually.
He's played 10 games of it as far as I can see.
Well, I just assume that Inspired can play any jungler.
Yep.
I remember when he first joined, he was basically an all-off one trick. And back then, it was really funny because we would be on the analyst desk, and Ender and I specifically would be like, hey, everyone, look at all this really clever, creative stuff that he does with this pathing. And then they would lose. And then they were like, why do you keep talking about Inspired? And we're like, because he's good, but they keep losing. And now, he's really good, and everyone knows that he's really good. So it's great to see that he's been able to like improve as a player along with kind of develop along with Rogue, and I think that as a player he's showcased a wide array of styles. Last split it was very much about him with more of the farming kind of carry jungle meta. Now it's a little bit more about ganking, and we know that he can be very proactive around the map, but I expect him to be proactive around top side. He has started on the bot side of the map, pathing up towards the Camille as we very much expect, and Zanzara just going to be doing the opposite via the bot side of the map. It's always very difficult to gank a Ziggs lane because of how defensive it can be, as we see Odoamne hitting that early level 2.
Consistently trading there onto White Knight as well, forcing him away from his passive, meaning White Knight doesn't get that extra shield. Has to wait for it to come back up. Larson's going to walk in here, get a ward on the Razor Beaks. He's a level down on Zanzara early on, but of course we'll be able to get to that level 3 soon. And actually seems to be winning out that mid matchup as he forced Magifelix underneath his tower, at least getting priority, I guess is a better way to say the early matchup.
Irelia is really strong in early levels, especially against melee matchups, but she also does very well into mages, and it's all because of her passive. Really big fan of Irelia. Haven't had much of a chance to play her on the new changes, but it seems that she isn't too different in the early game, and it's at this point where you can see those 4 passives now, as opposed to 5, is where she's at her strongest, because her auto attacks do so much damage. Zanzara is eyeing up the mid lane, but I imagine that his priority will be the Scuttle Crab. What is Inspired up to? He's taking a bit of a deviation in the path. He knows that his bot lane does have prio and his mid has control as well. He's just got spotted. Okay, but how will this change the decision making from Zanzara? He's actually going to look for a bot lane gank. Oh, okay, no, he's going to disengage from that. It seemed that Hans and Trimby were aware that something was going on, but really clever pathing from Inspired. So we get to talk about the clever adaptations that once again Inspired makes with the information that he has. He knows where Zanzara is on the map. He recognizes that his bot lane has prio, so rather than going for the top scuttle, he instead just immediately pivots and goes towards the bot one. So now he's already put Zanzara behind, and just a really good awareness and clever pathing from him.
And it's, as much as we do praise Inspired, and a lot of it comes down to how he's pathed, a lot of it also comes down to Rogue playing around him. You got push in the mid lane, you got push in the bot lane, you got push in the top lane, and because of that, Inspired has a much easier avenue towards these Scuttle Crabs.
Well, I think the language I would use is Inspired uses what he has in the map very well. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that Hans Sama and Trimby are pushing in their lane specifically for the purpose of allowing Inspired to go to that bot scuttle. I think that they probably took a couple of good trades, and they had information as to where Zanzara was, thanks to the ward from Larson, and ultimately it's a huge team effort, right? Everyone kind of feeds off each other's information, and that is what Rogue is very good at. They seem to have very good communication in the early game. They play around their early pressure, and again, I would encourage people to watch this video that Shaka has made on LEC Playbook, which highlights a lot of what Rogue do very well in the early game, as both junglers just sidestep. In Zanzara, he's no slouch either. Will respond by stealing away the Gromp. He knows that Inspired, because he did that second Scuttle Crab, will not be back in time for the respawning of the Gromp, and so Zanzara says, haha, sucker, I can do it too.
Yeah. I actually think Inspired thought that Zanzara had reset and gone for his own Gromp, because he even pinged it when he was recalling from the top side. And Zanzara here will get just that one camp advantage all around. Will even out the fact that he lost those 2 early Scuttle Crabs. Across the rest of the board, though, relatively even. You can see a slight CS lead for Odoamne in the top lane, kind of to be expected. Camille into Mundo is pretty Camille favored early on. And
pretty big lead in the mid lane, though. Larson doing very well on the Irelia. And he's gone for the early Executioner's calling as well, which is very smart in this 1 versus 1 matchup.
Also really smart into Viego and into Mundo, right?
Yep,
like
agreed.
Mundo heals just so much, and Viego with a Conqueror fully stacked, and with his passive can absolutely regain a huge amount of HP through fights. See both the supports actually hanging out here around the mid lane. Trimby does love roaming around. It's something you started to notice when they came in spring, kind of called it the ring the bevel style, the Damwon Kia style, right? Like, instead of using Inspired to reset lanes, you use Trimby to do it. Instead, Inspired looks for ganks. Hexa Ultimatum and White Knight, you can go where you please, but you can't get out of the Hexic Ultimatum. First blood over to Rogue. Zanzara's looking for something in the mid lane, but Larson still has the flash, has the flawless duet, and we'll just farm up.
He does have level 6, and if he was feeling really confident, if he had Ignite, I reckon he could have 1v2'd him. But instead, he, is sensible and is not me. Instead, chooses to continue farming. Good gank from Inspired, pathing up towards the top side of the map, very much as we expected, playing around Odoamne in the early game. Gonna continue to extend this already big CS advantage that Odoamne has. And he didn't use his Ignite earlier, so the gank is ready to go. Zanzara now looking for Larson.
Spectrum more there. There's the Vanguard's edge falls. Duret's going to land the double stun, and of course you get resets on the blade surge. Looking for Zanzara, but he flashes across the wall. And Zanzara will help Magic Felix get Astralis' first kill.
You could see what I mean, though, where if he had Ignite, he could 2v1. And I think that Larson, I'm really curious as to what he flashed, because if he held on to it, that was a kill onto Zanzara. But because he used it, I'm not quite sure what he sidestepped.
I think it was the stun from Viego.
I'm assuming it was that, or it was the E from Magi Felix, but I don't think that he would just flash for no reason. So I assume that he flashed out of the way to dodge something, then he went for the re-engage, but then just at the last hit, Zanzara flashed away to safety. So Astralis are able to answer with a kill of their own. And we are actually going to get a replay of this. Thank you very much, observers. So let's have a look here. Larson just clearing out of wards. He's not expecting Zanzara here. But the moment Zanzara comes, you realize, okay, I've got to go for the team fight. So he drops the ultimate, gets the ult off flash. He flashes the E from Magi Felix. Okay. Yeah, I think that's very reasonable. Then goes to the re-engage. And you can see how close he was to actually getting that kill onto Zanzara. If Zanzara had not flashed out of the way, that would have been a kill. And again, it just comes back to when I said if he had Ignite, I reckon he could have 2v1 them. And you can see if he just had that extra bit of damage, that Viego was a free kill for him.
I'm going to draw your attention to Magic Felix item choice here, Radius. Often we see an Oblivion Orb on a Sylas early or into a Sylas early. Not often you see a Sylas go for the Bramble Vest. Now, I understand why it's happened.
Three melees.
You got 3 melees, you want to reduce the healing. And of course, you already talked about how much Irelia's passive builds up her auto-attack damage. She wants to auto-attack you, right? So if you get a Bramble Vest, you can get Grievous Wounds on her and make her pay for trying to get some of those auto-attacks down. It's a cute little deviation in his itemization.
It really delays your spike, though.
Sure.
And it doesn't give you any damage.
It does give your armor spikes, though. So
yes.
Actually, you have a lot of spikes with Bramble Vest.
Okay,
you're delaying a 1 spike.
Yes.
But you have many spikes.
You're still correct. That is factually
good job, Magi Felix.
Correct. But his damage sucks. And it means that Larson will always win in the 1 versus 1, especially given that he still has a level advantage over him. Did they also give Larson the blue? Did I see that correctly? Yeah, they did. They actually gave him blue buff. Wow. That's crazy. When I play mid lane mages, I don't get blue buffs. The fact that he on Aurelia got it.
I think the big difference is Larson is playing.
Okay, good point. Good point.
Good
point. Once again, we're seeing Trimby roam around the map. You'll see that Promiscu is a little bit behind. Going to make his way up towards the mid lane now. I think that a top lane dive could be on the cards. Good trading coming out from Odoamne, or maybe he just tries to kill him.
I think why not? Because he was able to get underneath the tower, it should be fine. But he has popped the sadism now, which opens him up to a possible repeat gank. Trimby, not yet level 6, has also reset. So it would have been inspired by himself going up here. Rifthold available to him if he wants to put it down. Instead, Astralis will try and answer.
You can see that Promiscu did path up towards top, though. He had the same idea that I did, which is that, hey, our top laner could be in danger here. I want to be in a position to counter gank. But unfortunately for him, he's a little bit behind on the play, which means that Trimby is already pathing top. They have information on where Promiscu is, and that means the bot lane could be open to a play. The moment Aurelia... Ooh, I think Aurelia is actually freezing the wave rather than moving into fog. You kind of have options as a mid laner, right? You can either play for your lane or you can play for the map. And in this situation, I don't think it's wrong for Larson to play for his lane, but he's putting the wave in an awkward position so that Magi Felix is forced to overextend, so that as he tries to clear it, that both puts him in a risk of a gank, but also allows Larson to find opportunities to actually all-in him as well. The alternative play is he just clears out the wave and then he moves into fog, and then the moment you do that, the rest of the map then starts question mark pinging, and you have to start showing respect for the potentially very strong Aurelia that could be coming towards your lane. So Larson playing a little bit more selfishly, but I think that's totally fine in this position.
And he's already going up on at 10 CS a minute as well, 105 CS already, only 10.5 minutes into the game, so he's going to be very strong as this game goes on. And Rogue once again, not silently, because we've talked about how they have done it, but without too much bloodshed, without too much furore on the map. They have a 1,700 gold lead. They've already taken the first dragon of the game. They get another plate on Larson. They have a Rift Tail to get more plates within the next couple of minutes. And they continue this early game dominance that they have shown throughout the rest of the season.
But this is also something that I think it was Caps talked about in the match of the week between them in week 5, which is that if you take them off their plan, sometimes you can disrupt Rogue. And obviously, G2 smashed Rogue last week. It was a very one-sided affair. But when it comes to many other teams in the league, they struggle to get Rogue off this clean and clear game plan. You really have to disrupt so many things. And I think a lot of it comes at the beginning of the laning phase because they have such reliable laners. And I feel that right now, Astralis are just being bullied everywhere. They're losing prio in bot, they're losing prio in mid, they're losing prio in top. This then makes it hard for Zanzara to do anything. And this also starts to create level discrepancies. You can see that Inspired to level up, Odoamne, I think he is ahead in experience top lane as well. Hans Sama is a level up. Just the experience across the board is already so heavily in the favor of Rogue. And now they're dropping the Herald bot.
I love this because even if it doesn't take the tower, you have Satchel Charge. So you can immediately just burst that tower down. You don't need to wait for the Herald to be within that kill range. There's a TP behind them though. That tower is gone and now we're going to see a fight in the bottom lane. White Knight in a good position. Odoamne's back, but he doesn't have teleport. This is a numbers advantage for Astralis. And if you want to put Rogue off their game plan, if you want to tear up the rule book, this is your chance to do it. Spectral Maw goes wide. Magic Felix steals away the Vanguard's edge, and Rogue are able to walk away.
White Knight just, he flanks, but then doesn't do anything. Mundo just gets completely ignored by the Rogue squad. They walk away with a completely uncontested tower. Astralis commit a TP, and now look at this top wave. Oh, it is disaster for White Knight. Odoamne has all this farm that he can even set up a freeze for as well. I'm actually curious as to whether or not he's pushing that top wave out, because I think that if he just... Oh, okay, he's decided to push it out. If he just left it there, he could have set up a freeze and just denied White Knight so much farm, but I guess he thinks that, you know what, it's way better for me to actually push this out, maybe even get a plate or two, and actually start moving out on the map, because his TP is about to come up, and the Drake is available for Rogue as well.
Rogue have taken 7 of the plates across the map within the first 13 minutes of the game. They have a 3,500 gold lead, and it's looking dire for Astralis. Of course, there are some ways for them still to get back in this game, but it will be difficult for them, and perhaps you need to start looking forward towards some of the other games in the rest of the season. That was strange. Gonna bring that one back up. Perhaps they need to start looking for some of the other games in the rest of the season. Next week they play Mad, then they have a relatively easy, in inverted commas, run to the end of the season. I would
call it important.
Very important, but it's not against the top 4 teams. They have Schalke, SK, XL, and they finish out with Vitality.
It's the teams directly competing with them in the standings. Let's also bring up the standings graphic, Minik, because what's so important, we don't have that. We might not have time, because I can see a dive being threatened up in the top lane.
Quick!
Here are the standings. So as we were saying, Astralis will be going up against XL, SK, and Schalke, who are beneath them in the standings right now, but are very close and be the ones competing with them. As Inspired now gets collapsed on.
Zanzara and Promiscu looking for Inspired. Crescent Guard coming out. Oh, beautiful little jump away there by Inspired, but the chase is on. Zanzara can't quite get the damage down. In the end, they will manage it. And now they're looking for Trimby, but he's underneath this tier 2. They're going to chase him down. Zanzara stunned up. White Knight pops the stopwatch. Very important for him, I'm sure. Wanted to go golden. We'll bring down the standings as Odoamne now being dived underneath the tower. Promiscu tagging it up. Hexagolden Maiden flashed away by Promiscu, and now Odoamne in a sticky situation, doesn't have a flash of his own, but is able to survive for the moment. Zanzara that will kill him off. Trimby has been able to kill White Knight. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Jessica jumping onto Hans Sama. I've seen this story before. Tristana killing Ziggs. Magic Felix kills off Trimby, and Astralis have somehow plucked 4 kills out of nowhere.
Just like that, Astralis find themselves a bunch of kills. We were talking about how they need to think about looking ahead, and then just out of nowhere, they find themselves a bunch of kills. Yes, still behind in gold, but getting kills, getting shutdowns, getting XP is a good start to reclaiming some control over the game. So it starts with an invade up towards the top side of the map. Inspired gets collapsed on by 3 with the TP coming in right behind him. He then loses his life, and Odoamne doesn't want to get involved because he recognizes the numbers disadvantage, so Trimby just wants to get away, but now Odoamne is stuck in an awkward position. He knows that this dive is coming through against him, and he has to just do his best to outplay. He tries to CC up Promiscu, he does good damage, but then Promiscu is able to flash away and is able to buy time thanks to his ultimate. You think that Odoamne is going to be able to come back and actually turn this one around, but he ends up losing his life. Meanwhile, that is all happening. Hans Sama takes the mid tier 1 and then gets collapsed on by Jeskla, who when you drop the full combo onto a squishy Ziggs and the exhaust comes through as well, there's very little Hans Sama can do to get out of that. So Rogue overall end up getting caught with their pants down, yet still find themselves with a 3k gold lead.
Yeah, still a 60 CS discrepancy in the mid lane. Even though Felix was able to pick up 3 kills, hasn't yet completed that first item, doesn't have TP either, so he's going to have to walk to this play. Rift Howard started up, Promiscu, face check straight into Larson, and Trimby, Hans Sama, and Odo Omne dive straight onto Promiscu. Now in a 5v4, Astralis continue to look to take the fight. Zanzava jumped on though, and Trimby will kill him up. Astralis have to walk away, and Larson shedding a tear for his opposition as Felix is next on the menu. Odo Omne does have the Hexagold Maiden. There we go. Unlock Felix in place. There's the Super Mega Inferno Death Bomb of Doom as Odo Omne kills Felix.
There's a first taster of the combo as well. The semi-global coming out from Hans Sama, adding to the damage of Odo Omne, allowing them to get that pick. And just like that, Rogue equalized the kills, and now they've ballooned to a nearly 5k gold lead. Astralis, they found some good picks, but they overcommit. Promiscu is caught in the enemy jungle in a position that he is not allowed to be in, and now Rogue get themselves the Herald. They can drop this top, or they can reset because they know they've got this objective for free. And just like that, Rogue starts steamrolling their way through Astralis.
Yeah, we're also on for a 25 minute Ocean Soul here for Rogue, so they have very much the next few stages in their book, the next few chapters laid out ahead of them. Rift Herald to get pressure. It's first Ocean Dragon, 5 minutes later, second Ocean Dragon, then we have Ocean Soul with an Aurelio, Zinzao, Camille, and a Ziggs. It's going to be very difficult to ever get them down. Astralis, though, have a few lifelines. You've got a Gale Force complete on Jessica. You have the Everfrost finished on Felix. He's sitting at 1 item where Larson is well on his way to 2, but we have seen that Astralis can find teamfights. There is a bush there, I promise you, even though we can't quite see it on the screen right now. Those flowers aren't going from nowhere.
Astralis just posturing around the Drake looking for a pick. They have their eyes on Odo Omne right now. They don't realize that Rogue read the play.
Do Rogue win a 3v4? They're trying to kill off Jesco before he can really do anything in this fight, and he will go down. TP coming in from Hans Sama as well. 2 for 1 in favor of Rogue right now, and Larson is on his way as well. Felix can't join the fight. White Knight can't go anywhere. Mundo may go where he pleases, but he just can't do enough. Rogue get 4 kills.
Looks like Mundo's going straight to the fountain as Astralis, they tried to get themselves a pick, and while they do get 1 kill, it costs them 4 in exchange. Beautiful stuff from Rogue once again. Larson left wondering why he's even here. Wasn't really able to get involved.
He wasn't really needed at all. Maybe Mundo going to find Nemo from last game.
Really?
Well,
Still going to bring that up. All right, then. So here we see the initial 3 versus 4. Zanzara sidesteps, but he just opens up Jesper to get chain CC'd. Both Trimmy and Inspired dive onto him. They get that initial execute. Hans Sama then TP's in. And with Zanzara not being able to get the reset that he needs, it just becomes a cleanup for Rogue. Well played by them. They just don't have the damage unless they have the Silas with them as well. And yeah, now Rogue, just 19 minutes. That gold gap just keeps going up. Every time you look at it, Rogue somehow find themselves like an extra 1 to 2k gold advantage. Just absolute domination from the top team. And this is what you've come to expect. It's interesting because when I saw this thread on Reddit, which was about of these 4 teams, Mads, G2, Rogue, Fnatic, only 3 of them can make it to Worlds.
One of them won't make it.
And obviously, right, like, Misfits is still, right now, in a great position to still contest one of those spots.
True.
But I thought it was really fascinating how there were a lot of comments saying that, like, they don't think Rogue will make it. Like, Rogue is very consistent, but, you know, there's this idea that, like, you know, they haven't actually really performed when it matters most. You think back to the final, some people said that they choked, you know? Like, that was a game that you could make an argument they should have won.
Yeah.
They didn't execute well and they get punished, right?
They made that argument. Hans Sama makes that argument,
yeah,
right? He
right.
said, it was my trophy.
Yeah, and then when we saw them at Worlds last year, obviously a slightly different roster to the one they have now, but they didn't perform anywhere near the level. We were really excited to see Larson as Red Buff.
Gross.
Oh my...
he's a wizard now.
Yeah.
I don't know if you missed him becoming a wizard.
Jeez, okay. Well, that's just because... Sorry, just threw up in my mouth a little. That was... okay, as I was saying... yeah, I think I understand where some of the fan doubt comes from, because they look so consistent. But it's crazy as well, because then one of the counter arguments is like, they beat G2 really convincingly in the best of fives, and you should have confidence in this team. And I'm really excited to see as we get closer and closer to the playoffs, because they look like a top team, as odoamne is getting picked off.
odoamne trying to get away from Magifelix and Promiscu here. The Hexag Automaton being used, but are you stuck in here with Odo, or is he stuck in here with you? They managed to get the shutdown. Larssen now in a 1v4. Jessica coming in from the side as well. Larssen takes down one, takes down two. Inspire's going to join his mid laner, and they're looking for more, but Larssen just gets killed off. Hansama joins the fray, but there's a great trade here for Astralis. 3 for 2 in their favor.
Ends up being, as you rightly said, a 3 for 2 in the favor of Astralis. Much needed picks and good shutdowns going into their back pocket as well. Every time I start saying nice things about Rogue, Astralis then suddenly win a team fight. And they do it very well. It's just a good punish here onto Odo. Nice use of the teleport from Magifelix. They have all 4 members already in the top side, and the flank from Promiscu completely prevents odoamne from doing anything, because he does not have the flash, and the Hextech ultimatum gets stolen away. But very little that odoamne can do to escape. And then Larssen dives in, 1 versus 4. He gets that initial kill onto Jessica, and then he tries to get the execute onto Promiscu, but doesn't quite have enough damage. The auto attack is enough, but the rest of the team isn't here to follow through. No Ziggs, no Leona, which means that Inspired in a 1 versus 3, especially when Zanzara now being Aurelia, it was not quite enough, which means that Rogue falls short in the kills. Okay, Hansama, you need to chill out, mate.
Give us a click on that cooldown, Vetty. What's Hansama's Mega Inferno Bomb cooldown?
It has a 73 second.
That's pretty short. That's pretty short for the amount of damage that it seems to be putting out.
I mean, yeah, he's a fully fledged wizard. Like, wizard bombs are probably the most terrifying bombs. Don't. I just made the comment, you can move on.
As a caster, I think F-bombs are more terrifying than wizard bombs. Wizard bombs don't make me lose my job.
I've never dropped one.
Really? I've dropped one once. It was because Gragas was trying to gank a Heimerdinger and he put down a turret. I'm like, what's the Gragas meant to do? Just put down the turret in front of the body slam.
That was the Dracos famous one as well.
Oh, that was a great cast, though. Perhaps we'll have a moment.
No, we won't. We won't. Kevin, we won't. Kevin, no, we won't.
Sorry, Kevin.
The flash burn there from White Knight. Right now, it looks like Rogue just setting up around the Baron. They know that they are so much farther ahead. As Zanzara face checking, though.
I mean, Hansama walked into him as well. Hansama has to jump away, has to burn the flash. Magifelix now on the front line has the solar flare. Larssen all by his lonesome over towards the side here is exhausted. And now the fight really begins. Magifelix going in, Inspired there as well. Zanzara dived on with the Hexag Automaton, but odoamne is going to get forced away. Astralis a little bit lower on HP as Promiscu gets knocked back, locked up, and the Mega Inferno Bomb does not quite connect there on Zanzara. Rogue get a kill and turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Definitely a messy start to the fight for Rogue. I think that Astralis was actually getting a lot of advantages there because they forced the flash out from Larssen. odoamne was somewhat isolated. Hansama also had to flash out. Inspired engaged alone. But then the moment Rogue could regroup, they were able to get that pick onto Promiscu. Now the question is, will they start off the Baron? For now, it looks like they're not going to take the gamble. Oh, but we are actually going to get a replay of this one. So Zanzara just face checks, right? He sidesteps the E from Trimby. He knows there's a bit of a window. He's pretty confident that the Ziggs is there. And yeah, he just face checks, and then Hansama immediately flashes out. Look at Larssen right now on your left. He's in a very awkward spot as he gets collapsed on, so he's then forced to flash out as the exhaust drops on him. And then Magifelix is just buying time. Flash in, knock up from Promiscu, and then odoamne is kind of left alone on the backside. And at this point, Rogue is saying, hey, just focus Promiscu. The fight is a little bit too awkward for us to continue engaging on. And they're able to get that initial pick, but it doesn't result in much more. What it does mean, though, is Rogue have their eyes on the Drake, and that's likely why they didn't do the Baron. They'd much rather have the Salt. And Astralis sitting in the fog of war all around. Rogue don't realize they're surrounded, but they will see now White Knight as he begins to engage.
I mean, last time Promiscu had a flank like this, Astralis were able to win the fight. He's going to Hex Flash here. They don't have a ward. They don't have a ward. Promiscu's in the perfect position. Straight onto Larssen, knocks him back. Look for the knock up here as well with the Vanguard's Edge going out. odoamne distracting the rest of Astralis on the back line. Status and pop by White Knight. Solar Player coming out as well. Larsen's already killed off Promiscu. That's 2 as Zanzara falls. And although the flank was almost perfect, they were 10,000 gold behind when it started. And they'll be even more behind when it ends. White Knight's a businessman doing business, but his business is more of a eulogy now as he falls, and Rogue get a clean ace.
5 for 0 is the kill score for Rogue as they absolutely dominate Astralis. I liked the flank idea from Promiscu, but unfortunately, the damage in the follow-up was not enough. Rogue clean sweep Astralis off the map. They get themselves the Ocean Soul. Let's have a look back at how this one plays out. So Promiscu with a really good flank. Does he actually get spotted here? I think at the very start,
I don't think he
I don't think he did. So they knock in. The thing is, Hans Sama is safe. While the knockup does come through onto the Aurelia, he drops his W at just the right time. He's then going to get that initial kill, stack up his passive, and then you can see that the front line just kind of melts away for Astralis. They really don't have the damage. Jessica is forced to run away. Larson, patient with the ultimate, actually lands it onto both White Knight and Magifelix. The extremely low cooldown on the Q means that Larson is able to Q once again, Q again, and kills.
It's an Englishman simulator. It's just queuing.
I don't get that joke either.
Because Englishmen like to queue. Have you not heard?
Oh, we are professional queuers.
Wait.
That is true.
Did you just call yourself Brits? We'll say Brits.
Yeah.
Not Englishmen. Because you're not an Englishman.
True.
Yeah, Brits.
Brits is what I meant. Because even in Wales, we queue.
That's true.
And if you've ever gone to England, there are queues everywhere, so you have to be trained in it.
That's true, yeah. So it's one of those expectations of British society. Rogue now, though, in a very strong position to take this Baron. 12,000 gold ahead. It's a typical Rogue game, and we have seen a few signs of life from Astralis. You know, we've seen some good flanks if they weren't so far behind against one of those teams that we talked about earlier. You know, the Schalkers, the SKs, the XLs that they're going to face in the coming weeks. Perhaps those are the sort of plays that can get them back into a game. But against Rogue, when you are this far behind, when you're an Ocean Drake down, when your enemy is just one of the best teams in the league right now, it becomes a little bit more tricky.
It certainly does. Rogue, coming off a confident 2-0 week, will maintain that first place. Next week, they go up against Fnatic.
That's true.
That's going to be a big one. A really
Fnatic
big one.
and Mad.
And Mad, yeah. So two very big matchups. Their rivalry against Mad Lions, they did get the better of their counterparts last time they faced. I forget what happened in the Fnatic game. I think that they did lose to Fnatic the last time they played.
Well, I'm just... Yes, I believe they did as well. It's Tower goes down, huge fight happening, as you say, but it's Odo Omne and Trimby versus the world, and Promiscue's the first to die. Trimby will fall as well. Zanzara steals away the Solar Flare. The backline,
okay.
But yeah, Hansama's on a killing spree, and Zanzara is on his lonesome. Odo Omne chasing White Knight and Magifelix towards the Baron pit. Larson's going to join them. Zanzara tries to get away, but Inspired will chase him down. And White Knight, I'm sorry, you got to be put on call waiting right now. Larson takes him out. 21 kills to 10. Rogue are going to close this one out. A great performance by Rogue, some signs of life from Astralis, but not enough to take down our spring finalists. Rogue with a convincing win here against Astralis.
They're going to take their time. They're going to look to pad the stats just a little bit more. Hans Sama.
He increases DPM. Ziggs is well known for high damage a minute.
He certainly is. Magifelix trying to answer back just a little bit. The minions slowly doing work. Hang on.
What are we having?
Are they going to end the game?
The game will end.
They will now end the game. 50 gold for Larson as he rounds things out. Rogue having a bit of fun. And a pretty straightforward week for Rogue. Nothing really to discuss. And it sets them up nicely for their rematch against both Fnatic and Mad next week. They can solidify their top spot. They can look to control first place in the league. And it's going to be an exciting one for sure.
I did have a look back. Rogue lost the last time they played Fnatic. It was day 3, week 1. And of course, that does change things when you look towards positioning at the end. Tiebreakers can be broken by head-to-head, so Rogue will want to take a win against Fnatic.
Rogue lost both games to G2 last split, and they were tied at the end of the split, and then G2 got first seed. So yeah, it definitely can have a pretty big impact.
That didn't work for G2 though.
It didn't work out for G2. Yeah, thinking about when Rogue was also then first seed at their end of the regular season, it didn't work out for them either.
Obviously, first seed is cursed here in the regular season in the LEC. But if you want to vote for one of your key player of the games at LEC on Twitter, it's Ender's favorite, Odo Omne, Hansama, or Trimby as your options. It was just such a team game. That's the thing. I'd actually give it to Larson, probably, personally.
I don't know. He didn't really do much, if I'm being really honest.
He did some stuff, you know, and he's
he had
not
a good
on
lane, but yeah.
The thing is, by picking someone who's not on there, you don't set yourself up for any failures.
I
After the break, Law will speak with Inspired, and then the matchup you've all been waiting for as arch rivals G2 Esports and Fnatic face off in our match of the week.
They are out there, waiting to be discovered. Some of them are big, And some of them are small. But that's the thing with ideas. They don't just come to you. To find them, you have to move. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back to the LEC stage. That's a 2-0 for Rogue here in week 6. And Inspired, thank you so much for joining me. I have a question about the draft, actually, because you went for Xin and Ziggs in 1 and 2 red side. So you ended up having triple AD on top, mid and jungle. I was wondering, why didn't you prio an AP jungler over Xin Zhao?
I think we still raise Zhao very high, even though he got nerfed this patch. I think he just gives like a lot of opportunity for your team to play in teamfights because you can go very deep, then just use your ultimate, and enemies are in this very awkward position where they all have to disengage because their carries can't hit me, while my carries like Ziggs can just DPS enemy frontline. So I think this is like very powerful. That's why we like to play Xin Zhao, and we also decided that Ziggs as the solo AP threat will be enough for us.
I see, yeah, and especially when you have a Monzo on the opposite team. Tell me a bit more about Ziggs, actually, because I had an opinion of an AD carry earlier with Jesu, but I want to have your take as a jungler. How do you play around this pick, and how does it change things for Rogue and the way you guys play?
I think the good thing about Ziggs is that it's very easy to just leave him on the island bot and he will just wave clear, and with his like Q, W, E, like whenever he sees that enemy jungler or like enemy mid jungler wants to make a play bot side, he will just instantly clear the wave and enemy play is basically over. So it's very easy for him to play like 2v4 and just defend. But I think you can also play around this champion, and he is very oppressive in lane because of his Q based damage, like very high, very low cooldown. I think if you can land it a couple of times, enemy AD carry can't really lifesteal off that. So whenever you like get a very good trade on Ziggs, I think you basically get the plate for free. And if you manage to get like 2 plates, the tower might already fall because of your W. I think the Ziggs is just, Ziggs is just a broken champion. I think he has everything you need. And on top of that, he is very unkillable for enemy team because he has like 1k range on every ability.
See, I'm really glad you say that because I actually think that Ziggs is a broken champion right now. So I'm surprised. Why do you think it's not prioritized as much as it should be?
I don't know. Maybe people don't know it's broken. I assume so. But when they see Hans play it, maybe they will realize that the champ is actually broken.
Is it the champion that is broken, or is it Hans that is broken? A question for another time, maybe. But
yeah, but I think Hans is broken on every champion. That's true.
Also, yeah. Last question for you, Inspired. I had a talk with Trumby yesterday, and we talked about Rogue and your mindset and how you're getting ready for playoffs. Knowing him, you know that he said that there is a lot of things to improve on. But I want to know, how strong do you feel right now compared to the other teams in the LEC?
I think it's hard to say. I think every team plays differently right now in LEC. I think compared to meta from last split everyone had to play similar style with junglers like Udyr, Hecarim that are farming a lot. But right now you can see basically every team having different approach to the game. So I think it will be very close in playoffs against every team, and I still feel confident because I think we are very good at what we play. So if we will play our standard game, play very well in lane and well around like my position on the map, I think we can beat any team. But I think competition is for sure way closer than it was last split.
Wow, interesting. And looking forward to see what Rogue has left to show in the LEC. But for now, Inspired, thank you so much for the interview. One last question. We're going to have match of the week.
Yeah.
Fnatic, G2, who wins?
I think both caps will stay undefeated. I think G2 will win.
Both caps stays undefeated. Thank you so much for the interview, Inspired. And we're going to mark a quick break, and we'll be back in a couple minutes with match of the week on stage. G2 Fnatic. You don't want to miss it.
Now, baby, come on. Don't claim that I love you. Never let me feel I should have known. 'Cause you brought nothing real. Come on, be a man about it. You won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta let it go. And you know the love.
I mean, I already know I'm getting a lot of flack for whatever's going on in G2.
He will try to farm, and he won't be the reason his team loses, but he will neither be the reason that his team wins.
And I think that's one of the big questions on a lot of fans' minds. Is Reckless doing enough for this G2 lineup in these big games?
For sure, also my spot wouldn't be guaranteed by any means. If I'm failing this summer, I wouldn't be surprised if G2 considers having someone else in my place. And I know for sure if we don't make Worlds, that's going to be even worse. There's a lot of things on the line.
It feels like G2 is not very used to losing. You have two choices: to come back stronger out of it and learn a lot, or to crumble as a team, and I've experienced both. I hope they can turn it around, so we will have a good match.
The times when you come together as a team is when you're losing. I think when you're winning, it's easy to forget why you're winning in the first place.
Paranoia is absolutely, you have the chance to go wherever you please. It's going to be mid.
It is going to be mid, indeed. Good knocker by some time.
It feels like we are really a team right now, and everyone is doing their part. We have a lot of creativity in our plays.
Now they're starting the Baron, they're so fast. They can actually deny vision with the Nocturne, and they're doing this right now. It's gone.
We had a new rising star in the top lane. Adam.
The thing with Adam is his willingness to die is what I love about this guy.
The showstopper's still available. He gets the dunk down. Adam is finally taken out. As now the rest of Fnatic have arrived. The knocker from Hylissang sends Vitality to the fountain.
I just really like the way that Fnatic is playing recently. Whatever Bwipo chooses to do, the whole of Fnatic will pile up and go with the same call. And that's probably what G2 is going to have to work around, because Bwipo is also very aggressive, and that can be heavily punished by caliber of players in G2 that are so quick to punish mistakes.
He, alongside G2, can find their form again as he now finds the 1v1 against Hansama and a classic Happy B.
As Reckless jumps towards Larsen, that's a lot of damage. Reckless is dominating.
You've been here for so long and you are still, performing at such a high level. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, I think I still got it.
Big arrows coming in, arrows finding kills. G2 taking the fight. They take out Jeskla. White Knight steals the form, but it's not enough. Wonder and Reckless versus the world.
G2 have now gone 2-0. The stories of their demise were greatly overblown.
It was a long time ago since I felt so happy in a team setting. Here in G2 it feels like the losses are kind of like pulling us together, which is a very different feeling.
After losing Spring Split, we were very desperate to prove ourselves, but that desperation kind of showed in our gameplay, and that's just not who we are, that's not who G2 is.
I mean, that's always the goal, of course, to become the Fnatic of old that was dominating the league, but it's still a long way ahead.
It would feel good for sure to kind of push G2 out of playoffs. I think G2 is one of the teams that can probably beat us on our way to win LEC, and it would be really good to get them just off.
No matter what form either of these teams are in, it is always a thrill to watch G2 and Fnatic go toe-to-toe.
And welcome back to the LEC. G2 Fnatic, a song as old as time, really, here in the LEC. 15 titles out of the 17 ever earned in Europe between the two of them. 8 on one side, 7 on the other. And currently, for the first time in a long time, I think favors swing towards Fnatic, as they seem to be the dominant of the two teams.
The names on the rosters may be different, but a battle of kings, it's
oh no, he said it already.
Forever be. I promise only to say it once, but still, here in Europe, how can you not be excited to watch these two titans clash whenever they match on the Rift? Both look pretty good after yesterday's performance, and we're not going to waste any more time. We're going to be jumping straight into a boogie, where we will then come back to me as we look at Yamato. I got baited a little bit by the music there. But yes, we will have G2 on the blue side, Fnatic on the red. The last time that they matched up, it was Fnatic that got the better of G2. And very rarely do we ever see Fnatic 2-0ing G2 during the regular season. Often it is G2 who gets the better of them. They often get the better of them in playoffs, and their recent history over the last 2 years has been G2 favored. But with the way that Fnatic are looking, with the changes that they have made, with the introduction of Adam to the top lane, Bwipo in the jungle, this team has been incredible over the last few weeks. Over only 1 loss in their last 8-9 games. It's been incredible to watch this Fnatic rise. And we will see how they'll match up against a G2 that perhaps is rising to form once again.
Let's get on into the draft. As you said, Betty, Fnatic went 0-2, 5-0, 0-1, and now are 4-0. They've only lost to Schalke since week 1 here in the LEC, and we're all our way through to week 6. G2, on the other hand, have had their ups and downs, but in the last 2 weeks, they have looked like a team, perhaps not quite reborn, perhaps not quite back at the G2s of old, but a team that looks a lot more renewed than it did in the middle of the season. On the blue side, though, they will ban out the Xin Zhao. No real surprises there.
Yeah, they're going to remove the Xin. The Varus is going to be taken away from Reckless. We know that he is an avid Tristana player. Yesterday, we got to see him play Kalista, but that's going to be banned away, removed from Upset. We know how dominant Upset and Hylissang can be when given the Kalista plus anything combo, because it gives Hylissang a new way to fight. And he loves to fight. Cap's not going to get his hands on the LeBlanc, and the Viego now going to be removed from Bwipo in the jungle.
And we'll see what Fnatic decide to finally round out their bans with. Of course, Caps and Reckless staring across at a couple of their former teammates, at their former team at least, as Nisqy and Upset have replaced them. Gwen, the final ban. And what's left up on the cards here? Well, Thresh has to be the key point that you look at. Banned in pretty much every single game and picked first whenever he is not.
Well, we do know that Norlis is a pretty strong answer to it. Wouldn't surprise me to see that come out for Hylissang, but we also know that he is no stranger to things like the Pike. Not that I'm saying that that is going to be locked in, but I do know that he does quite like this matchup as well. Still, many options left for them to go towards. Let's see what direction that they do still take. The Tristana is actually going to be denied away from Reckless, so already trying to get themselves a pretty strong bot side of the map. I don't think that in the current meta, with things like Varus banned away and Kalista taken off the board as well, there are that many great matchups into the Tristana. I'm curious as to what direction Reckless will take.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to say it's jungle, Mundo jungle. That's what I think.
Immediately, Bwipo has a sly look on his face. Will it be a wide Mundo in the jungle? Adam does like a little bit more aggression, and immediately G2 Esports ready and raring to go with their picks. Diana, Lucian are locked in for G2.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Very common mid lane pick for Caps. He's very confident on it, and you have the AP AD jungle AD split as well. Lucian often able to give you a lot of priority in the lane too. Curious as to what Nisqy will answer with, if he even will, just yet. Oh, I think that is an Aurelia for Nisqy. Level 3, level 6, both big level breakpoints rather, that I think can be very difficult for the Lucian, but of course with his mobility, the way for him to navigate and dance around that stun can be very difficult. So, a very interesting matchup in the mid lane, Caps versus Nisqy. It's definitely going to be a fun one. Whichever gets an early lead is going to very heavily dictate how that 1v1 plays out.
And I'm already loving the small mind games, the small bits of inventiveness in this draft. I have to remember last time they played against each other, it was really the Taric pick for Hylissang that totally changed the draft on its head. G2 Esports just couldn't find a way through the wall that was Hylissang, and now Fnatic banning out the Aphelios, getting rid of some of those AD carries, of course, as much as G2 have a marksman on their team in the Lucian. That will be going either mid or top. That's what we expect. We'll see G2 Esports pick something else for Reckless in the bottom lane. Usually with a Thresh, team him up with a hyper carry, the Aphelios, one of those key ones. Jinx also an option.
I think the Aphelios ban was really good, especially when you're looking at both Amundo and Aurelia wanting to dive in your face. Having the Aphelios, it would have been very obnoxious for them, and as you rightly said, it pairs up so well with the Thresh too. I was thinking Ashe, I was literally thinking Ashe this morning, I think is underplayed. I think that she is still a very strong AD carry in the current meta, and I know it's something that Reckless does have a lot of experience on, so I also like this ban coming out from Fnatic as well.
Can I, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Vayne for G2, only because Reckless has played like 34 solo queue games on it. recently. And into a Mundo, it will shred through the Mundo. The issue is, of course, you lose lane into a Tristana and the Aurelia can just jump one. But I'm just going to put it out there, because if it gets picked, I sound really smart.
It is. I understand where the logic comes from. I get it. I would just be surprised if he picked Vayne. I feel like that he's not the type of player to do it. I think that he's going to pick something a little bit more well-rounded for his team, but he is very limited in his options. Like, what does he really have left to go for? A lot of the main meta AD carries have been removed.
Oh, he does it! Come on! I might have been a bit loud there. I saw Mickey and Jankos both look over towards me. Oh, baby! Yes!
All right, we're gonna get Reckless Vayne. I hope you've got the stats prepped. I hope you have.
I'm getting him right now.
Because we need to know the last time Reckless had a Vayne game on stage. I want to say it was a while ago. I mean, I have seen him play it a lot on stream. He is a very, very good Vayne player. But I was not expecting him to bring it out. Against these champions, a hyper carry against Mundo, I think is very, very strong. Pair that up with the front line of the Gragas. It also gives G2 a little bit more of an engage. Are we going to see a Lilia lock-in from Adam?
Oh, no way. Is that top lane Lilia? We've been talking about it. Bwipo, Karthus jungle instead. I think the Mundo is going to be flexed to top. Karthus goes into the jungle.
What if it's Irelia top, Karthus mid?
I mean, that could also work, but I think Karthus jungle makes the most sense.
I think you're right. Okay, it looks like the Bwipo is going to try and outscale the hyper carry and go for a Karthus jungle. He wants to try and match the farming presence of Jankos. And this is the power of the Mundo, right? It is a flex pick. This is what Fnatic was saving it for, adapting depending on what the draft came out. Wonder decided to go for a tank. Adam knew that he could match it up towards the top side. Niski and Caps, a bit of a skill matchup in the mid lane. Early prio should definitely go in favor of Caps. And you have these two hyper carries in the bot lane. Vayne is going to be so difficult for this comp to deal with, but perhaps the Karthus could be the thing that swings it in Fnatic's favor. That Karthus ultimate can swing a fight single-handedly. Diana wanting to dive into this team composition, wanting to execute these champions. Could that be G2's own undoing? We have very interesting comps. We're going to have Bwipo on his Karthus. We're going to have Reckless on his Vayne. What better way for the rematch of Summer in 2021? G2 Esports versus Fnatic, our final game of Week 6. You know it's going to be a banger. We're here waiting for it to be a banger. So without further ado, let us jump into the Rift.
Problem always is when you say without further ado.
I mean, I was hoping that they would just do it. I was hoping they would just do it.
Without further ado, Fnatic versus G2. Let's get on into the Rift. And on to Summoner's Rift we go. Adam on the Mundo. Looks like they're going to try and catch out Mickey here. Vayne all-time 12-2 here for Reckless, but Mickey is the focus. Flash in by Hylissang. Mickey has nowhere to go. One more auto attack from Upset will be enough. First blood Fnatic.
Well, not the start that G2 was looking for, but Upset's quite happily going to take that one in a 2 versus 2. That already for the Tristana should be very comfortable. Now, one of the big things about this 2 versus 2 matchup in the bot lane is, of course, you know, the supports. Alistar not that great at getting prio in the early laning phase. Thresh can really assist, especially a champion like Vayne, in being able to control. We often see whenever Reckless streams the Vayne that he likes the Hail of Blades, the ability to very quickly proc the Silver Bolt's passive, especially in lane, gives you a lot of power, and it's something that we're likely going to see leveraged a lot in the 2v2 very early on. But once Hylissang gets a couple levels, especially once Upset gets a couple levels, and given that he has an item advantage, wouldn't be surprised to see this Fnatic bot lane look to get aggressive against the G2 one.
I do really love seeing Reckless on an AD carry that can just purely hyper carry like the Vayne, because he and Upset have always had this back and forth. Upset, when he joined the league, said, I'm Reckless, just more handsome and less passive in lane. It's constantly been this argument of, can Upset actually ever rise to Reckless's level? Because Reckless is the best AD carry we've ever had in Europe. If you just look at his record and you look at what he's been able to achieve in this split, he continues to impress. However, Upset does challenge him, and right now, Fnatic are in a much better position than G2.
I also think that Upset needs to be in the conversation for MVP. He has been so solid for Fnatic this split and has been a consistent, reliable factor whenever it comes to Fnatic wins. But a lot of MVP performances. And how could we talk about that without talking about the two junglers for both sides, Jankos and Bwipo. Yesterday they had incredible performances. Jankos really popping off on his Lee Sin and Bwipo doing the same on his Viego. Both going for more of the farming style junglers where they're trying to get to 6 as quickly as possible, and you can see that they're doing a full clear from top through to bot. I'm curious as to how Bwipo is going to adapt his path, because you can see that he does not have prio in mid, he does not have prio in bot. So how will this battle for the Scuttle Crab result?
A big thing about yesterday's gameplay from both these junglers is how much time they spent around their teammates as well. You can see both of them above 50% jungle proximity. The average is around 44 to 45%. That shows how much time those junglers spend near their teammates between the 2 and the 15-minute mark. And it shows if these junglers can get towards their team, they can get ahead. Expectations are that both of them will want to farm just a little bit more in this game. You can already see Jankos going for this bot side Scuttle Crab. Bwipo is on the bottom side as well. And you'll wonder if Mickey will escort Jankos up here to look for the double scuttle, denying Bwipo one of those camps.
Well, I'm like, we know that Bwipo, where he was. G2 also know where Bwipo just was because they dropped that ward and spotting him out on the Grom, which means that that gives Jankos plenty of time to be able to move up towards the top scuttle and get the double Scuttle Crab, which is great for these farming junglers. Jankos using his prio in mid and bot to be able to get this early advantage. And that means that Bwipo will be a little bit behind in the farm department. It looks like that he's going to path towards top, see if there is an option for him to secure that grab, but there will not be. So Jankos now likely looking to get a reset in. And in that window, Bwipo is then going to try and steal the respawn of the Gromp. He's going to drop this ward. Jankos is going to have that information. And it's mainly just a trade and battle of information coming back and forth right now between the two junglers.
And for the moment, Fnatic just keeping about 400 gold lead from that first blood. And from some CS in the bottom lane, Upset managing to farm relatively well. There's about 5 minions pushing in here, so Rekkles will be able to catch some back. But of course, Vayne, not the longest range AD carry in the world, can struggle on wave clear early on. All of her damage is single target. And so Rekkles will just try and farm this one up underneath the tower.
Very true. So you can see that he is about a wave down. Yeah. So he has fallen a little bit behind Upset, but it looks like that Rekkles did go for a very early reset, which is likely where Upset was able to gain that small advantage. Upset now going back to base, going to get himself the Noon Quiver. So this early game has stayed relatively even, outside of course the first blood, which Upset was able to get onto Mickey.
I think that's kind of the expectation. You talked about the junglers wanting to get to that level 6. Diana so much stronger when she has the Moonfall. Of course, Karthus Requiem. We've all seen the power lasers from the sky and how much damage they can do. And that's really what Bwipo will be looking for. Both the mid laners have been left a little bit on an island as well, and Caps has been able to get himself a sizable, about 3-wave CS lead here over Niski. He has had to burn his teleport to do so, though.
Yeah, I think Niski did a similar thing where he went for an early reset, got himself the Doran's Blade, and then came back to lane with the sustain. Now he's likely to use the TP. They could be looking for a play bot. Oh, nice interrupt there from Caps. Just going to buy a little bit more time. He does have the culling if he really wants to be super obnoxious, but I think Niski wants to base so that he can look for a TP play bot. They have one ward sitting in the tri-rush.
That's Cask. Adam doesn't really have anywhere to go, but the sadism, he leveled up from the minions that died as he was flying through the air. Adam gets the sadism just in time to survive. Upset has to burn the cleanse as the hook landed in the mid lane. Niski burnt his TP as well, just to farm up this wave. He's going to force Caps away, but the flawless duet can be dodged away from.
Lucky stuff there for Adam. Wunder knew that he had the level advantage, and with the HP that Adam had, he saw an opportunity to get a solo kill. But just as the ultimate comes through, Adam gets himself level 6 and is able to survive the encounter. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Upset forced to use the cleanse after a good hook comes out from Mickey. And once they saw the Diana, they knew that they were in some danger. But no blood will continue to be drawn. The kill score still remains with Fnatic slightly favored. Bwipo knows that this Gromp is here. Remember, Jankos didn't do it earlier, but now the junglers will meet.
Adam's on his way as well, has the flash. Remember, Wunder doesn't have ultimate. Bwipo and Jankos Trading in, Smite goes down, Jankos gets it, Wonder trying to trade onto Bwipo. Adam flashes across the wall and Jankos will be killed off. Bwipo will fall as well, he flashes. Caps has a flash to follow up, Wonder takes a Dark Harvest, Caps goes in. Caps now needs to get away from Adam, but Adam can just chase him down. Another briefcase connects around the minions, Adam bending the bullets. 2 kills to Mundo.
Great punish here from Fnatic and great awareness. They knew that Jankos had not cleared that Gromp from the red ward that was dropped so much earlier in the game. And then once Jankos came back to it, he wasn't expecting the Fnatic top jungle to be there. They end up collapsing on them. They get the damage out because Jankos was forced to flash and Adam could chase him. And that meant that they were able to get that kill. Jankos now respawned. Adam knows that he's here. He's just going to act as spoiler. Of course, with the smite still up, very likely that it's not going to result on anything. We're going to have a quick look back at this. So, Jankos puts himself in a very awkward position. Bwipo is just standing here dealing a bunch of damage. Adam, it's like he's locked on with these briefcases, landing every single hit. Jankos knows that he can't commit to the fight, but then the moment that the flash comes through, Wonder's like, okay, I've got to trade kills. At this point, he decides to try and give the kill over to Caps, and Bwipo uses that window. Really good Q onto Wonder means that he can't rejoin the fight. Caps has to flash over as well, which costs him his life as well. Another good briefcase landed by Adam to secure themselves another kill. So now Fnatic put themselves in a 1k gold advantage.
See G2 trying to isolate Adam by himself. Bwipo has the Requiem now. Adam, no flash, has already used the sadism. Hylissang behind the wall here, gonna get condemned into the wall, but Mickey and Reckless don't want to go in because they don't know where the jungler is. Adam, though, dived on by Jankos, and Adam will be shut down. Caps gets the kill.
Okay, so a lot of the action happening as a result of the junglers, somewhat as we expected. Fnatic very aggressive in the early game, often looking for skirmishes and fights, but when we see them playing this Karthus, they're a little bit more reserved. They're quite happy to allow Bwipo to scale up and then use their often lane-dominant individuals to combine with the Karthus ultimate. You can see that Bwipo already has a level advantage. Knowing where Jankos was, he started on the bot side, Jankos up towards the top. Reckless and Mickey playing very defensive, knowing that they don't really have that much support from the rest of the team, and Reckless is actually going to take the red buff because they know the risk of this being stolen, given that Jankos is securing the Herald right now.
I love the fact that we talked about getting to level 6, starting to see plays, and immediately when both these teams get there, they know where their power is. They try and play around it. Bwipo only with 2 assists, but Adam with 2 kills in his back pocket is having a stormer of a time against Wonder. I saw a tweet from him earlier, was in French, so I apologize if I butcher the translation, but he was talking about how it's about proving that he can play against G2 on the stage. He's very hyped for today and that he wanted to show that he isn't just a good player, but he's a player that can really challenge G2 on the LEC stage. At the moment, he's definitely doing that. 2 1-on-1 on this Mundo.
I mean, we talked about it, right? Different names, but the orgs are still the same. Whenever you watch Fnatic and G2 play, regardless of the rosters, it's always going to be an exciting one, that's for sure. And Adam has fit very well into this Fnatic roster. I like your statement that his willingness to die, that the player is full of confidence right now. A big conversation for Rookie of the Split for Adam. And yeah, a lot of question marks around his addition to the roster, but I think that he's proven his value time and time again, especially with some of his unique picks like the Olaf as well.
Hylissang trying to prove his value in the mid lane here, but Wonder already on his way down. Hylissang's going to headbutt away to a minion and will manage to escape. Okay, 10 minutes in, Betty. Let's have a quick look at where we are in terms of state of the game. 500 gold between the two teams. A dragon in Fnatic's back pocket, but the Rift Herald has already been picked up by Jankos.
And I'm curious as to where he chooses to use that. Right now, 2 plates have been dropped topside, but you don't really want to funnel that gold into Wonder. One option that G2 could have is swapping their bot lane up towards top, and then the cross-map play could happen from the side of Fnatic, where they trade bot tower in exchange for the top one. Alternatively, Jankos could look to path towards bot, and then try and drop this Herald there to invest more money into the Vayne. I think that one strong play they could do is unlock the Lucian, though. Get him opened up on the map a little bit more, get Caps roaming around, and try and funnel more resources into the mid laner, who's already quite strong, and build this advantage over the Irelia so that she doesn't have the same threat in a side lane as she often can have.
For the moment, Bwipo is just trying to...
The chase is coming, Adam on his way.
Adam is on his way, doesn't have the flash, but Niski does. The Vanguard's edge coming out, there's a Moonfall as well. Hylissang joins the fray, but Jankos able to get away with the Lantern, and Caps somehow still alive. Here's the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? It's cancelled. Wonder comes in with a cask from the gods to stop Bwipo bringing down the lasers.
So much just happened in that sequence of events. And I don't want to break it down now. I want the replay because like there were so many individual things that resulted in nothing really happening. But such great awareness from both teams. No major gold gains are going to be swung either side. Caps is going to be forced to reset. Jankos now in some serious trouble. he's not going to get collapsed on.
He's going to do the collapsing. Because Caps has just TP'd in. Mickey's on his way. Reckless has the Lantern as well. Caps, Gale Force available. Culling available. Miniski there to block it. Hylissang flashes away. How is everyone getting out on such low HP? Bripper with the flash as well. And now you have to think that calls for a Rift Herald here from Jankos. They'll clear out the wave, and there goes the Rift Herald.
I very much agree with you, Medic. This is the play, because now they've delayed Fnatic's backs by so much. Caps could very well get the entire turret right now. He wants to make sure that he gets hit, but the TP's going to come through, so that's going to mitigate any real push. That likely will be another plate for both jungle and mid for G2. Oh my word. Let's have a look back at this initial play. So Jankos, a little overstepped here, but he does have the support from the Lucian. He didn't expect this slow to be able to connect. And watch here. So the thing to pay attention to is Niski. He knows that he can flash ult, and look at how the Alistair is being kept at bay by Mickey. They're just trying to zone each other off. Then the Lantern comes through to take Jankos just barely to safety. Then the initial engage from Hylissang taking up this damage. Then this guy gets very low. G2 think they can go for the re-engage, and then Wonder ease over the wall into ultimates to interrupt the play. Just so many individually great stuff from both sides. The flash ult from Niski, that should have been a kill if it weren't for Mickey's positioning there. Hylissang delaying the collapse from the rest of G2. Great stuff early on in the game. Low kills, but you can see still a lot of action, and we're only 13 minutes in.
I mean, you always promised an incredible game when you see G2 and Fnatic. Upset was waiting here. Hylissang still has the Unbreakable Will. Mickey and Reckless will just chunk him out. Just your guaranteed action. Let's have a look at where we are in terms of relative gold. 1,000 gold difference between Upset and Reckless. That's plates in the bottom lane and the kill, of course. In the mid lane, though, 700 gold in favor of Caps as well. He already has that Gale Force complete. He is a level down on Niskin, a level usually about 600 gold worth of stats overall.
We're reaching first items for both sides. I'm really curious as to what Reckless will go for. Usually he does take the Kraken Slayer for like maximum damage, but I have seen many Veins take things like the Shield Bow in the event of the fear that you're going to get dived. You know, if you want a little bit more survivability, and she really does take a lot of value from the lifesteal as well.
I'm also thinking Requiem is just so powerful in that sort of situation. A Shield Bow can give you that bit of extra protection. Hexdrinker not as strong as it used to be. Caps Gale forcing in, looking for Whipper. Whipper has no mana, but somehow once again he's out alive. Jankos look for him. There's Wonder with the cask. They'll take one, and now G2 really want this fight. Requiem coming out. That's Whipper from beyond the grave, and there's a pause. I think it's a Fnatic pause. I see the referees talking to them, but what a moment to pause the game.
Oh my words. The aggression coming out from G2 there. The collapse. I believe they were fighting over the blue buff as well, but the immediate TP from Wonder. You can see that both teams are just on form for this matchup, but this could be a huge team fight depending on what the cause of the pause was.
Oh goodness.
Oh my words. Yeah.
So like usually when we talk to players, it's like you can pause, but try not to do it right in the middle of a team fight.
No,
right?
I mean,
if something has happened, obviously it's something urgent that has happened in the middle of this fight.
It could be a situation where Niski like couldn't move.
Yeah, that's my point, right? It's otherwise usually we'll say, you know, pause when action isn't happening if you need it, but this is obviously something that is urgent for Hylissang. It looks like as Fnatic have paused the game, but like you can just see how on top of that game these guys are, right? Like we've seen a few missteps, we've seen a few blunders, but most of the time it's been outplay after outplay rather than misplay after misplay here between Fnatic and G2.
Yeah, it certainly has. Just I really loved what both junglers were doing in the early game, the way in which Jankos uses Prio to be able to get the early double scuttle, then Bwipo knowing that Jankos needed to reset, drop the ward onto the Gromp, then both him and Adam contested that Gromp, which is where they got those initial 2 kills from, and then the way in which G2 made sure that they were able to then cross-map back. They immediately went back to top lane. Adam had no flash, so they looked to try and punish it, converted that into a Rift Herald, which then after finding a crazy fight in mid, converted into the mid tier 1. The gold has stayed so even because while all this topside action has happened, Upset has just been using the range advantage and the matchup advantage to build CS leads and gold leads over Reckless. He's sitting with a a little less than that now, mainly because Reckless literally just got a kill. Yeah. But assuming that we go back a little bit, Upset had such a huge plate advantage over Reckless that he was just getting more and more gold. So, like, advantages were trading across the board. The game was staying very even, and it really was about when were we going to see that fight that broke open the game? When were we going to get that moment that really swung the game in a certain direction? And this very well could have been that moment.
So, do you think that if a game swings here, the compositions are such that one team should just be able to take control of it. Say either team gets like an ace, or either team gets 4 or 5 kills out of this. Do they then just have a total hold on the game, or do you see those avenues back for their opposition? It's a hard question.
Well, I think it's because the comps are quite comparable, in my opinion. So, like when I look at Fnatic's comp, they have a very solid front line in the form of Adam and Hylissang with Alistair and Dr. Mundo. You then put a Tristana on top of that. Tristana's long range, especially in the late game. What is really threatening the Tristana? Or what, a Diana, maybe? And then maybe if a Gragas can flash on top. The Tristana has like a good front line.
And can buffer her jump to escape.
Right, and then there's a Karthus on top of that. So like, yeah, there's an Aurelia there who's mainly going to be the person that you have to focus at the beginning of the fight because she's going to be diving in. So like, on paper, you kind of look at it and you sit there and go, okay, well, sure, I can see that from Fnatic. But the moment you put a Vayne into the equation and then you add a Lucian on top of that, well, no longer is this about diving the back line, it's a front-to-back comp. Now, what your goal is to just basically kill whatever comes towards you. And if they don't come towards you, you have a lot of tools to actually force picks yourself. The Thresh and the Gragas are both excellent at creating disruption. Chaos within a team fight because a hook lands, Mickey goes in, his ult comes down, and immediately Fnatic could be split up. A Gragas ultimate, immediately Fnatic could be split up. And then you just focus the target that is straight in front of you, and then you get that initial kill. So that's why I think, like,
It's almost like dominoes cascading effect for G2 if they can find those single picks at the start.
And so what I would say is, like, initially on paper, it kind of looks like Fnatic maybe have a slight scaling advantage, but I don't think it's as straightforward as that. And I think that mainly because of the addition of this Vayne, there's also a Diana, the double AD carry. Like, I think that G2 have very good scaling and they have a lot of tools to combat what Fnatic have, which is why I think a lot of this will come down to execution and why this game is so exciting.
It's never simple when it's Fnatic or G2 playing. Fnatic Hylissang, though, has reported a potential bug. League officials are currently investigating it. Now, as we wait for updates, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you. Abdoots, Medic, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have a pause here in this game. It is always unfortunate when it happens, but we do want to confirm that everything can go and continue as well as possible for this game. So let's talk about it. Let's get the draft up on the screen. Laura, what jumped out to you about the draft that we saw of both teams?
I mean, it looks like Fnatic did their research. First, taking Tristana, taking Mondo, but also we've been looking at Reckless's solo queue tracking. He's been playing Vayne for 30 games straight, so I feel like Fnatic knew it, and they gave him the Vayne even though they knew he would play it.
Do you feel like they obviously banned out the marksman so he would play it, and do you think that their comp adequately is fit to fight against a Vayne, or to keep Vayne from fighting against them, I should say?
I think there's still an issue because they play Mondo, and we know how Vayne is good against Mondo. And Velios said also earlier that they have Thresh, they have Gragas, which is perfect to split Fnatic's team fight potential. So we'll see how it happens.
I think kind of the one thing that they did that made it very clear that they were very prepared for this pick is they opted to bring the Karthus in here, and they swapped the Mundo back into topside. There was kind of some speculation that it could be going jungle to the hands of Bwipo, but by putting it topside against double AP and Diana and Gragas, you've made the itemization path very, very easy for Adam on topside, and he's been having a successful game so far, but ultimately it's the Karthus that really stands out to me as a tool to shut down a lot of the very squishy champions on the side of G2 Esports. If you go late enough, Karthus kind of just outscales every champion in the game, but more importantly, past just the Requiem, which everyone is going to look at, the Wall of Pain is a huge, huge tool in these fights, because if Lucian goes through it, if Vayne goes through it, it becomes nigh impossible for them to play against a Mundo, to play against Aurelia. Yes, if they're given the space to work, they can absolutely demolish both these champions, but when your resistances are taken down and you're slowed by such a huge amount, it's very hard for them to play these fights out.
It's so obnoxious to play against if it gets rolling, of course. I want to talk also a bit about the mid lane specifically. Caps versus Niski is a huge matchup. I also think that Niski is someone who's been performing phenomenally, but I think a lot of the attention has gone towards Bwipo because he has been adjusting to the jungle role. Laura, what can you tell me about Niski and how he's feeling about his performance so far? And what do you think about him pulling out the Aurelia in such an important match?
I'm so happy to see how Niski evolved, especially in summer, because historically he's been known to be this control mage player. He plays a lot of Zoe, has a good Syndra also, and I feel like he reinvented himself in summer here with the Irelia pick, as we see now, all these meta champions that we haven't been used to seeing him on. And I feel like Nisqy right now is a very complete player. And as you said, Bwipo doesn't give him so much attention compared to the bot lane maybe, but he came from being a supportive mid laner to being this very complete mid laner who can play pretty much everything and also carry for his team.
And I just feel like there's so many stories on Fnatic that Nisqy is often kind of the unsung hero because people want to look at Bwipo, people want to look at Adam because the offseason, because the roster change was so controversial. We've talked about it. We'll probably talk about it again, but Nisqy has been kind of the silent but very, very reliable player on the side of Fnatic, where he's been having very, very good performances. But again, you get distracted by the shining light of the fifth, Viego game coming out for Bwipo, because that is the kind of the hot button story. That's the thing that people are really psyched for. And in the meantime, Nisqy has been racking up wins. His numbers have been getting better and better, and he's honestly just in general looked fantastic this split. And if this was week 3 Caps, I would say no problem. But Caps has been getting better and better, and you can see while this matchup is obviously going to favor Lucian just due to the range advantage he has, Caps is clearly very comfortable in this matchup, is not letting Nisqy hit him with the stuns, is not letting any ultimate connects either, and he's been able to kind of sail through this early game very easily.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay package up because we've got all kills that happen, so that can help us tell the story of the game so far. A very early first blood by Fnatic, who is waiting for Mickey to come down the river and just take his life, which of course means a lot. But how much does it mean exactly for the lane, Dracos?
I think overall the big thing here is going to be mostly that it's hard for me to remember the exact timestamp. If you're close enough to the laning phase, which I believe that they were, it is going to be push advantage immediately for Tristana. Naturally, she should get this anyway in just the AD carry matchup, but having the range advantage on the Thresh normally would mean that the G2 can contest that. No longer the case. But we look here on the top side, and this is Adam making good on the Mundo pick.
I mean, that's just classic Adam here, playing aggressive. And I never saw him on this champion, actually. I thought he would play more of a carry, maybe. But yeah, just bringing in the suitcases.
I mean, that was a big point of contention. Also, which kind of matchup are we going to see in the top lane? Yesterday, Wunder coming out with the Sejuani. This time we see the AP Gragas coming out, or the Gragas coming out, rather. And then, the Mundo, it's not necessarily an Adam pick, but we know that it can be incredibly strong.
Yeah, and actually Wunder has been so successful on the champion. I think it's mostly about not giving in to Wunder.
Yeah, and I think we've just seen that the champion's been incredibly powerful. I like it overall. We heard the boss at the start of the day say that he really wanted to see one of these more bruisery matchups, and while Adam is not in that bruisery matchup, he's showing us that champion pool is expanding. That was one of the big questions when he entered the league. We knew his Olaf was good, we knew his Darius was good, we knew his Renekton was good. What else was he going to add to the toolkit? Mundo being there is a very big deal when it's, quite frankly, just probably a little too strong in the current meta.
Yeah, but it fits with the way Fnatic wants to play. I mean, talking to Bwipo yesterday, he admitted that he doesn't give so much attention to Adam because he focuses on the bot side of the map especially, and I like that Adam has been able to adapt accordingly and play this more layback playstyle, I want to say, even though he commits sometimes a bit too much into plays. But yeah, this is just a champion that fits his playstyle and the way Fnatic wants to play around him.
We're still waiting for an update in terms of what's happening in terms of the game. And of course, we apologize that we're not pure blood analysts or color casters here. So I want to dive a bit deeper into the stories of the teams as we fill this time. And I don't think it's weird that we've not talked a lot about G2. I think coming into today, we had a Bwipo segment in Ready Check. We had the Euphoria check-in with Upset, but I think it speaks to kind of how Fnatic has been on a roll. But we can never discredit G2 or forget G2. I want to ask in the same vein, really no pun intended, it just came out that way. We talk about the scaling for the side of Fnatic, but there is always that thought of the X factor for Reckless if he does get a couple of kills and if he gets going. How much trust do we have that he can bring this game into a victory for G2?
Well, I think it is a big question. I think 30 solo queue games is not enough to answer, can you beat Fnatic?
Probably like 7,000 games.
Yeah, it's actually 75, exactly. Yeah. I just pick a number. I think the big thing here for me that I really like about this game, regardless of the result, is that Reckless is kind of putting his money where his mouth is when it comes to playing new champions. There was a lot of questions, hey, comfort picks, things like the Jhin, kind of when the pressure was on, falling back to these picks. But in a big game like Fnatic G2, and in the game yesterday as well, he bust out Close for the first time in 4 years. Today, he's busting out the Vayne. And I think that the commitment to playing new picks, even in high-stakes games, is exactly what G2 fans should be looking to see from Reckless to show that, like, hey, this team is progressing. It's not just a bald Caps meme and 2 good games on stage. They are, like, really committed to making the most out of this.
Yeah, and even when G2 looked, I don't want to say bad, but not at their best a couple of weeks back, it was always Reckless, especially in these high-stake games, who was showing up for the team.
Absolutely, and to me, it's also, this is a big indicator of where these 2 teams are at versus each other, because the expectation is that they are going to make it both to playoffs and that we will see them fighting in those best of 5s. And I don't know how it is for others, but with Fnatic, I always have this question mark of how long is it going to last? Because I feel inherently, the way they like to play the game seems risky, right? But if it works, it is so beautiful to watch.
It's often been this high-risk, high-reward style for Fnatic, and that's also something I brought up with Bwipo yesterday. Poorly worded, I know, but I feel like this may become maybe the strongest iteration of Fnatic. I mean, when I see them play, especially with a rookie player that they just brought in, and how they click, I don't know, I'm just looking forward to seeing this team in playoffs and in best of 5
Keep
series.
forgetting Adam as a rookie, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think that over the years of Fnatic, we've had, we've always had a very successful Fnatic for the most part. There's been 1 or 2 splits that are tough. 2016, of course, the spring split as well. But Fnatic has always been a team that's been, while successful, it's been a team very much just like they get the wins and that's pretty much it. And every time it's some Worlds drama or some player drama or some roster drama. And I don't want to hold that against them. It's hard playing top-level competitive League of Legends. But to me, this feels like the first time that we have 5 Fnatic players where, the band of brothers narrative. We've used it for Splice. We used it for G2 Esports 2019. And now I think it fits for Fnatic too, in the sense that when you see these players, when you see them interacting, as we now get to do in the studio, all of these guys are getting along. All of them are on the same page. And it's just a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and that's when G2 beat him and get back on that horse,
and then
right?
they hate each other. Drama.
I do have an update as well. At 14 minutes, 13 seconds into the game, Fnatic paused the game to report 2 separate potential bugs to League officials. After investigation, the League officials have determined that all interactions were working as intended and reviewed the footage with Fnatic to confirm. We will resume the game as it was at the time of the pause. And with that, let's get back over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. Great stuff, all of you. We'll drop in quite hot here. 14.5 minutes into the game or thereabouts. Fnatic and G2 are fighting in the bot side jungle around Fnatic's blue buff. Now, Bwipo died out early. Niski has just died as well. I believe
the Requiem is falling. Yep. Adam is in the middle of 4 G2 members. Upset and Hylissang are sitting in the tri-brush right next to the bottom tower. So we are still in the middle of a fight. So the moment we come back in, which is going to be soon, Medic's going to pick a straight up.
Here we go. Straight back on into the action. Let's get on into this game of League of Legends as we jump right on in. G2 versus Fnatic. Always a fight for the ages. Hylissang on the front line here with the Unbreakable Will. He's going to get locked up. Wonder knocked back though. Wonder's ticking. The Ignite will get him down. And Upset gets a reset from that. Now, G2 actually start up the Dragon straight away. Upset, is he gonna go in? Lots of wards here. Mickey misses the hook. Adam's still very healthy. Upset dives forward. Mickey next on the menu. The explosive charge is gonna tick him down. And now Upset diving in. Jankos manages to get across the wall.
Hylissang knocks him over the wall.
Okay.
But Fnatic end up trading even in kills. They're 2 for 2. They lose the Drake. And I thought that fight was gonna go much worse for them. So let's look back at this. Thank you very much, observers. Caps dives in straight into the face of Bwipo and Niski. Immediately has to flash out. Takes the Lantern to safety, but now you can see Fnatic is split. When Wonder TP's in, he uses the ult, flash E combo off the back of the Condemn, and you can see here the Hex flash is going to be interrupted as a result of the Everfrost that
stops the channel of the Hex flash.
Stops the channel of the Hex flash. Now, the rest of G2 decide to overcommit here, and this is where the follow-up CC comes through from Hylissang. Good ultimate there from Upset, combined with the Ignite, gets them the kill, and then it's a bit of an overstep here from Mickey. He's trying to zone Adam away, look for a potential hook. He does have vision, but then Upset goes straight in. Nice sidestep of the damage. Flashes, gets the initial kill, looking for a potential reset, and then the knockout comes through. Hook once again.
Hex flash, hook. Jankos jumping forward. Double buffs on Hylissang, but here comes Bwipo. Here comes Upset. Hylissang down. Jankos gets it. There's the land to try and get him out. Caps now diving forward onto Bwipo as well. And Bwipo doesn't have the mana. His buffs were stolen. His life was stolen. It's a double for Jankos.
Exactly that, Medic. G2, after losing a fight, immediately back out onto the map, and they decide violence is the answer. 65 is now the kill score for both sides. Only 400 gold separates the 2 teams, 16 minutes in, and we are right back into the thick of things.
Okay, a couple of things. We're going to do a recap of where we are totally in a second here, Vedius, but I do want to celebrate something. Look in the top lane. His name is Wonder. He is wonderful, often playing WoW, sometimes playing League of Legends, but he has just achieved his 1000th ever LEC career kill. Congratulations, Wonder!
Congratulations to Wonder. He has been 1 kill off. Well, actually, he's been 4 kills off for like quite a while, but he just doesn't get kills. But that was, in fact, his 1,000th kill of LEC career. So impressive stuff from Wonder. He will take a turret in the top sides, and he will get G2 now a 1k gold lead.
Yeah, so let's talk about where we are in terms of the game. 17 minutes in or thereabouts. G2 have that 1,000 gold lead. Adam's going to answer with some gold in this tower in the bottom lane. Items across the board have been picked up. You can see Jankos and Wonder working together here to try and catch up Whippo, who is not having a good game. Upset diving onto Reckless, though, and Reckless can just condemn him away. You can see that top side of the map for G2 is having a barnstormer of a game. 2-1-3, 2-1-3, 2-1-3. All 3 of those potential fakers that Upset talked about on Euphoria are really performing well.
The thing about Karthus is the moment you fall behind, it becomes very hard to get back into the game. Oh, they know Niski's in there.
And Niski knows he should have retreated. Heals up a little bit, but Reckless will take the kill. G2 playing a 4-man stack on the top side while Caps is by himself on the bottom.
G2 are relentless with their regression, and so much credit needs to go to Jankos and Wonder. They are continuing to be proactive on the map. The second Jankos got a slight lead in this jungle matchup, he has not slowed down with it, constantly looking for plays, looking for picks. And Caps forced to catch the bot wave, but he was able to disengage. So Fnatic losing a little bit of control, Bwipo being put very far behind, and Niski on this Aurelia. We talked about it in draft, in this 1v1 matchup. Whoever gets ahead is has a big swing in terms of control over the side lane, and for the time being, Caps is going to be so much further ahead. Bwipo needs to be careful, no flash, or maybe it's Jankos that needs to be careful.
The Lantern is such a get-out-of-jail-free card, though. We have seen Thresh banned every single game, and then you let it through, and this is what it can do. It doesn't matter if you catch someone out, if they can just click that Lantern to escape. Fnatic, though, still trying to make plays. They've controlled this bottom side jungle. Caps hasn't got the flash, doesn't have the Gale Force either, and Upset knows it. Upset goes in, gets the shutdown. That was a pure 1v1.
Upset really putting Fnatic on his back right now. He was able to get that first blood in lane, and now he's continuing to find pick after pick after pick. His aggression is just... it's just so evident. You can see that he is not afraid of G2, as Niski now going for the 1v1.
Yeah, Wonder doesn't have the body slam. Oh, it's not a 1v1 for long, my friend. Reckless and Mickey were behind enemy lines. Niski now spots the fact that Jankos is waiting for him as well. The Rocket Belt will get Jankos in range for the Moonfall, and there is the hook. Niski tries to dodge away with the Blade Surge, but Jankos is on the chase. A killing spree for the Diana. Meanwhile, though, Fnatic are playing the other side of the map, and even though it seems like G2, you know, they're picking up these kills, they're picking up the pace, Fnatic are still well within touching distance of gold, and this is going to be another 600 gold fed into Upset. He's going to be at 9,000 gold when no one on G2 has even crested the 8,000 mark.
Yes, while G2 do have advantages over many of their lane counterparts, you know, Jankos getting a little bit ahead of Bwipo, Caps getting ahead of Niski. Upset has just been farming away. Plates in the early game, towers in the mid game, and finding every, or most of the kills for Fnatic. It really will be Upset versus the world as this game progresses. Remember that Bwipo will continue to scale. All Upset really needs is a front line to play around, and then there's a very realistic world where he can win the game for Fnatic. Right now, though, control in the top side continues to swing in G2's favor. I think it's fair to say that right now, it's just a battle of the cross map. Whatever G2 takes in top, Fnatic is taking in bot. And it's just a matter of side laners doing what they can to try and catch what farm they can. Hylissang looking to collapse onto Wonder. Lantern there just for safety.
I mean, it does give away the fact that Wonder's in that bush as well, so if Fnatic had been a little bit quicker to pull the trigger after that Lantern disappeared, perhaps they could have found something. However, what do we have on the menu? Well, Baron's on the cards. Both teams will do it pretty quickly. Of course, a Karthus can burn through it very rapidly, as can a Vayne. Double AD carry on the side of G2 will manage to burn it down. Bwipo chasing Jankos out of the jungle. Hylissang flashing away from it. There's 1,700 gold between the two teams. And right now, a lot of that you have to look at lying on the top side of the map for G2. There's 1,400 gold lead for Caps in the mid lane, 1,100 for Jankos in the jungle.
So we have a little bit of time now, because both these teams are, you know, setting up. The next objective isn't going to be spawning for a while. A lot of the outer towers have been gone. So let's talk a little bit about the historic record between these two teams, because every time they match up, we have to bring up the rivalry that does exist and why this is such an exciting matchup. 8 LEC titles for G2, 7 for Fnatic. Only recently did G2 thwart Fnatic in the number of titles that they actually had. The head-to-head, you can see, is quite clearly in the favor of G2, and a lot of that is in the recent history too. Since 2020, G2 lead with 13 wins to 5 losses.
It's been a while since Fnatic really had the upper hand in this, and perhaps people were thinking this season might have been the time. Even Reckless was saying he thinks Fnatic are probably the best team in the LEC at the moment. And you can see, even though G2 have had their foot on the accelerator, even though they've been trying to up the tempo of the game, Fnatic has still been finding things on the other side of the map. The question is, can this new Fnatic lineup, with Bwipo in the jungle, with Adam in the top lane, with Upset as their AD carry, continue to develop and really challenge as the rest of the season goes on?
Good damage coming out from Reckless. Hook goes a little wide there from Mickey. Could have been a big pick, but doesn't end up finding anything. And again, I think a lot of it comes off of Reckless's replacement, Upset. This man is having a fantastic game. I think he's overall had a fantastic split. Last split, he was the most aggressive alongside Hylissang, and while they don't have as many 2v2 kills, that aggression hasn't really changed. He jumps in.
Yeah, Wonder doesn't really have anywhere to go here. Tries to flash away, but Hylissang's on the chase. They lock him up. Wonder will fall, and once again, it's Upset who gets the kill and gets the bounty. 150 extra gold from that kill for him. Are Fnatic going to look for more here? Mickey and Reckless waiting round the corner.
Good stun came out from Nisqy to set up for the dive. We're going to have another very quick pause. We will inform you when we have a little bit more information as to what is going on. But we've had a very exciting game. 9-7 is the kill score. The gold is only 1.6k apart. And it has been a very bloody back and forth between the two teams. Very exciting stuff to watch. The towers are even now after Fnatic secured that top one. 4-4 are the towers across the board. And overall, things are looking very, very close. Next Drake should be spawning relatively soon, in about 2 minutes' time. Fnatic right now leading Drakes. And yeah, it's as we said, very close game between the two teams.
It is Bwipo who's paused. We'll work out exactly what's happened as soon as we can. There's this strange tension with pauses in games like this, because the game is incredibly tense as it is, right? And then you get this pause and you kind of take a quick sigh of relief, but you're also frustrated because you just wanted the game to keep going. And it's kind of like you're standing at the edge of a precipice, at the corner of this like gaping abyss of brilliant League of Legends in front of you. You're like, please let me jump into it. Please let me take a dive. For now, we have to wait. We have to be on the edges of our seats once again as we wait for the game to resume. Both teams playing very specific styles of League of Legends. You can see how much Fnatic are investing into Upset.
Yes, and it's important to note the Reckless isn't that dramatically behind, because Reckless right now is one of the highest earning players in the game. He has 9,000 gold. He's a little bit behind Caps and Wonder, but they also have a lot more assists than he does. But he's also at 234 CS. He is maintaining the average. He's very far ahead. The problem is Upset's just gotten more gold. So it's not the Reckless is like behind. It's just the Upset is really, really far ahead. And I'm just going to have a quick look at the gold. He doesn't quite have enough for Infinity Edge. He's sitting on 1,200 right now. He already has the BF. He's going to get the pickaxe, and then very soon he's going to convert that into Infinity Edge. And when he has that, that is when you sit there as Fnatic and be like, all right, let's go. We're ready to fight. Our AD carry has 3 items. He's got the Infinity Edge. He's primed and ready to like dish out the damage. But Jankos, a player that, you know, has... Well, I think overall had a very solid split.
Sure.
You know, he's been very reliable. There have been a couple moments. I remember one time on a Diana, he flashed into a wall. Happens to the best of us. You know what I mean? But overall, I think that Jankos has had a very solid split. And he, in this game, is really strong. He has rushed the Morello to try and mitigate some of the life regeneration that they do have on things like the Mundo specifically, I think. But he also has the Rocket Belt completed, and he also has the 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. He is so strong. Level 13 on the Diana. He is someone that you really have to respect in these fights, especially with how well he has been playing. But fortunately, you won't have to listen to me talk much longer because we're getting right back into the game.
Let's jump on back into the action. Oh, hook immediately on Bwipo. He's going to pop the stopwatch. G2 looking to retreat away from this one. Stopwatch used as well by Jankos as Nisqy dives underneath the tower. Jankos has already used the moonfall here and he can't get away. Upset with another bounty, another shutdown. Bwipo has fallen, I believe, as Adam TP's into this fight. G2 at a numbers disadvantage. The culling from Caps finds its mark. 2 for 2 so far on the trade. Reckless and Mickey looking for a flank position here. Mickey's going to eat An infected Cleaver. The chase is still on. Wonder has the TP. As you say, Reckless gets them. The Scuttle Crab, the Condemn into the wall. Mickey low, though, upset. Could be his third kill of this fight. Nicky's still alive. Wonder and Reckless trying to do what they can. Upset's in the pit by himself. Niski hits the flawless duet. And there goes Reckless. Now Niski gets a double. And just like that, it's turned on his head once again. Fnatic get 2. Upset looking for more of his Wonder TP'd in, perhaps to his death. Caps getting chased away by Adam in a pure 1v1. The Cleaver! Adam! Surgical precision from the doctor in the house. Fnatic clean up the fight and they're going for the Baron.
And Fnatic will look to reclaim control over this game. It looked like a big fight for G2, but they were able to turn it around after some beautiful execution coming out from Niski. Now Jankos near the pit. Can he get the steal? No flash.
No, either. Jankos now has his ultimate. You're going for this, mate. You got to go in now. You got the smite. Equal smites, but Hylissang once again a great distraction. Forces Jankos away, and now Jankos is dead. There's nothing you can do in this situation. Adam will take the kill. Fnatic now 2,000 gold ahead, and it flicked like a switch.
So, at the beginning of the pause, this was the situation that we found ourselves in. Now, Fnatic had the right set on trying to get a pick onto Jankos. So, Niski flashes over the wall and follows up with Upset immediately into finding a kill. Meanwhile, Bwipo wasn't expecting these two members of G2 to be sitting in this brush, so Reckless gets himself a kill. So it ends up being a trade of junglers on both sides. TP then comes in from Caps as the ultimate comes through, gets heavily mitigated by the Aegis from Mickey. Then with the TP from Adam, late TP coming out from Wonder, but it doesn't matter because they realize that they get that initial kill. The members are now even on both sides, and at this point we're thinking, okay, well, where's the TP from Wonder? But Caps actually goes back to top lane. They are in a 2 versus 3 here. Reckless doing what he can to keep Mickey alive, and it's looking pretty promising. But then the slow connects onto Reckless, and it doesn't matter. We don't have time because we're back into the action.
Onto Caps. There's the lantern there for him, but Caps has been knocked away from it, and there's a ward on top of it. But here comes Jankos, the shutdown onto Upset. That's all your gold. Niski has to do so much in this fight, but Bwipo's already dead. Niski trying to dive onto Reckless, but he's been knocked back as well. The flawless duet does not quite connect. The lantern gets them out. Bwipo still gets a double. The hook coming out as well in a 3v3 now. Adam tanking up the tower for days.
Adam does not care. Another fight kicks off. Fnatic didn't even have a wave. I don't even understand how they got there because the last fight was just so long. I think that G2, we're immediately going to get a replay as to exactly what happened. So they did have a pushing wave. Hylissang controlling a little bit of vision. Caps is trying to get a bit of poke damage, and then he thinks because he has the lantern, he's in safe quarters. But then the knock-up comes through, the knock back into the control ward. Caps, there's no way for him to get the last hit. Then look at this engage from Wonder. The damage and the ultimate from Jankos as well locks them up as Reckless is just free-firing on the back line. But then with a TP from Niski, Reckless realizes he can no longer commit to the fight. So Wonder now has to disengage. He then loses his life, ends up being a 2 for 2, and now, quick, observers, get us back into the fight.
Bwipo looking very happy with his performance so far, as he should be. 1,500 gold between these two teams. You can see Bwipo died relatively early on in that fight, but a Requiem, a Wall of Pain, a few little Skittles on the ground can do a lot of work. Fnatic with this Baron buff haven't broken an inhibitor line yet, though they are very strong right now. Upset 3 items complete. Infinity Edge, Kraken Slayer, and the Rapid Fire Cannon. Reckless still waiting for the Ginsus. Has a Rage Knife in his inventory. Adam as well. This guy, a rookie. 4-1-6 against Wonder, against G2. He is having a stellar performance so far. He continues to be the front line that Fnatic needs, showing us that he is not just, the carry player, the Olaf, the Darius. He's also someone that can flex his style for his team's requirements. And now he is by himself in a side lane as G2 lose another 2 towers, but continue to hold on to their base.
Look at the damage that G2 now have. Infinity Edge completed for Caps, Reckless completing the Rage Blade. Question is it going to be enough to melt through the front line that Fnatic have? Level 16 on Adam. Hylissang has the Abyssal Mask, giving that extra bit of damage. Jankos
jumps away.
Messes up the combo there. He even had Flash, and Upset did not. Big blunder there from Jankos. Really think that could have been a massive pick for him and G2.
It's a Pixels thing though, right? Because the jump had already happened. The Moonfall was just at the edge of pulling him out of it. It wasn't even like Upset buffered the jump afterwards, just Jankos not quite connecting on it, Vedi. And this game is it's giving me that feeling that you get when you watch Fnatic G2 games. That feeling when, remember summer 2019 in Athens with all the crowd behind you? Remember Reckless and Hylissang backdooring on Rakan and Lucian? Remember all the times we've seen these two titans, these Goliaths face off against each other? It's giving me that feeling once again. 2,000 gold between the two of them. It feels like it's on a knife edge. And once again, it's pixel perfect precision there from Hylissang, steps away from the hook.
Wow. Right now, though, it feels like Fnatic is quite firmly in control. Their gold lead is about 2.5k. Their front line is incredibly strong. Adam is an absolute titan. And Bwipo, even though he has 6 deaths, he has a bounty on his head. He is working towards the death cap. I'm just going to have a quick look how far away is. He's quite far away from me. Yeah. He's quite
it's
far
about
away
2,000 gold.
So G2 don't have to be too worried about that. But when he gets it, they definitely have to be worried. For now, Fnatic have just been setting up vision around the bot side of the map. Very deep vision so they can control the Drake.
A Cloud Drake with this, Cloud Soul with this team is pretty strong as well.
It is very strong. A lot of high-value ultimates here. But this vision is very good from Fnatic. G2 trying to make a cross-map play where they set up vision around the top side river. Hylissang going to get a little bit of information. Face check that with Adam. They just don't care, as they shouldn't, because they're not going to get one-shots. They want you to engage on them. Nisqy there right behind him, level 16 now on the Aurelia. Come back into this game very nicely. Was a little bit behind early on. 0-2-0 was his scoreline, but now 2-3-3. Actually a higher level than that of Caps.
Upset's just got himself a Guardian Angel as well, Vedi.
Oh.
Makes it even trickier for G2 to isolate him, because we've seen a couple of the fights that have been close, or G2 have managed to come out of winning. They've killed Upset off right at the start. Now, you kill Upset, he's coming back. You kill Bwipo, he'll stay around for a good 5-10 seconds to put down more DPS, and really the question is, can G2 find Fnatic? Caps on the front line. Here's the TP from Adam. Hylissang straight onto Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hylissang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Bwipo on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the main things right now. He's looking for Nisqy. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies. Flashbacks to double lift. You can't do that on a Vayne, Reckless. No matter what you do, Fnatic will find you. Reckless dies. Caps dies. Jankos dies. Mickey dies. G2 dies. Fnatic strike.
And with this amount of HP, with Adam on the front line with a wave, Fnatic could just very well end the game right here, right now. He doesn't care about these towers. Upset is still alive. Can Wonder save the game?
He pops his stopwatch, but his Nexus towers will go pop. Not much that Wonder can do in this situation. Fnatic claim a 2-0 versus G2.
Elation on the side of Fnatic, a very back and forth game. That final team fight looked incredibly close. Jankos using his ultimate to just pull in the most crucial members there, interrupting the Karthus ultimate. I thought that was going to be it. G2 was going to be able to turn that fight in their favor, but no. Fnatic shut them down. Adam was the front line that he needed to be. Upset could not be touched. And Fnatic go 2-0 over G2 in the summer season.
What a game. Fnatic versus G2 never disappoints. And once again, Fnatic showing us just how strong they are. On the back of Upset, on the back of Adam, you have to say, superb performances by both of them. G2, though, continue to improve, continue to grow from where they were just a few weeks ago. A loss like this shouldn't be something you look at and you start being dismayed or disheartened.
Oh, I mean, Jankos had an incredible game still. Like, he was absolutely huge. And,
see what it means to Yamato. See what it means to Fnatic.
And it's a big win, too, especially in the fight for first. Remember that Rogue, they couldn't beat G2.
Yep.
They are sitting at 0-2 against G2 in the regular season. And now we get to see Fnatic versus Rogue next week. That fight for first, the battle for the top. It's going to be a huge match and already set the stage for what Europe's top teams look like right now. Fnatic finding form and getting a huge win over their big rivals in G2 was massive. And huge props to Adam. A very solid game from him. He did what he needed to. You know, not a lot of flashy plays.
I mean, he did get that double kill early on that was pretty flashy.
But he had a very solid game. He was a great front line for Upset to deal the damage, and the damage he doth dealt.
That he did. You can vote for him in your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Adam, Upset, and Hylissang are your options. And we'll actually soon hear from Upset with Law before Zanzara and Nisqy join us in the LEC post-game lobby. Don't you go anywhere. I love Fnatic versus G2.
systems are overloading. We can't risk another game.
We need to take a break and regroup.
We're starting to lose our mind. Captain, we cannot go back to Elo Hell. Last time it took us months to get out of it.
Initiate break protocol.
Hurry up! Yes! Yes! I did it! We did it! We did it!
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Welcome back to the LEC stage after this amazing match of the week. Fnatic takes down G2 and upsets. Congrats on winning against G2 twice this season, actually. How was the game?
Yeah, it was very chaotic and stressful with the pauses because it's always hard to get back into like peak focus after a pause. So we had some shaky moments, but overall, the win always makes me very happy, of course, and I think we showed a lot of resilience as a team that even if things go wrong, we can still come back, and we showed that when we are grouped and we fight together, we are very, very good at executing the fights. So I'm overall quite happy with the result of today.
Yeah, there was an amazing and strong performance from Fnatic, and we talked about this on the desk, but you did your research against G2 actually here to be ready, taking Tristana and Mundo 1 and 2 red side. Tell me about the prep and the draft you decided to go against them today.
I mean, basically, I've been just picking Tristana a lot because I like to play her a lot, and I also know they like to play it. So if I pick it, then they can't play it, and they don't really play like the good champs against Tristana, I think. So once I had Tristana, I felt pretty comfortable that they will not have a good idea what to play into it, and they ended up picking Vayne, which I think is actually a quite good matchup for Tristana. So I was a little bit surprised, and yeah, I felt pretty good playing Tristana. And yeah,
went well.
You have more on Vayne, actually, because, yeah, he picked the champion into Tristana, and I thought it was a good pick against Mundo as well, but it wasn't impactful that much in the game. So your take on the pick as it is in the meta right now?
I think the champ has some problems when it comes to wave clearing. It's a very low tempo champ, but it's also not very strong in lane, and her scaling is good versus melee champs, but they didn't last pick it, so we ended up picking Karthus, and she nearly gets one shot by the Karthus alone. So it's very hard for her to fight because I also have higher range, and you could see in the last team fight she tumbled forward, did one mistake. I hit her twice and she just dies. So I was surprised that he picked Vayne, but I do understand it. But usually when you play Thresh, you want to win your lane. But with the Vayne pick, it didn't really work out for them as well. So yeah, I was a little bit surprised he ended up picking Vayne today.
Yeah, unlucky. And yeah, good draft preparation from you guys again. And more about you, Upset. I feel like you picked this season, honestly, in terms of level. And also when I saw you in Euphoria, I see you bright and smile and really happy. So yeah, tell me about the split with Fnatic and how everything's going with the team.
I feel my individual level has always been pretty good, but maybe sometimes it wasn't the easiest to build a lot of team chemistry with the members. But right now it feels like we have very good synergy going, and I'm so happy to play with my support. I always knew he's a great support, and if he plays with a very aggressive AD, I think his strength can even be amplified. And our play styles match so much, and I really love how he plays. And I'm just so happy I get to play with him. But also, of course, shout out to my top side. Even though they had a rough game today, they stayed very strong mentally and did their part anyways, even though they did some mistakes. So yeah, I'm just really happy that my team is doing so well, and it really makes me feel comfortable as well to show my best performance.
I can imagine. And the last good news for you, you guys made playoffs, actually. With this game, Rogue qualified to playoffs as well, actually. What's next for Fnatic knowing that?
Well, we are not really a team that wants to qualify for playoffs as our goal. We want to reach the World Championship and do well in playoffs. But obviously qualifying is the first step, so we are, I guess, happy with it, but it was expected that we will at least make playoffs. But yeah, we just want to keep working hard on our fundamentals and as a team and make sure that we will do well in playoffs, because that's what's really important to us. But it's a small relief.
Yeah, 5 more games maybe to go higher in the standings. We'll see how it goes for you. But Upset, thanks again for this interview. Congrats on beating G2 twice this season.
They split even.
This split even?
3 times already.
Yeah, wow. 3 times even. Well, we're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes to know more about this game with Shax, Zanzara, and Niski. See you.
on to the LEC post-game lobby. My name is Shax and I'm joined by Zanzara and by Niski, a representative of Astralis and of Fnatic, to look at the standings and look forward to playoffs and the race for playoffs. First up though, I gotta go to Niski and congratulate you on a game well played. Congrats, man. Very impressive, very back and forth. But we have Zanzara here and he's gonna give his unfiltered opinion on the match of the week. Zanzara, what did you think and why did Fnatic win?
I think Fnatic was just like better. I think Fnatic know how to win the games. They're just really good drafts. Sometimes they even ban Trundle to win the games. So I think Fnatic just really good all around. So yeah, and I think of course like it was like actually bot diff. I think it was like complete bot diff. So yeah.
How much of the bot diff, Niski, do you think came from your first blood on Mickey?
Actually, I mean, we'd like planned level 1, and then we were like, okay, I guess this guy is just dead. So I knew that ball lane would be like way easier for us because I think Upset got like a longsword and 2 pots or 1 pot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, my ball lane was smurfing in my top as well. So I mean, me and Bubu did okay, but my team was smurfing most.
Bit of a rough early game for that side. Let's get up the draft because I do want to talk about it a little more. Specifically, diving into Reckless' solo queue, you had like 30 games of Vayne played recently, and you banned out so many marksmen. Did you want to bait him into the Vayne specifically, or what was the plan here?
Not necessarily. I mean, we just kind of picked what we like. I feel like usually we don't change too much compared to like the teams we play against, unless it's like really obvious. For example, like the Trundle ban against the Astralis, which gave us a free win. But no, I mean, we just picked champions that we liked and the one that we thought were strong. And yeah, I guess they just, I don't know, our draft was just good today.
Okay, Zanzara, what do you make of that? Just ban out Trundle.
It's yeah. Yeah. What can I say? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. You are the winner at the end. You can say whatever you want. So yeah, I'll just take it, and yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna live with that. Yeah.
On a more serious note, though, Mundo jungle is something that we've seen being very successful. Now we saw also Mundo in the top lane. What do you think about the champion overall, Zanzara?
Mundo is completely broken, but my team is just refused to play with Mundo, by the way. I tell you, like, Mundo go hard. Mundo go where he pleases. But my team is like, no, Mundo cannot gank. Mundo is bad. Don't pick Trundle. But I want to play Mundo. I think Mundo actually is really strong. Especially in jungle, after buffs. Buffs was complete crazy after the, like, last patch. He's like one of the fastest clear speed. He's like god in 1v1s. He's scaling pretty decently. Like, he has an insane poke. You're like always top damage with Mundo. So I think he has everything besides ganks, and this is why my team don't really like this Mundo. But I think Mundo is really good, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree that he's really good. In terms of it being a pick for Adam, it's not necessarily something we've seen it on before. Also, the Aurelia coming out for you is something we've seen you on in the past. Why specifically that combo for mid and top?
I mean, for me, it was just Aurelia because she got buffed this patch, so I thought, like, why not? Then it did good in scrims, but it didn't do as good on stage. And then, yeah, Adam just likes to play random champs, and Mundo is one of them, so he just picked it.
Mm-hmm. Talk to me about the mid lane matchup and, yeah, fighting versus Caps specifically. I think G2 in general struggled a bit, you know, in the last couple of weeks, have really come back to their peak. It wasn't the best in lane for you specifically. Tell me how you regained control over the game.
I mean, basically, I feel like his laning phase was pretty good. There was one moment where he TP'd back, and I did not, which I think I should have TP'd back, but I kept it to, like, kind of have control over them up. But, yeah, I thought he played good in lane, but I felt like Lucian this game was pretty hard to play. In mid-game against, like, Alistar, Karthus, Mundo, Tristana even. Even Aurelia in mid-game, if I have, like, 1 or 2 items, it's pretty hard, in my opinion. So, yeah, I was not too scared, even though he got ahead. I was like, if he gets ahead, team fight should be still okay for us. And yeah, that's basically kind of what happened.
Mm-hmm. Zanzara, do you feel like when you look at this game, we've talked about G2 a lot in the past, and it's clear, I think, that Fnatic is stronger at this point in time. I would maybe even say in summer so far, because they're now 2-0 up over them. What do you think is going on with G2 after they dropped a couple of games and now also dropped this game versus Fnatic? Of course, they won the last 3, so we're not going to be too dramatic.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall, honestly, I think G2 is playing like better, but start of the split was pretty rough, especially for, I think, jungle mid, because Caps was really underperforming. But right now, I think they're like, week by week, they're playing much better. I think they're like really close to their form, but they lose to Fnatic not because G2 is a bad team. I think just Fnatic is just much better right at that moment. So I don't think like G2 will kind of collapse after this loss. I think they'll just gonna keep like getting better and better on playoffs, and I think I just want to see actually G2 versus Fnatic in playoffs, because I think G2 gonna be like much more prepared, much more stronger at this point.
Niski, do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're going to be stronger than us, but I agree that right now they're playing better than what they were showing in the past, and it looks like they're doing slowly better, so it's good. It's good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I did want to take a look at a specific replay. We were going to do the Telstrader, but I don't think it's working right now, so we'll get it up on that screen for you. And this is the fight 24 minutes into the game in around G2's blue, actually, where I think it could have gone either way. Can you talk me through what happened?
Actually, here Elias was telling me, please just flash ult on this guy, like he will die, and then he was like, oh, okay, maybe not. And then we still go, because I was like, okay, I mean, I'm committed at this point. I'm already like 0-3, I think, so yeah. I didn't really care as much. But and then here we're like kind of scared. We're a bit dizzy of what was going on. I think Hylissang dies here to Calling, and then they chase us. We see Gragas' TP in 2 seconds, and I was like, oh, like the game might be doomed at this point, like if they play it well. But I don't know, we somehow won this fight. I don't know, my Tristana was...
I think it's because of you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what happened, actually. I feel like I did something here for the first time in the game.
Yeah.
And then I remember Hylissang screaming like, oh shit, Niski, or something like that. And yeah, I don't know, it was just good, I guess.
Yeah, watching this, we were screaming as well. I believe this is also where then Mundo keeps chasing and cleavers someone to death, right?
Yeah, he's like, I'm going on this Lucian, I don't care, like I'm gonna kill him, you know?
Yeah.
And then here they're like talking about Nash, if Lucian dies, and...
Here we go. Oof.
Oh,
Adam, absolutely. And Nash, yeah, I love how he gave that perspective, because indeed you could have lost the game here, actually. You know, I mean, not to be too dramatic, but if you do get up ending aced, or if you die and then they get Baron, it's a completely different story. But it wasn't. The key player of the game was Adam with 47% of the votes. Crazy stuff. Zanzara, what have you thought about Adam? He's a rookie, but he's been playing out of his mind for Fnatic.
Yeah. I think Adam is pretty good, but I think he just like Fnatic as a team just give Adam this opportunity to like shine. I think, and I think he just end up in the right team in the right moment. But of course he's a good player, I think, and he has a lot of champions what he can like choose with, and I think this is actually could help him on the Worlds versus LPL and LCK for sure, because there is like I don't think like many top laners are ready for like all of picks, something like this. So I think he's playing pretty good, yeah. So I think he can do pretty well on Worlds.
I think this is pretty interesting because, of course, we all know what happened between splits between seasons. It was a bit messy, right, on the side of Fnatic, but in the end, Adam was in the top lane. Bwipo ended up going to the jungle. Do you agree with Zanzara that it seems like, of course, it's a great player, but he just seems to have fit into the Fnatic puzzle and was what Fnatic needed right now?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the most impressive thing about him is that he's really like dedicated to kind of improve and change his mindset and his view of the game, like kind of just trusting us blindly. For example, in like reviews, or if Bwipo helps him a lot, where like I think you should do this on this matchup, and he's like, okay. And then he tries it rather than like, I know some rookies that like fight back a bit and all that, but I feel like he's just there to learn, and I don't know, he's been playing better and better, so I cannot wait to see how he does in the future.
Yeah, if it goes well, of course, it looks phenomenal for Fnatic. Let's pull up the standings and check in with the race for playoffs. Fnatic did just lock, and Rogue did just lock. That is why they are in orange. But then we look at Astralis. Currently, you're in the playoffs, actually. If we look at
yeah, stop it! Stop it! Yes! Astralis!
Okay, amazing. Okay.
Let's go to the stars.
We're not going to say it's because Astralis starts with an A and Vitality starts with a V. That's not it. But that does bring me into the conversation. So what I want to do is I kind of want to start by asking each of you about the other team. First up, Niski, what do you think Astralis needs to make it into the playoffs?
I think Astralis needs a jungler that can play more than Trundle. Like, I don't know, this guy is a one-trick Trundle, and if you ban it, he just completely loses his mind. Nah, I'm memeing. But I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't think they're actually that bad as a team. I feel like maybe the laners are not like the greatest, but when they fight as like 5, they're like kind of committed to the fight, which is good, in my opinion, for a team. But I don't really have any specific details on what they're doing poorly. So,
Zanzara, what do you think of that?
Yeah. I think I agree on the part when what my lane is not the greatest laners for sure. I think the jungler actually of Astralis pretty good guy. I think he's like promising rookie by the way for 7 years, and I think he's actually doing really great. I think he get like jungle gap every game, every jungler, but team doesn't help him. But I think if he can get Trundle, actually it's 100% playoffs. This is actually key to victory. So I hope like teams like Shark, Excel will not ban Trundle, because they're not like Fnatic. They're not that smart to ban Trundle, I assume. So he gonna pick Trundle and it's gonna be 1v9 for sure. Pillow to death.
Okay. Okay, love it. Let's pull up the strength of schedule for Astralis, actually, because that's going to tell us a lot, I think, in terms of, you know, I can't actually see it because the crane is above it. Michael, would you mind pushing up
it's
the
Mad
crane?
Lions, Schalke, SK, XL, and...
Mad Lions, Schalke, SK, XL, and Vitality. Zanzara, I would say, you know, this isn't the worst scenario.
Well, it's actually a pretty good scenario, pretty good.
So how much?
It's actually really good. Look, there is only one good team, and it's XL. So easy, no easy players. Oh, Astralis.
What do you think the odds are with that strength of schedule, Niski?
I think they're gonna lose to Mads, XL, and Vitality, but maybe they can beat the 2 other teams.
Yeah, then maybe they still make it. I see. If we could get the standings up one more time, production, if possible, because I wanted to kind of look at if the playoffs were tomorrow, what the matchups would be in the first round. So this would actually mean, I guess we'll take that you are number 1, so you get to actually pick who you want to play out of 3 and 4, it would be, right? And then Rogue plays the other, and then G2 would play Astralis in the lower bracket. What would you think about that?
I mean, I think if Astralis has Trundle, maybe they can win against G2, but if they don't, they will probably lose. And I'm pretty sure we'd pick Misfits over Mad if it was our choice right now.
It isn't locked, of course.
Yeah.
Yesterday there was a scenario in which we had Fnatic and G2 as 3 and 4, and Misfits and Rogue as 1 and 2. That would be crazy as well. But of course, I don't want to, you know, look at this too long, because this is not how it's going to end up. Hopefully for Niski, of course, Fnatic is still in first place. But I want to ask the same thing to Zanzara about Niski, since they're already in the playoffs. Zanzara, what do you think Fnatic need to do to win the playoffs, possibly?
No, I think, okay. No, I mean, they need to win like G2, Rock probably, and then they're gonna win the playoffs for sure. But okay, seriously, I think they should just keep the same form. I think if they're gonna like keep the same form, they'll have like super good chances to win the split. But it's actually up to G2. I feel like more. I feel like G2 will be like better. I mean, they have higher chances than Rock or Matt to win versus Fnatic, and it's just like up to them to adapt, to improve, and that's all. But I think like Fnatic just on the right way. I don't think they're gonna be like completely bad in playoffs. It's like no way it's happening. Right, Niski? No way. It cannot happen. No way. No. No. So yeah. So I think right now just Fnatic just do the same things. If Moot is here, I think if nothing like super bad happened, Fnatic should be like more than happy and more than confident just to go and play versus any team and just be a favorite. I feel like.
Wow. Anything to add? No?
No, I think
That's
he's
nice.
right, yeah.
He's singing your praises. I love it. As we wind down from the match of the week, there's a couple of things I still want to bring up specifically. Now, the head-to-head being 2-0. Often when we ask Fnatic and G2 members when they play each other, often it's like a big rivalry. Sometimes it's like, oh, well, it isn't that special anymore. How do you feel it is for you personally now that you get the 2-0, that you get to say, you know, you beat Caps twice, but also as a team that you've beat G2 twice in summer?
I mean, for me, it's more like the most important thing is that we actually beat them as a team. I feel like it was not just like one guy carrying or the whole enemy team like inting or something like that. I felt like we actually just played decent, and they also played like okay, and we were just better as a team, and I think that's what makes me happy. Also, the fact that like my team kind of carried me, and this game, like today, for example, I was relieved, you know, I was like, oh, like this is what it feels to get carried, you know? And yeah, I mean, I'm happy it happened against G2, but next time for sure, if I play against Caps again, it will not be the same in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel a bit bad now because actually I requested to talk to you in PGL as the day started. Also, you tweeted actually because we said we might also have losing teams on PGL, and you were like, G2, you're going to get to go on PGL. But to be honest, I wanted to get you as a guest regardless because despite this game, which by the way, I feel like if you come back in the mid game and you do what your team needs, you did fine, right? You played a good game. Some would say even better than maybe you get 3 kills in lane and then you feed, right? So,
true.
But I wanted to take a look at your stats overall and just talk about your performance because I feel like you don't get talked about as much as some of the other members on your team, especially Bwipo with the big swap and anything. But you have been playing so well. You've really been the backbone of Fnatic for me. Can you tell me a bit about how you have lived through the summer so far and how confident you're feeling right now?
I mean, for me, after spring, it was really important that I was like more consistent in my plays and just actually carrying games rather than just being good, if I may say. And I feel like this split, I've played like a lot of champs, a lot of different champions as well. Like I can drop, I can counter pick, I can blind pick. Also, I think the fact that my communication has also gotten better with my jungler and my support. Also, the fact that, for example, Hilly and Bwipo play together kind of makes my life a bit easier as well. But yeah, I think I've just been playing a lot, watching a lot of odds, and just being a better player than I was in spring. And I'm happy that I'm kind of at the top, I guess. But as I said in the past, like a lot of people are like praising me. I know that, but for me, it's not done till like we win the split. So for now, I'm just kind of staying humble and yeah.
Awesome. Final notes. What was the pause about?
Okay, so basically, so the first pause, I got one shot, and I was like, there is no way I could not cast.
You thought it was a bug,
right?
basically.
Yes, I thought it was a bug. And then the ref was like, Niski, you got CC'd to death. I was like, okay, I guess, my bad. And then the second bug was Hylissang. He thought he couldn't hex flash. And then we were like, okay, there's no way Gragas ever trusted Alistar, right? And then he looks at the replay and he did. So yeah, and then one time we paused again because Bwipo's screen froze or something. And yeah.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Sad.
Yeah, sad, but you just got one shot.
I just got one shot. You know, it
just
happens.
the way it is. Let's take a look at the Kia player of the game leaderboard, where Humanoid is right now in first, followed by Vizio and Inspired, and ties are broken by the percentage of votes that you got if you got voted in. Zanzara, I miss you on this list, man. What's going on?
No, people don't vote for me. I don't understand why. Like, I should be higher, by the way. Look, Astralis has 5 wins, by the way. I should be on the top together with Humanoid. And I don't see me. What is going on? I don't understand.
I think
people just refuse.
I think you need to win more.
No, no, it's not like this. It's not working.
No, okay. In any case, let's check out our schedule for next Friday. We have another banger, Fnatic versus Rogue. That's not the match of the week. G2 versus Misfits on Saturday will be our match of the week. And it's a really packed week because we'll have Rogue versus Mad Lions as well. And we have Fnatic versus Rogue as well. This is the battle for first place. Niski, what are your thoughts about this matchup?
I think it's really good for us to kind of go against them again, because I felt like last time we played them, it was kind of like a cheesy win in a way, where like we had TP Cartus, and I felt like they were not playing too great as a team. Like they made mistakes, we punished, and I feel like right now they're way more cleaner than they were in the past, and it's good to see how we match against them. Also, I believe it's going to be played on stage as well. So
if it's the 5th game,
yeah,
yes, it is.
So that's like more hype as well, and yeah, I want to see how Larsen does now compared to the beginning of the split where he was struggling a bit, but now he seems better as well. So yeah.
Yeah, Zanzara, what's your prediction for the match of the week?
Yeah, it's a tough one, but I think.
It's not the match of the week. It's Rogue versus Fnatic.
Yeah, it's not the match of the week, but actually it should be, no? Because it's for top 1.
We just have so many good teams, and we want to, shine a light on many of them.
I think we should. I think we should stop making match of the week with G2. I think this is a mistake. I think we should do match of the week with Astralis. I think this is the key to victory.
How about the mini match of the week? Astralis next week.
Mini match of the week? Nah,
mini in name, but big in game? Something like that? Marquee matchup?
Crazy. Okay, yeah, but about Rogue, Fnatic, yeah, I think, for me right now, Fnatic much stronger. Like overall, I feel like Rogue is playing by the book, and Fnatic, they also can play by the book, but they have much more creativity, I feel like, and probably they have better performance mid-top right now. Yeah, I think so. I feel like at least, and we got destroyed by Fnatic, by the Rock. We were like kinda close. So, by the Astralis rating, Fnatic gonna win.
Okay, that's great to hear. I mean, you've had some very competitive games, I think, in Astralis versus the top teams as well. I wish you the very best in the race for playoffs, Zanzara.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we can go to Worlds for sure. I think, yeah.
Technically, it's all possible. No, but the best wishes, and hopefully get into those playoffs. Fnatic, of course, locked playoffs. Once again, congratulations, Niski.
Thank you.
Fantastic. I will be back for you guys in the playoffs. Machine will be taking my spot in week 7 and 8. That's going to be so much fun. But for now, that will be all from us here in Berlin. But across the Atlantic, the LCS is about to start. CLG versus Cloud9. Such a hype matchup. We'll be back next week for some epic League Legends, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hashtag Cena and win.
Yeah. Welcome everybody to our beautiful studio in Berlin, Germany. It is sunny and LEC summer keeps getting more exciting every second.
XL, they've got to engage.
This is the one, Kreis, making his way forward. New dunk. No flash available, the Dragon's going low, and that's going to be smited away. Soul is picked up, and XL are going to be squashed. Advian's trying to buy some space, but this is the damage. Genix able to find the kill as the bomb comes down. It's a shutdown, it's a double kill, it's a whitewash for the side of SK.
Kaboom! However, Misfits.
They do find a knock-up. They get the head by the pole, and that is going to be one dead Neon. First blood picked up for Kobe.
Oh, crown shot. Wild Growth has to be using crown shot, but he can jump in here. Humanoid's Onlin's lonesome. No one there to follow up. And the Killer Instinct does nothing. Crown shot takes the kill after being chunked out, and crown shot's not done yet. Jumps forward. Labrov gets the second of the fight. White Knight to business and doing business, but his business is more of a eulogy now as he falls, and Rogue get a clean ace.
G2, though, they go up against the stampeding Fnatic in our much anticipated match of the week.
G2 Fnatic, a song as old as time. Without further ado, Fnatic versus G2. Let's get on into the riff. Mickey has nowhere to go. One more auto attack from Upset will be enough. First blood, Fnatic. Caps now needs to get away from Adam, but Adam can just chase him down. Another briefcase connects around the minions. Adam bending the bullets. 2 kills to Mundo. Hillesang joins the fray, but Yanko's able to get away with a lantern, and Caps somehow still alive. Here's the Requiem. Is it going to be enough? It's cancelled. Wonder comes in with a cask from the gods. Caps hasn't got the flash, doesn't have the Gale Force either, and Upset knows it. Upset goes in, gets the shutdown. That was a pure 1v1. Here's the TP from Adam. Hillesang straight up to Caps. Caps is gone, somehow surviving for the moment, but Hillesang almost down as well. The Requiem coming out. It's cancelled. Whipple on the front line. Reckless, you got to open up. You got to do the Bane things right now. He's looking for Niski. There's a couple of kills. 3 against 3 once again. Reckless flashing forward. Reckless dies. Reckless dies. Caps dies. Jankos dies. Mickey dies. G2 dies. Fnatic strike.
Baby, come on, don't claim that I love you, never let me feel I should've known, 'cause you brought nothing real. Come on, be a man about it, you won't die. I ain't got no more tears to cry, and I can't take this no more. You know I gotta